Apocalypse. I can obtain infinite upgrades by drawing cards. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351. The Broken Sword of Zhu Zion! Exclamation mark. The second golden card gradually emerged. Lin Qun looked at it and found that the second card was an item card. It was an extraordinary item card. Name: Zhuxian Sword, Broken Sword. Type: Item card grade, A level. Description: this item is a divine weapon in the Zhuxian world that fell to the human world due to exhaustion of energy after Pangu created the world. The Zhuxian sword is extremely powerful and has the ability to defy the heavens. The user is prone to have the idea of ruling the world and is backfired by the fierce energy in it, gradually losing reason and becoming crazy without knowing it. The Zhuxian sword requires a vitality value of more than 200 to use. Equipping this Zhuxian sword will increase the upper limit of dark energy by +100 and the upper limit of vitality by -100, and will automatically obtain the Zhuxian sword's usage method and sword formula. Remove the Zhuxian broken sword's equipment status, and the attributes that have changed due to the equipment of the Zhuxian broken sword will all return to normal. If you use the Zhuxian sword according to the usage method, you can activate the Zhuxian sword energy in the Zhuxian broken sword. Activating the sword key of the immortal sword can trigger a sword key with supreme power. This sword key is murderous, powerful, and unmatched. The triggering of the sword key will further affect the backlash of the sword of the immortal sword. Each time a sword key is triggered, 10 points of upper limit of energy will be deducted, and 20 points of energy, and 100 points of dark energy will be consumed per second. For every 15 seconds of each sword key, an additional 10 points of upper limit of energy will be deducted. With each additional sword key, the power of the combined sword key will double, and the energy consumption will double. Special note 1. This card is a set of the sword of the immortal sword. Collecting the two parts of the broken sword of the immortal sword will obtain the complete sword of the immortal sword, with the backlash effect halved, and the ability to activate the complete version of the sword of the immortal sword will be obtained. Kill gods when you meet gods, and kill immortals when you meet immortals. Special note 2. If the broken sword is used for a long time, even if the sword energy is not activated, the mind will be backfired by the fierce energy, and the upper limit of energy will continue to decline. When the upper limit of the energy of the sword holder drops below 200 points due to holding the sword, the spirit of the sword holder will be irreversibly affected. Special note 3. The Zhuxian sword is specifically used to defeat the immortal body, and the wounds attacked by the Zhuxian sword cannot be healed. Special note 4. If the sword user reaches the same level as the Zhuxian broken sword or Zhuxian sword, all side effects of using the Zhuxian sword will be exempted. Is it materialized? Lin Qun was stunned when he looked at this card. They are both A-level cards, but there are differences between A-level cards and A-level cards. He didn't expect that he would draw out the divine sword Yulei Zhenju right after he drew out the King Bomb's Zhuxian sword in the Zhuxian world. However, this Zhuxian sword is a broken version, and its effect is also similar to that in the original book. In the original novel, this divine weapon, which has always been portrayed as the treasure of the King Guan sect, is indeed extremely powerful, but it is not a completely magnanimous divine weapon. On the contrary, it is surrounded by boundless ferocity. Those who hold it will have their minds devoured bit by bit. In the original novel, even the masters of Taoism gradually go crazy under its erosion. Although the cultivators and the civilized battlefields in the Zhuxian world are two systems, and it is difficult to compare, those masters, if placed here, are at least strong people above the evolver. It can be seen how terrifying the backlash of this Zhuxian sword is. This is because, although the Zhuxian sword is a righteous magic weapon like the King Guan sect, in the setting of Zhuxian, it is essentially the same as other so-called evil magic weapons. It is just an ancient weapon, and it also needs the evil spirit to nourish it. Naturally, it is soul-stirring, and destroys people's minds. This is an unavoidable setting, and it is also the most important and basic setting about these ancient magic weapons in the Zhuxian world. After materializing in the battlefield of civilization, if you want to use it, there are also harsh conditions. You must have at least 200 points of energy attribute to use it. To activate its sword energy, you actually need to pay the energy limit. Moreover, long-term use will directly reduce the energy limit. This is because you don't have enough strength. If you want to drive the Euxin sword, you will be overestimating your own strength and will be backfired. If the energy value does not reach a certain level, you will not even have the opportunity to use it. But in contrast, it is its terrifying power. Lin Qun recalled the power of this sword in the Euxin world in his memory. Perhaps, a sword energy can fight against the strong at the level of the evolver, even if it is a broken sword. After such a long time, Lin Qun has already known very well that energy actually reflects a person's mental state and mental state. This Euxin broken sword will backfire on a person's spirit, which will naturally be directly reflected in the energy attribute. But risk and strength are equivalent. Even if it is just the Euxin broken sword, the power of a sword energy is probably unimaginable. A mortal body, slaughtering immortals and killing gods. The increase it can bring is not as simple as the 100 points of dark energy on the panel. The sword energy of ZHU Zion is extremely terrifying. Under the ZHU Zion sword formation, even the beast god that swept across the world and was invincible in the original book ended up in ashes. It can be seen that its power is terrifying. The evolvers are not opponents of the ZHU Zion sword formation at all. A sword energy may be able to match the evolvers. Compared with this, the cost of the upper limit of 10 points of energy is not expensive, and it is also normal because from the special note 4, the reason why it was backfired is that it is the price that people with insufficient strength need to pay for trying to control the ZHU Zion sword. If you can reach the same level as the ZHU Zion sword, then you will naturally not be affected by any side effects of the ZHU Zion sword. With a mortal body, how can you not pay a price if you want to control such a powerful ancient magic weapon? Lin Qun is only at the second level of the sword control technique now, at most a mid-stage of key refining. This ZHU Zion sword is far beyond his level. It is natural to pay some price to drive it. If Lin Qun remembered correctly, in the setting of ZHU Zion world, this thing is not usable unless one has reached the realm of Taijizu and King Dao and has a strong mind. His second level sword control technique seems to be far from reaching the realm of Taijizu and King Dao and taking. Even big guys like Daoxu and Zenran in ZHU Zion world were backfired and possessed by demons because of using ZHU Zion sword. It can be seen that even those who have reached the realm of Taijizu and King Dao and have a strong mind may not be unaffected by it. In the system of immortal cultivators, whoever wants to master power that does not belong to him will pay a price. The stronger the power that does not belong to him, the greater the price he pays. Going to the way of heaven, going against the sky, walking hard. This is also one of the underlying logics of the cultivator's immortal cultivation system. However, as this card was drawn in the battlefield of civilization, its use conditions naturally changed to a certain extent. Lin Qun's second level sword control technique can also be used. As long as he can afford the price, he can show its terrifying power in advance. Lin Qun also noticed that this Euxin broken sword is a set of cards. If another part of the broken sword can be extracted, it can be combined into a real Euxin sword. If the real Euxin sword can be obtained in the future, let alone the halving of the backlash effect, under the complete Euxin sword formation, let alone the evolvers, even more powerful beings, no matter how many come, it is not enough. As for this backlash, Lin Qun thinks that if used well, it may still be controllable. The advantage of having a digital panel is that he can accurately monitor his status, and he already has the Sword of Oath of Victory in his hand, so he is not short of weapons, and it is impossible for him to use the Euxin sword all the time. And activating one or two sword key attacks at critical moments can barely sustain it, as long as it is not too long. Of course, this is not a reason to ignore its side effects. Because in battle, if you really use it, no one can say how long you can use it, and whether you will be affected and out of control. Lin Qun is very clear that the change of data is not just a change of data. These attributes are a direct reflection of a person's state and ability. The reduction of the upper limit of energy is because the user of the Euxin sword will be affected by its hostility. In terms of attributes, it is a direct weakening of energy, but for the user, it is likely to be a feeling of shaking the mind. Energy is a very critical and important attribute. It is still necessary to be cautious when using this Zeuxan broken sword. And if it is really a desperate situation where other means have been exhausted, it is not too late to use it. At that time, life and death are worrying. When it comes to such a desperate situation, it is nothing to pay a little energy limit. This Zeuxan broken sword will be another powerful trump card for Lin Qun after the Superman transformation card. It is not a frequency card. Although it has to pay a price, its power may be more brutal and unsolvable. If it really comes to a critical moment, it can kill the enemy's top powerhouse. This card is a confidence. In the future, if we can synthesize the real Zeuxan sword and activate the Zeuxan sword formation, we can not only reach the top of the first level civilization battlefield, but also the second level civilization battlefield. Lin Qun rubbed his chin and pondered. Everything is good, but the consumption and cost are too high. If we can draw out some ability to exempt the cost, it will be invincible if we use it without injury. Needless to say, the power of the Zeuxan broken sword, if Lin Qun really has any other ability to offset the cost of its use, then there is really no solution. Not to mention the blue star battlefield, or a truly invincible sweep. Lin Qun's idea was so beautiful that even his mouth couldn't help but curl up a wonderful laugh, which looked a little wretched. Several abilities of exempting costs or transferring costs really emerged in his mind. But he didn't know when he could draw it, and now he could only fantasize about it. Immediately, Lin Qun also gathered his mind and put the card away. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect that in this round of card drawing, both cards were from the same fantasy world. I don't know if it's because these two cards have some subtle connection. ZHU Zion. This is a very classic and even ancient fantasy world in the novel. At this moment, Lin Qun drew cards twice, consuming 20,000 contribution points, and still had 8,000 contribution points in his hand. Lin Qun didn't plan to spend 8,000 contribution points for the time being, or save them to draw cards together, or exchange them for recovery potions on the battlefield. He wanted to see how many high-level recovery potions the military could provide. If the military was not enough and the battlefield was in great need, he might have to exchange them urgently. For low-level opponents, if the number of low-level recovery potions was enough, Lin Qun could use them slowly, but on the high-level battlefield, he couldn't wait. In a second, the whole battle situation might be reversed, and it was decided who would live and who would die. He couldn't be stingy, especially now. Many of Lin Qun's skills required a lot of energy or dark energy as support. Once he ran out of energy or dark energy, he would be like a gun without bullets, and he would be out of action immediately. Of the two cards, Lin Qun put away the ZHU Zion broken sword card first. Immediately, he chose to learn the divine sword controlling thunder art. The golden card turned into light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In Lin Qun's mind, the complete method of using the divine sword controlling thunder art instantly emerged. However, as a spell of an oriental cultivator, it takes a certain amount of practice to imprint the method of use in the mind. On that day, Lin Qun quietly left the attacker's warship, left the battlefield without anyone noticing, and found a corner to practice. With the skill card as a load, Lin Qun's divine sword controlling thunder art was very fast to get started, and the time required was greatly reduced. After practicing a few times, he was able to use it normally, but he was worried that making too much noise would attract the attention of other civilizations, so he did not try it with all his strength. It was only during the test that he found that his super electromagnetic gun ability could indeed give this spell a strange bonus, exerting unexpected effects. And this divine sword controlling thunder art really consumes a lot of mana. Lin Qun estimated that if he used all his strength and put all 400 points of dark energy into it, it should be able to exert a great power. However, he also realized that the strength of this Taoist art is directly related to the amount of dark energy that Lin Qun can inject, but on the other hand, it is also related to Lin Qun's realm. The ability of the Taoist system comes from the cultivator system, and in the cultivator system, the strength of the cultivator is naturally related to his spiritual power, or mana, but more importantly, it is also related to the realm. The same Taoist art can exert completely different power when it is performed in different realms. Low-level spells are nothing in the hands of low-level cultivators, such as key refining and foundation building cultivators, but if they are used by strong people above the nascent soul, it will be completely different. But Lin Qun himself is quite beyond the scope. His dark energy far exceeds the amount of spiritual power that a cultivator at this stage should have. Therefore, this divine sword controlling thunder art in his hands can also rely on the numerical value to pile up a lot of combat power. Especially, the thunder triggered by the divine sword's true art of controlling thunder is like a thunder tribulation, with a mighty power comparable to the righteousness of the golden light curse. This means that the divine sword's true art of controlling thunder will have a great restraining effect on the Shengui civilization. The original power is doubled, but facing the Shengui civilization, it may be able to explode with a killing effect of 1.5 times. Lin Qun took a deep breath and put away the sword of promised victory. He just tried it with this sword. The sword of promised victory is equipped with a magic sword art, which is unique. But it must be said that the quality of the sword of promised victory is very good, and as a Taoist sword, it is also very good. In the future, Lin Qun's curry stick will not only be able to release the power of the treasure, but also be able to attract thunder to strike. This is even more a powerful combo. The power of the curry stick is good for both the city and the people, while this divine sword and thunder art has an amazing killing effect on a single person or a few targets. As an A-level skill card, its combat power is very impressive, and the most important thing is its growth. In the process of releasing the divine sword and thunder art, the vitality surges back, and it can form a layer of dark energy shield around Lin Qun to protect Lin Qun himself. It can be said that it is an offensive and defensive ability. Moreover, Lin Qun continued to develop and found that during the use of the divine sword and thunder art, he could also guide the ability of the super electromagnetic gun to add another layer of electromagnetic shield on top of the dark energy shield for double defense. Of course, the premise is that he has to afford enough dark energy. Lin Qun's abilities are getting more and more, especially after coming to the advanced card pool. Many of his abilities are no longer just one function. If they are well developed and combined with each other, they can play the ability of 1 + 1 greater than 2. No matter what kind of divine civilization you are. What if there is a first level civilization battlefield level existence behind you? Behind me is the boundless fantasy power of the whole world. At this time, Lin Qun put away the sword of promised victory, thought about it, and took out the card of the broken sword of Zeuxin. After a moment of silence, Lin Qun chose to materialize it. The golden card turned into light and disappeared. What appeared in front of Lin Qun was not a straightforward sword, but an ancient sword box. Across the sword box, Lin Qun seemed to be able to faintly feel that there was a certain breath trembling in it. He was silent for a moment, opened the sword box, and saw in the sword box a simple broken sword that looked like stone but not stone, like jade but not jade. On the broken sword, there was a part of the word Zeuxin that had been engraved. I think the other part was left on another broken sword of Zeuxin that Lin Qun had not yet obtained. Its broken edge was very strange, with unevenness and smoothness. At first glance, it was just a broken edge, and at another glance, the broken edge seemed to flash with scorching scarlet, and then it disappeared again. What came towards him was an ancient and distant breath. Then there was an urge to touch it. Lin Qun instinctively reached out and grasped the hilt of the sword in the sword box. A strange feeling of blood connection emerged. The method of using the sword art of Zhu's unbroken sword was ingrained in his mind, as if he had learned it since elementary school. He could use it at will. Moreover, not only that, in an instant, a scarlet world seemed to emerge in front of his eyes. A fierce sword intent came from the broken sword, which was chilling, but Lin Qun was reluctant to let go of the sword in his hand. A touch of red light appeared in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. However, he held the hilt tightly for a long time. Then he let go suddenly. Taking a step back, he looked at the sword again, and wanted to step forward and hold it again. Lin Qun's heart was filled with an impulse that surprised himself. Holding the sword once seemed to let him see infinite possibilities. Holding this sword, he will have everything he wants. He saw him rising from the ground with half of the broken sword. He activated the sword formation with the sword energy of Zuxan, and it was unstoppable, and swept across the world. All the alien civilizations were killed by the sword. Whether it was the Shengui civilization, the Wuxi civilization, or the Black Sheep civilization, the Lin Qun civilization, or the silicon-based civilization, no one could stop it. With the broken sword, he killed from the Huaxia region to the African continent, and then from the African continent to the European continent, and wiped out the Wuxi civilization and the American region. The last sword sank Antarctica. Countless contestants of alien civilizations struggled and wailed under his sword, desperately counterattacked again and again, and were bloodily suppressed by him once, and were defeated countless times, and they were defeated. They finally gave up, and the entire legion wanted to escape from the planet. But this also failed. Lin Qun saw that he shot down all the escape spacecrafts of alien civilizations flying into the sky, just like a god shooting down the stars. Then he passed through the space cracks all the way, and arrived at the world of the Bacatans, slaughtering crazily. Until the blood dyed the earth red, there was no trace of civilization in the world. He stood on the ruins of the Bacatan civilization, on top of a mountain of Bacatan corpses, looking down upon the world, with two extremely contradictory feelings in his heart. One feeling was extreme arrogance and pride, the pleasure of conquering the world and slaughtering everything. The other feeling was a bottomless emptiness, not knowing where he was, not knowing what his meaning was. At that moment, Lin Qun was startled, and suddenly let go of the ancient sword of Zuxan in his hand. The moment he released the sword, all the attribute bonuses he gained from equipping the Zuxan sword returned to normal, but he found that, although his energy limit did not change, his energy value dropped from the original nearly full value to 88 points. But after he released it and stepped back, he suddenly had the urge to hold the sword again. However, this time Lin Qun held back. In the empty wilderness, Lin Qun quickly put away the broken sword of Zuxan. He was not very reassured, so he not only put it into the Kyankan bag, but also put it into the Dragon Ball capsule inside the Kyankan bag. After this round, Lin Qun also had a clear understanding of the Zuxan sword. First, it is indeed powerful, and has the power to kill the evolvers. Just a broken sword has a power that cannot be underestimated. Second, its backlash is more terrifying than imagined. It is an irresistible feeling. It is manifested in the attenuation of energy in terms of energy, but when it is directly used, it is a dream that makes people sink. He was entangled in resentment without knowing it, and was addicted to it despite being crazy. The whispers of the soul from the transformation of the vengeful demon were nothing. This thing was comparable to the influence of the high-level existence of the restraint system. But, this would be Lin Qun's biggest trump card, since he transformed into Superman. As long as he could afford the price and control his own thoughts. With it, nothing could escape his grasp. Lin Qun collected his mind at this time and did not return immediately. Instead, he changed his mood, released the little loach, and fed it regularly. Chapter 352 Under Anshan. At dawn, the human coalition forces of the Huaxia region advanced forward and entered the deep zone. This was once the territory of the Huaxia region, the northeast region. However, at this moment, the entire northeast region was shrouded in a monstrous fog, which was also filled with blood mist, and unknown creatures were flowing in it. Humans advanced forward according to the plan, breaking through several cities in succession, and reaching the front of Fengshan City, the capital of Liao province. Here, humans finally encountered strong resistance from the mysterious civilization. Wang Xiansheng and other Northeast Army soldiers almost didn't recognize the city in front of them at this time. Fengshan City has become bizarre. The city no longer looks like it was built by humans. The vegetation of the world of Shengui civilization is everywhere, and it is filled with a large number of colors, colorful, thousands of them, some of which are the same, and some look the same, but are actually just similar. They interweave and flow in the city, as if it is a city of colors in an animation world, but when you look closer, you can find that behind the colors are dilapidated cities, death, and decay everywhere, but these scenes are covered by the interweaving of these colors. But when you find all this, you naturally feel that these colors themselves are no longer so bright. On the contrary, they are covered with a touch of frightening weirdness. There is no doubt that all of them are contestants of Shengui civilization. They have woven a line of defense here. However, if their strong men do not come out, no one can resist Lin Qun, and no one can resist the advancement of the human coalition army. Lin Qun went out from the attacker battleship. In one battle, he killed the strongest Shengui civilization entrenched in Fengshan City, the 34th in the world, and then swept across the battlefield. Dealing with the monsters before was thankless, so Lin Qun had no need to take action. But now it was different. All the contestants here were from the Shengui civilization. Killing them would earn you contribution points and experience. Lin Qun had already demonstrated the art of multiple shadow clones in Re-City, and here he deployed them intensively. His figure was everywhere, slaughtering crazily. The lives of the Shengui civilization were difficult to kill, but that was for ordinary people. For Lin Qun, the golden light curse plus the creation of livestock made it possible to kill them at will. No ordinary contestant from the Shengui civilization could stand up to him. Behind him, the human coalition army was advancing in an all-round way. In less than 15 hours, they had captured Fengshan City. A large number of contestants from the Shengui civilization fled in panic, fleeing further north. The speed at which the Shengui civilization collapsed was beyond our expectations. Everyone in the command center was a little surprised. Xiao Zhanguo said, "There is nothing to be surprised about. The evolvers of the Shengui civilization suffered a small loss in Re. In the Battle of Fengshan, they don't have high-level strong men to take action. Who can stop Mr. Lin? Moreover, didn't you notice? The Shengui civilization contestants in Fengshan City seem to be huge in number, but in fact there are not so many. It's just that their lives are unique and they look powerful. I just asked our people to do a simple statistics. Even if we add up the Shengui civilization contestants slaughtered by Mr. Lin in Fengshan City, the number of Shengui civilization lives we killed in this battle does not exceed 30,000, and at least 20,000 fled to the north. What you should really wonder is that the Shengui civilization knew that Fengshan could not be defended, so why did they send their own civilization's life here to defend for 15 hours? Others also reacted and said, "You mean, the Shengui civilization is using Fengshan City to delay our time?" "That's right." Xiao Zhanguo said, "Although we are unstoppable, the methods of the mysterious civilization pose a great threat to us humans. We dare not deploy them across the board. We can only advance a front line and then spread out. Therefore, they blocked us in Fengshan City. It seems that we suffered a lot of losses, and it was a stupid move. But if my guess is correct, all the contestants of the mysterious civilization in the entire Liao province should have retreated northward during this period of time. In the deep areas of the area occupied by the Shengui civilization, human detection equipment cannot detect it. Only where the army goes can we know the situation there. Other places are like the fog of war commonly seen in games. Therefore, in the past 15 hours, during the Battle of Fengshan, they really did not know the situation in other areas of Liao province, and now Xiao Zhanguo was just guessing. But this guess was soon confirmed. The human coalition army has always adopted a steady strategy. After taking the key position of Fengshan City, the capital of Liao province, Xiao Zhanguo no longer moved forward, but prepared to eat up the entire Liao province area first, and then attack Chuncheng province. Steady, every step taken must wipe out the life of the Shengui civilization on this route and the ecological environment it left behind. After taking Fengshan City, in the next 2 days, Xiao Zhanguo coordinated the layout and advanced separately to take over the entire Liao province area, completely regain control of the area from the Shengui civilization, and ensure the absolute safety of this area. As the human troops spread out, they soon discovered that there were no other contestants from the Shengui civilization in the Liao province area. In the terrible ecological environment of the Shengui civilization, there were only wandering monsters in the desolate and dilapidated cities that were almost unrecognizable. They should have withdrawn. The haze that shrouded the Liao province area and lingered all day finally began to dissipate. The skylight was like a pillar, penetrating through the clouds, and in this grey world, it revealed a desolate and beautiful feeling. This is normal. The Shengui civilization does not want to fight us head on. They are probably brewing a decisive battle in Chuncheng. Either we take them down in one go, or they kill us back. Xiao Zhanguo connected with Lin Qun and said, "Mr. Lin, the decisive battle in Chuncheng depends on your battle with the evolvers of the Shengui civilization. Lin Qun was on the attacker battleship at this time and heard the words, "I know. This battle can only be won and not lost." If it is said that after the Zerg War, Lin Qun still had no confidence. But it is different now. Lin Qun now holds many trump cards. The Battle of Ri gave Lin Qun a great boost of confidence. In this battle, he is confident that he can kill the evolver of the Shengui civilization on his own. Of course, there is still some time before the decisive battle of Chuncheng. The human troops on the ground are still preparing and advancing, and Lin Qun was not near Fengshan City at this time. Instead, he gave an order to go to Anshan, Liao province. He called Li Ji up. When Anshan City appeared in front of him, Lin Qun looked at the city from a distance and said with a complicated expression, "Li Ji, we are back to your hometown." Anshan is not a big city. The urban population is around 1 million. Like other cities in the northeast, it has gradually declined with the passage of time. A large number of young laborers have left, and most of those who remain here are middle-aged and elderly people. Li Ji is such a typical case. He goes out to work. His parents are at home. His parents are actually not very old, and Li Ji has just graduated. Lin Qun flipped through his memories and remembered that Li Ji once said that his father was only 56 years old. Li Ji did not answer, he just stepped forward. Coming to the front of the bridge, overlooking the city below, Zhu Ji and other staff on the bridge looked at each other and said nothing. At this moment, the speed of the attacker's warship is slowing down. It has already arrived above Anshan. Li Ji stared at the city under his feet in a daze. Anshan is in the process of clearing out. A Northwest army is responsible for clearing the ecological environment of the mysterious civilization and the remaining weirdness here. There are explosions and loud noises everywhere in the city. The arrival of the attacker's warship has attracted some people's attention, but there is nothing else. Over there, Li Ji pointed to one side and finally spoke, "Brother Lin, I almost don't recognize this place. Is this still my hometown?" Lin Qun didn't know what this place looked like before, but at this moment, the ancient city in his eyes was in ruins. The human cities covered by the ecological environment of the mysterious civilization would accelerate corruption. Even if a large number of people were cleared out now, the exposed cities seemed to have gone through 100 years of vicissitudes. Coupled with the destruction suffered by the city at the beginning of the civilization battlefield, it was even more desolate and dilapidated. Most of the high-rise buildings were destroyed. The ground was bumpy. It seemed to have been abandoned for decades. Li Ji was looking for the location of his home according to his memory. Lin Qun was silent behind. This was his promise to Li Ji early in the morning. When he was in the magic city, he told Li Ji that one day he would be able to go home, and he would take him back. No matter what the result is, coming back to take a look, he will have an explanation for himself and everything. Looking at this scene, Lin Qun also thought of his home. Not here, not this planet, but another human world. A world where he can never go back. The source of his power. In the end, the attacker warship stopped over an old residential area. Li Ji refused Lin Qun's company and got off the warship by himself. About half an hour later, he returned to the attacker's warship with a box, glanced at Lin Qun, and smiled reluctantly. "Thank you, Brother Lin. Thank you for remembering. I have nothing to see. Don't comfort me. I knew it a long time ago." Lin Qun looked at him and just patted him on the shoulder. He said nothing more. Li Ji walked into the lounge at the back. Lin Qun did not see him again that day. Lin Qun sat in the bridge, looking north at the haze in the distant sky, and became even more silent. In the war of civilizations, there will be no forgiveness. There is only destruction. Because only the same blood can wash away the hatred brought by the blood. And it is this hatred that drives the United Army forward. Especially the Northeast Army. Returning to their homeland, each of them felt only blood and hatred on this land. They are brave and unparalleled, fighting here as if they would never get tired, and they have only one goal every day, that is to speed up, fight a decisive battle in Chuncheng, and completely kill the Shengui civilization. And this day will soon come. On the third day, after taking Fengshan City, under the command of Xiao Zhangguo, the human coalition army completed the cleansing of the Liao province area at an unimaginable speed, and the entire army began to advance towards Chuncheng province. Because of the blocking of the power of the Shengui civilization in the deep area, They have sent many people to try to explore the actions of the Shengui civilization in Chuncheng province and even in Langjiang province, but they have never gained anything. The reconnaissance teams and unmanned equipment sent in have all been in vain. There is no news after entering the deep area. But the previous victory gave humans confidence. The offensive and defensive situation has been reversed. Now is the time for them to press forward step by step. The Shengui civilization is obviously vulnerable to a battle. Even without sufficient intelligence, it cannot stop the advancement of the human army. Xiao Zhangguo spoke in public and said, the intelligence pointed out that the evolvers of the Shengui civilization and the Blue Star Battlefield Command Center of the Shengui civilization are in Chuncheng province, and now, Chuncheng province is in front of us. 2 months ago, we were defeated by the alien civilization and had to abandon our homeland. And now, we are back. We have taken over the Liao province area, but sadly, we have not found any survivors in the entire Liao province area. I think it's time to make the alien civilization pay for the heinous crimes they have committed. The morale of the joint army was high, and they advanced forward. Lin Qun's attacker warships took the lead in advancing into the Chuncheng province area. However, the situation here was even emptier than Lin Qun had imagined. All the way forward, from the border between Liao province and Chuncheng province to Chuncheng, the capital city in the hinterland of Chuncheng province, there was almost no decent resistance. The Shengui civilization seemed to have given up. They still hadn't encountered a contestant from the Shengui civilization, only weirdness. In the cities, shrouded in endless haze, there were only weirdness wandering around like lonely ghosts. Most of them were the original human residents of these cities, and they became outright monsters in the invasion of the Shengui civilization, but they seemed to be attached to their hometowns and refused to leave. More news came after entering Chuncheng province. The Shengui civilization may have retreated to a larger extent. Just 10 minutes ago, we confirmed that we had received information about the human forces in the Siberian region. The power of the Shengui civilization is spreading to their hidden areas, and they seem to have opened a space crack and are preparing to escape. This news was quickly passed to Lin Qun, who was on the attacker's warship. But he did not answer. He just said, maybe their army has retreated, but I can feel that the Shengui civilization evolvers are waiting for me in Chuncheng. At this moment, his attacker warship had swept across half of Chuncheng province side by side with the human army. He felt more clearly than ever before that the surging breath in Chuncheng was surging. That was the Shengui civilization evolvers waiting for him. Xiao Zhangguo said, Mr. Lin, it seems that the evolutionists of the Shengui civilization want to compete with you first. Then, I think we should also adjust our deployment. Our troops will bypass Chuncheng directly and chase the fleeing contestants of the Shengui civilization. We have already contacted the human forces in the Siberian region. They also have considerable power and are willing to gather together to cooperate with us to encircle the life of the Shengui civilization. This is a wise move. Strong against strong. Civilization against civilization. Lin Qun said, I have no objection. However, not long after this plan was formulated, another shocking news came. Chapter 353, God's Invitation. Mr. Lin, the latest news is that the battle between the top civilizations in the Americas has been decided. Wuxi civilization was defeated, and Lin Qun civilization has ruled South America, Antarctica, and Australia. This news came from Luqing and was personally delivered by Gupan. Lin Qun was preparing for the Battle of Chuncheng at this time, and was also surprised to hear the news so fast. Yes, Lin Qun civilization is unstoppable, and Wuxi civilization has been at a disadvantage since the beginning of the war. We learned from the federal forces in the North American region that Wuxi civilization may not have real evolvers, and their civilization seems to be very special, related to forests and land, which is very weak compared to Lin Qun civilization. Therefore, they have been defeated step by step and finally failed to turn defeat into victory. Gupan spoke quickly. The joint army headquarters should have known this news, and the situation may have changed. Mr. Lin, you must be prepared. There was a hint of worry in Gupan's tone. She brought a lot of detailed information to Lin Qun. After the defeat of Wuxi civilization, about 30% of the lives of Wuxi civilization fled back to their homeland, while the losses of Lin Qun civilization seemed to be not small, and now they stopped at the border of South America. From South America to the north. In North America, the situation is relatively chaotic, and there are some small and medium-sized alien civilizations. Then there is the human power that has recently arisen in the Americas, including the American Federation Army and a large number of survivors, including the I'm a human who calls himself the son of human civilization, entrenched in North America. Their situation is also stabilizing, and they have taken the initiative to contact humans in Asia. Almost all of this news came from them. Compared with this side, they are in danger. Wuxi civilization was defeated, and there was no opponent in the entire Americas who could compete head-on with Lin Qun civilization. In this case, their current situation in North America is precarious. They may face an attack from a top civilization at any time. Similarly, Lin Qun civilization took the lead in winning the victory on the battlefield in America, which also made the situation in the Huaxia region subtle. Lin Qun said, "I understand, I know." He gave the order, and the attacker's warship stopped briefly in the sky and stopped moving forward. At this moment, he was less than 150 kilometers away from Chuncheng. He was waiting for news from the rear. Xiao Zhangguo didn't let him wait too long. "Mr. Lin, you should know the situation, so I won't go into details. The speed of Lin Qun civilization is very fast, which is unexpected, but reasonable. They are a powerful top civilization. Before the war with Wuxi civilization, they had occasional friction with other top civilizations, and their own strength has always been in its prime. Now, we have not yet decided the outcome with the Shengui civilization, the Black Sheep civilization, and the silicon-based civilization. We speculate that Lin Qun civilization has three options next. The first is to attack and kill the Black Sheep civilization and the silicon-based civilization. The second is to attack and kill us and the Shengui civilization. The third is to rest in place. Among them, we unanimously judge that the first possibility is the highest. It will be the least beneficial for them to intervene in the battlefield of the Huaxia region, because here, there are us natives and a top civilization, but on the battlefield of Africa and Europe, there are two top civilizations. Given the usual style of alien civilizations, no matter how powerful our natives are, it is difficult to be regarded as a real opponent or a big threat. The biggest possibility for them is to choose the plan of taking down two top civilizations in one fell swoop. If the Black Sheep civilization and the silicon-based civilization are defeated by them, then there will be only one top civilization left that can be a threat to them. Even if there is still us, by that time, we should have already decided the outcome with the Shengui civilization. No matter who wins or loses, the rest will suffer heavy losses. For them, this is a very fair and least risky way. So, we think we can't retreat now. There is no benefit for us to retreat. The Shengui civilization will hate us, and other top civilizations will not let us go. We will get nothing except temporary security. Instead of giving up all our current achievements, we believe that we should speed up our progress and strive to defeat the Shengui civilization before the Black Sheep civilization, the silicon-based civilization, and the Lin Qun civilization decide the victory. As long as we can succeed before that, we will be able to regain the initiative. Whether it is resting or intervening in the melee between their top civilizations, both are good options. Xiao Zhangguo said a lot. He was the commander of this battle. In fact, he didn't need to explain too much, just give orders, but he attached great importance to Lin Qun, so he naturally had to explain it to Lin Qun clearly. This plan must be supported by Lin Qun. Lin Qun heard this and pondered. Xiao Zhangguo's analysis convinced him. Even if Lin Qun civilization is the first to free up its hands now, its target is very likely not to be the battlefield in the Huaxia region. It is more cost-effective to solve two top civilizations in one go than to solve an indigenous civilization and a top civilization. The biggest difference between human civilization and alien civilization is that they are indigenous civilizations and have no way to retreat. Others can withdraw from the battlefield and run back to their own planet after being defeated, but humans cannot. Blue Star is the homeland of humans. No matter which alien civilization laughs last, humans must defeat it. Otherwise, what awaits humans on Blue Star is destruction. There was no choice in this matter from the beginning. Since there is no choice, the only way is to give it a try and seize every opportunity that can be seized. The most important thing is that they have come here and there is no reason to give up. I will move forward. Commander Zio, act according to the original plan. This was Lin Qun's answer to Zio's Zango. Immediately, he stopped the attacker warship in the sky 100 kilometers away from Chuncheng. He switched to the Mark 15 Nano suit and flew to the distant Chuncheng. According to reliable intelligence, there are no contestants from the Shengui civilization in Chuncheng except for the weird ones, except for the evolvers of the Shengui civilization. And it is waiting for Lin Qun. This is a battle between the top powerhouses of both civilizations. There is no need for others to participate, including the attacker warships. On the ground, a large number of human troops were being diverted. They were not aware that the Lin Qun civilization had won the battlefield in the Americas. At this time, they were changing their marching routes according to the orders of the command center, bypassing Chuncheng and chasing the fleeing Shengui civilization contestants. Chu Yaoi and others were also in these armies. She seemed to have noticed something at this moment and instinctively raised her head and looked at the sky. At the far end of the sky, under the gray haze, a meteor swept across the sky. The roaring sonic boom echoed among the clouds like thunder. Her eyes followed the meteor far away, and finally she withdrew her gaze with difficulty. Everyone around looked at her in awe. In the battle of the statue of the mysterious civilization, Chu Yao's strength was revealed, which made her famous in the army, respected by everyone, and even had many suitors. Among them, there were also some strong people who were ranked among the top in the human rankings, coming from all over the world. In their own area, they were all top masters in a region. However, she looked cold and ignored everyone, and even few suitors could talk to her. Many people saw the same scene as Chu Yaoi. That was Lin Qun flying across the sky. In the past few days, he didn't make much of a move, and he had been practicing silently in the attacker warship. Although there was no progress due to the short time, he had been preparing silently and waiting for this moment. This battle was not only for himself, not only for the civilization behind him, but also for that time in Daxing City. Lin Qun thought about the words of Bei Yiming relayed by Professor Wang. Under the Mark 50 visor, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. This time, he will face the evolver alone. The Shengui civilization is very cunning. Their contestants have not collided with humans and have been retreating just to avoid Lin Qun and the human army from gaining contribution points and experience from them. But it doesn't matter. Lin Qun already has enough cards in his hand. In the Battle of Fengshan City, Lin Qun harvested nearly 10,000 contribution points. With the previous settlement rewards of and ranking, his total contribution points are now close to 20,000, but he did not use them this time, but kept them as a backup on the battlefield. Zio Zango got a lot of high-level dark energy and energy recovery potions for Lin Qun, but it is indeed due to objective factors that the quantity is not large. If it is consumed too much, Lin Qun still has to find a way to quickly replenish dark energy from his own contribution points. The army on the ground saw Lin Qun, and Lin Qun also saw the army on the ground. He passed over their heads and could not see someone inside, but he could see the human army splitting up on the ground, mighty and powerful, until Chuncheng appeared in front of him. What was coming seemed to be a darkness. The erosion of Spring City was serious. The city had turned into a weird ecological jungle of the Shengui civilization. Mosses and lichens were everywhere. Weird plants grew on reinforced concrete buildings, twisting and tilting towards the sky. In the city, black unknown things rose from the city and went straight into the sky, forming a thick black cloud that covered the entire Spring City. Lin Qun noticed that there was no space crack above Spring City. This means that the main landing site of the Shengui civilization was not here. Even after it was used as the hub, it was not used as the main space channel opening point. Of course, there is another possibility that they moved it to other locations. Lin Qun flew into Spring City without any hindrance. There was no blood mist here. The city was dark and silent, and the dark plants were extremely strange. When he was far away, Lin Qun could feel the breath of the Shengui civilization evolvers here, rising like a mountain and stretching across Spring City. But when he came forward and pounced into the battlefield, the breath seemed to disappear again. He stood above the city, released his senses, and shouted in a shocking voice, "I'm here." Lin Qun's eyes were like lightning, and relarks began to rise on the Mark 50 nanosuit. That was the ability of the super electromagnetic gun being combined with the Mark 50. Under the electromagnetic ability and the perception of the monk, Lin Qun keenly noticed that in Chunsheng, there seemed to be some kind of line-like breath surging. They were like some kind of veins, like water flowing in the invisible air, converging to the same source. Soon, Lin Qun's eyes moved. He followed these breaths to find the location of the source. He flew forward, arrived just above the source. This seemed to be an underground shopping mall, but the upper layers had been cut off, revealing the empty space below. In one of the open-air dance studios, a dark shadow was standing in front of a surprisingly complete mirror. As if it had sensed Lin Qun's arrival, it raised its head and looked at Lin Qun. The other one reflected in the mirror also made almost the same movements at this moment. This scene was somewhat similar to what it looked like in Re. It said, "Lin Qun, our God is willing to give you a chance. Become his favored one. Become a favored one of Master. You will receive eternal blessings." Lin Qun was slightly stunned. He didn't expect the other party to talk to him, but soon he said with a smile, "Are you trying to recruit me? Didn't you say that I'm a believer of another God? You are going to fight a holy war with me, and you are still poaching me like this?" But its next sentence surprised Lin Qun. "I made a wrong judgment. You don't believe in gods, and even, you are not a child of civilization. Your power comes from talent. We have never seen such an incredible talent." At the same time, on the South American continent, the 7th in the world of Lin Qun civilization is coming quickly to report to Yegus. At this moment, it is no longer the 7th in the world. With the defeat of Wuxi civilization, the 5th and 6th in the world of Wuxi civilization have been killed by Yegus. In addition to the previous killing of Wuxi civilization, its ranking has now moved forward to the 4th place. It can be said that in the world, except for the 3 evolvers of Lin Qun civilization, Black Sheep civilization, and Shengui civilization, it is already the strongest in the entire Blue Star battlefield, the first person under the evolvers. However, in front of its own evolvers, it still seems extremely respectful, even a little trembling. "My lord, we have obtained accurate information. The human suspected civilization Sun Lin Qun has entered Chunsheng and faced the evolvers of Shengui civilization. Humans have decided to continue the war with Shengui civilization. They don't take us seriously." "Callens, you are wrong. They don't take us seriously, but they don't think we should take them seriously. This is definitely a good thing for us." Yegus, who was standing in front, slowly turned his head and said, "It seems that our chance has come." As he said that, the glass in front of him rose directly. Yegus flew forward. Behind him, the newly promoted 4th in the world, a Lin Qun civilization warrior named Karens, showed a surprised expression, but he didn't say anything, just lowered his head, and said in a shocking voice, "May the evolver have a smooth journey. Kill the evolver of the Shengui civilization, and kill the son of human civilization." Yegus didn't answer. His body left the Lin Qun civilization warship, stagnated in the air for half a second, flashed once, and then disappeared from the spot. Chapter 354 Cartoon Kingdom. Lin Qun was surprised by what the evolver of the mysterious civilization said, but he reacted quickly. They had fought once in Re City. The evolver of the mysterious civilization was not an ordinary life form. It was normal for him to see the problem. Lin Qun's ability came from his talent. It was nothing. He was just shocked for a moment, because the secret was revealed. Then he calmed down and said, "I'm the son of civilization. The prophet civilization said it. I never said it. I'm not interested in the god behind you. I only know. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts." Lin Qun took action the moment he finished speaking. He had no intention of wasting time. The battle between Lin Qun civilization and Wuxi civilization had just ended. No matter what they would do next, there would be a short window of time. If he could kill the evolver of the Shengui civilization during this time, it would be perfect. The confrontation between top powerhouses, the victory or failure is just a matter of seconds. Lin Qun made a direct move. Mark 50 was wrapped in thunder and lightning. His palm turned, and the sword of promise of victory appeared in his hand. Infused with dark energy, he chopped forward. In an instant, the curry stick flashed dazzlingly, and the bright light shot out from the tip of the sword and hit the earth. In an instant, the entire grey world was illuminated, and the golden light illuminated everything around it, and the darkness shrank back, and the sword that Lin Qun swung out was more than just a sword. The moment the golden flash of the curry stick was released, the mysterious sound reached the sky amid the roar and roar. 9 heaven's mysterious break turned into divine thunder. The mighty power of heaven lead it with the sword. Lin Qun's dark energy was replenished and consumed rapidly. The first move he made was a set of curry stick combos. The sword of promised victory's own means of fighting against the city, plus the true secret of the Thunder God sword. A combination of Chinese and Western. The dark sky of Chuncheng was pierced in an instant. A storm of thunder and lightning descended from the sky. It fell down with a bang, directly hitting the sword of promised victory in Lin Qun's hand, and formed a circle of faint and hazy shield around Lin Qun, and then chopped down. The loud noise was deafening. The surrounding earth collapsed inch by inch. The entire underground structure sank further downward. The flash of the explosion rushed to a height of hundreds of meters. Lin Qun's figure quickly pulled up, because at this moment, among the lightning and golden light, there was a strike that was almost exactly the same as the curry stick, but appeared pure black and rose from the ground. The evolutionist of the Shengui civilization once again copied Lin Qun's ability, but it was just as Lin Qun expected. It couldn't copy the Thunder God sword's secret art under the monk system, and the counterattack was at most a counterattack with a curry stick. However, the attack it launched was more than 10 times more powerful than Lin Qun's attack just now. But Lin Qun had expected this, and had been on guard. When the explosion flashed and pierced his double attack, his body dodged to one side. This flash jumped into the sky with his body, hitting the dark clouds in the sky, but there was no explosion effect. Instead, it was like water blending, filling the thunder that Lin Qun had just caused with the Thunder God sword's secret art. Lin Qun was dodging tightly, and the shield around his body was torn apart in an instant. But at this moment, his body was expanding in the sky. The armored giant transformed. His eyes moved and swept to the center of the explosion on the ground. On the ground, the dance studio had been reduced to ashes. Under the double attack, this underground mall, which could still be seen faintly before, has now completely turned into ruins. Not only that, the vegetation of the mysterious civilization ecology that was shrouded and covered around it also died in the attack. Because of Lin Qun's 2 attacks, whether it was the release of the treasure of the sword of promised victory or the thunder from the sky, they were pure and blazing attacks, which had an absolute suppression on the life and power of the Shengui civilization system. Under the 2 attacks, the dark shadow in the center remained motionless, but its body was also split into 2 parts, with only the hips still connected, maintaining the body from being completely split in 2. But this was not its main body. Lin Qun noticed, under its feet, on the ground, that was split and exploded by the 2 attacks. In those shocking huge cracks one after another, darkness was pouring out like a tide. At first glance, they looked like some kind of black light, but they were substantial, presenting a mud-like posture, flowing out from the holes and cracks in the ground, and even pouring out from every tiny fragment of the mirrors that were shattered by Lin Qun. They piled up on each other, surging wildly, disgusting and ugly, gathering at the feet of the dark shadow, like a real ocean of mud, but more and more, until it was lifted up from the ground inch by inch. The breath of boundless horror rose. Lin Qun felt that the earth seemed to tremble at this moment. In the darkness, it seemed as if an invisible hand grabbed his heart. At that moment, the combo he wanted to launch stopped instantly. A feeling of being unable to move, which was strikingly similar to the Battle of Daxing City, emerged and spread rapidly from the bottom of his feet, like a substantial ice, freezing him in midair. But Lin Qun would never let the same situation happen again. He directly activated his magical power. 3 heads and 6 arms. Mark 15 Nano suit was put away in an instant, and the dark energy in Lin Qun's body burst out crazily. His body was bathed in thunder and lightning. 3 heads suddenly appeared on his shoulders, and his arms changed from 2 to 6. Real 6 arms. The freeze only froze his main body for a moment, but the remaining 2 heads and 4 arms were all able to move. In his palm, a scroll began to light up. That was Spell Invalidation Boundary. This was the 6 ring spell scroll that Lin Qun had drawn before. There were 3 of them in total. It could create a spell invalidation area within a short range, and also affect the ability of the evolver. Therefore, this card took effect at the moment of activation. The influence from the evolver of the Shengui civilization suddenly subsided, and Lin Qun was able to move again. Not only that, his armored titan transformation was not hindered. The armored titan transformation was not, because Lin Qun wanted to transform into a giant and rush up to fight him, but in this state, his energy doubled, which could reach the standard of activating the Cartoon Kingdom. Although the giant transformation could not increase the energy limit, the energy value doubled, and 300 would be enough. This is also the reason why Lin Qun did not consume his energy when he used the curry stick just now, and would rather take drugs like crazy to maintain the activation of the Thunder God Sword. The purpose is to ensure that the Cartoon Kingdom can be activated at any time. The Cartoon Kingdom is one of his important trump cards. Once the Cartoon Kingdom is deployed, the effect ability on cartoon creatures will be directly invalidated on the terrain of the Cartoon Kingdom. This means that the special means and strange abilities of the evolutionists of the Shengui civilization will be almost useless to Lin Qun. Even, it can be banned from copying Lin Qun's abilities. On the other hand, the terrain of the Cartoon Kingdom can restrict non-cartoon creatures. This will create a combat environment that is most favorable to Lin Qun. At the same time, the moment when Lin Qun launched the first round of counterattacks, the second round of attacks from the evolutionists of the Shengui civilization had already arrived. This time, it did not use the abilities that Lin Qun had shown, but all of them were means that Lin Qun had never seen. The second round of attacks was a black wind. The moment it passed over Lin Qun's body, he used the golden light mantra to stretch it out, but it seemed to be useless. The deep black penetrated in along with the golden light mantra and passed through Lin Qun's body in an instant. The spell nullifying barrier can theoretically exist for a longer time, but it was blown away by the black wind in an instant. However, when it passed over Lin Qun's body, Lin Qun felt almost nothing, but the next second, he could clearly feel that his body began to age rapidly. Not only that, the alien space of the evolutionists of the Shengui civilization also opened up simultaneously. When they were talking just now, they were all very quiet, but now, as long as they made a move, they would immediately kill. The last battle in Re was more like a test, but this time, it was fatal. The alien space opened up. Lin Qun felt his lifespan rapidly declining in an instant. In one breath, at least 3 to 5 years of life had been taken away. But Lin Qun was already a cultivator, with the second level of sword control, which corresponded to the middle stage of key refining. His lifespan had already increased due to the increase of this ability, so he could hold on at this time. But the speed was still accelerating. This time, the opening of the alien space was obviously different from before. The dead city melted at a speed visible to the naked eye in Lin Qun's vision. Those buildings, structures, streets, and parks all melted like ice sculptures under high temperature, turning into countless black substances. They were like extensions of the body of the evolvers of the mysterious civilization, and then turned into puddles of black water, and then formed black pillars from the ground, and soared into the sky. Then, Lin Qun raised his arm. He saw that the darkness was also climbing along his arm, along the blade of the sword of the oath of victory in his hand. Everything about him was melting in the alien space, and his body was aging rapidly. Lin Qun was startled. He suddenly realized that when he just entered Chunsheng, he had already entered the different dimension spread out by the evolutionists of the Shengui civilization. However, this time it opened silently and secretly. Chunsheng itself was almost the same as the different dimension spread out by the evolutionists of the Shengui civilization, so he hardly noticed it. This is the method of the evolutionists of the Shengui civilization. Its different dimension is not dead and empty. Here it can digest everything for itself. It is digesting Lin Qun quickly. The spell nullification barrier has disappeared. Lin Qun's lifespan is rapidly passing under the influence of the strange black wind, and his body and even the sword of the pledge of victory are melting. The electric light surrounding him has turned into black flashes, and the armor of the armored giant has turned into flowing black water. On the ground, the molten world rises up black pillars, piercing the sky, and instantly forms a huge cage. Above and below is a quagmire-like darkness. The surroundings shrink rapidly, and the boundless breath rises in it, forming a huge square wall, which is going to lock Lin Qun in it. Lin Qun was surprised to find that his ability seemed to no longer be his ability. During digestion, his super electromagnetic cannon ability seemed to disappear, and instead, scarlet arcs began to flash in the mud, and in the arcs, there was a touch of real electric light. The dark shadow of the evolutionist of the mysterious civilization has disappeared, but its voice rang everywhere in the entire space. Human, do you really think you hurt me and No, that was only 1,000th of me. This world is all my body. You come to kill me. How can you kill me? Even you will become a part of me. This time, you can't leave here again. No matter what your secret is, and what abilities you have, it will become my nourishment. Lin Qun could feel it. At this moment, the power of the evolver of the divine weird civilization erupted in full force. On the surface, it seemed to be digesting him, but it was not that simple. The power of the evolver of the divine weird civilization had already penetrated into his body without Lin Qun noticing. In every cell, a dark shadow was jumping. It opened its bloody mouth and madly bit everything of Lin Qun, and then replaced him, controlled his body, and controlled his flesh and blood. This was not activation. Lin Qun could feel another voice in his body directing his actions, and as the devouring progressed, it wanted to replace him and become him. This was its ability. In its world, it is everywhere. Precisely because it is everywhere, it can easily get into the human body. Just like before in Daxing City, it controlled the sliders to appear. At that time, the sliders were already half-dead puppets. It had been acting very strangely. Later, Lin Qun thought it was being controlled, but now he suddenly realized that perhaps the sliders did not exist from the beginning, because it was actually very different from the life of the Shengui civilization. Now it seems that it may not be the life of the Shengui civilization at all, but the evolvers of the Shengui civilization controlled it, using its body to slaughter all the way, and made it a strong man. Therefore, the Battle of Daxing was able to consume this slider so willingly, and it only takes a little time to achieve all this. In Re-City and Daxing City, it has obtained this time. The evolvers of the Shengui civilization have played their cards at this moment, and Lin Qun has no possibility of hesitation. He also has no time to hesitate. The moment he felt all this, Lin Qun launched the Cartoon Kingdom without hesitation. He originally wanted to launch it, wanting to suppress the opponent to death, but the evolvers of the Shengui civilization were evolvers after all, and their speed of attack was much faster than his. Therefore, Lin Qun was forced to play the last card at this moment. But playing the last card was enough. First play the Cartoon Kingdom to see the effect. If it doesn't work, then play the Samsara desperate situation. Lin Qun's mind was racing. Cartoon Force activated. Cartoon Kingdom card activated. Cartoon Kingdom instantly unfolded. Chapter 355 Tearing the Darkness. In the alien space of the evolutionist of the mysterious civilization, it was a doomsday scene with a dark sky. But at this moment, a little light suddenly lit up in the center of the dim world. That was the Cartoon Kingdom. It was unfolding magnificently. A cartoon world that was obviously different from the weird and dark style of the surroundings. Like a scroll, slowly opened here. First, there was a huge scroll. Its range reached 4 kilometers, and on the scroll, a huge cartoon castle rose from the ground. The castle was a little simple, but the exaggerated cartoon style was very clear, and it was much bigger and richer than the one drawn on the card. The castle had walls, battlements, and arrow towers, all of which were towering. In its simplicity, it revealed a sense of majesty and solemnity, but under the image of the cartoon, it revealed a sense of humor in its majesty. The moment it appeared, it had its own aura. Like a bright lamp, it instantly lit up in this dark alien space. Lin Qun's body appeared directly at the battlement of the cartoon castle wall. He was slightly stunned, because from his perspective, it was not macroscopic, but this cartoon castle seemed to rise directly from his feet. When he reacted, he was already standing in this cartoon kingdom. Under his feet was the towering cartoon castle with a different feeling. At a glance, from this angle, he could see some details inside the castle through the window. Both the outer castle and the inner castle were very complete. There were defensive crenels, arrow towers, and even a raised drawbridge outside, and inside the castle, there was also everything, including a restaurant, bedroom, and living room, and the style was more inclined to the European style of the castle itself. Although it was cartoon, it was complete. It had everything a typical Western castle should have, but inside and outside the castle, it was empty, and there was no other living thing except Lin Qun. This was a site with a coverage radius of 2 kilometers. It was nothing to the huge spring city, but it was large enough for Lin Qun personally. The 300 energy points paid for expanding the Cartoon Kingdom had been deducted. To maintain the Cartoon Kingdom, an additional 75 points of energy or 1 point of energy limit is required every minute. For Lin Qun, 75 points of energy is completely affordable. He can even pay it by taking drugs. There is no need to choose to pay the energy limit to maintain it. In the first minute of paying 300 points of energy, no more energy is required. At the same time, the effects of the Cartoon Kingdom are all triggered instantly. Lin Qun lowered his head and saw that the sword of promised victory in his hand also turned into a cartoon form at this moment, which is similar to the previous giant. This item, which comes from the two-dimensional world, is also the original state in the anime after being cartoonized, without any sense of violation. Moreover, the ground is rising with stars, covering his body. Standing here, Lin Qun has a warm feeling, as if some kind of support is coming from the Cartoon Kingdom under his feet into his body. In the cartoon state, the recovery speed and anti-strike ability of his cartoon body are greatly enhanced. This should be the increase mentioned in the card effect of the field card. Moreover, Lin Qun noticed that as the Cartoon Kingdom unfolded, his aging and the dissolution of the surrounding Shengui civilization evolvers in the other dimension were suppressed. When he stood here, the abilities of the Shengui civilization evolvers before were invalidated on the basis of the Cartoon Kingdom. This is one of the effects of the Cartoon Kingdom. When the field card is in the unfolded state, the cartoon creatures on the field card will not become the target of the opponent's effects. Now that the Cartoon Kingdom has unfolded, Lin Qun's state is exactly the state of cartoon power. Standing in the Cartoon Kingdom field, he is a cartoon creature by default and enjoys all the effects of the Cartoon Kingdom. Lin Qun was in the Shengui civilization evolver's other dimension, isolating the Shengui civilization evolver's ability to exert on him. This is an extremely incredible situation. The Shengui civilization evolver seemed to be stunned for a moment and did not react. Why did its ability directly invalidate Lin Qun? But Lin Qun has begun to fight back. In fact, when the Cartoon Kingdom was unfolding, what Lin Qun wanted to try most was whether the death of the individual clones of his shadow could trigger the second effect of the Cartoon Kingdom and directly draw cartoon cards. If so, it means that he can rely on the cooperation of the Cartoon Kingdom and the multiple shadow clone technique to brush the effect of cartoon card drawing without injury. But there is obviously no time to test it now. Fighting against the evolvers, every second counts, and Lin Qun has no time to fully unfold the ability of the Cartoon Kingdom. The Cartoon Kingdom card can only be used as an effect card to offset the influence of the Shengui civilization evolver's space and its ability on himself because, as the unfolder of the Cartoon Kingdom, Lin Qun felt that the attack of the Shengui civilization evolver was instantly wiped out at the moment the Cartoon Kingdom was unfolded, and the offensive of the Shengui civilization evolver paused for a second. It seemed that even it was stunned, but it was only the second of sluggishness. The darkness of the world rolled up again, and the black cages on all sides continued to tighten, and the more terrifying scarlet lightning jumped infinitely. The huge pressure was sensed by Lin Qun through the Cartoon Kingdom. The whole world seemed to be squeezing the Cartoon Kingdom, trying to turn this unfolded field card back to its original form and tear it to pieces. This was something that other ordinary lives could hardly do, but this was an evolver. The evolver might really be able to beat the Cartoon Kingdom back. Therefore, Lin Qun had no time to do anything else. In the 4th second after the Cartoon Kingdom unfolded, Lin Qun drew his sword synchronously. It was still the true art of the Thunder God sword, but this time, based on the Cartoon Kingdom, he used the body of the armored titan to transform into 3 and appear at the same time. The effect was lifted, and the melted and extracted super electromagnetic cannon ability returned to Lin Qun's body. Lightning suddenly appeared out of thin air, and Lin Qun's body was instantly bathed in terrifying lightning like a thunder king. Under his cartoon-like body, his limbs and bones seemed to be flowing with lightning, which gave him a sense of deja vu of a big move in anime. The power of the super electromagnetic cannon ability plus the true art of the Thunder God Sword increased exponentially. Moreover, the evolutionary of the Shengui civilization copied Lin Qun's superpowers before, and integrated the electromagnetic ability of the super electromagnetic gun into its Scarlet Lightning. At this moment, the Scarlet Lightning, that was not considered thunder, and should not be drawn by Lin Qun's sword art, on the contrary, at this moment, rushed to the sword of promised victory in Lin Qun's hand. 3 Lin Quns, 3 swords in hand. The multiple shadow clone technique cannot copy weapons. At this moment, these 3 swords, one is the sword of promised victory, one is Lin Qun's first sword a long time ago, the Fire Emblem sword, and the other is a weapon he specially prepared before, and spent more than 500 contribution points, to exchange from the contribution point mall. He had been preparing for this moment. The armored giant transformed, and the dark energy reached 2.5 times the original. Plus other increases. It was 999 on the panel, but the actual value could directly break through 1200. This means that Lin Qun can instantly transform into 3 people and activate the Thunder God Sword True Art at the same time. As long as the dark energy is maximumed out before the clones, then his main body and each clone can have at least 400 points of dark energy at that moment. That is the threshold for launching the Thunder God Sword True Art. And the Thunder God Sword True Art undoubtedly has a natural restraining power against the godly civilization. This point has been tested by Lin Qun in the first round of cooperation with the curry stick. He observed very keenly that, unlike the last time when the headshot girl's skill exploded the body of the Dark Shadow seemed to be exploded by Lin Qun's headshot girl's skill, but in fact it was not injured in essence. It did not recover immediately to confuse Lin Qun, but this time it was different. Under the Thunder God Sword True Art, the Dark Shadow that was split at that time did not immediately launch any countermeasures, and the body did not recover. Instead, it gathered its dark matter color from the surroundings. In theory, Lin Qun had already made a move at that time, and it should counterattack within 1 second, and it could not be delayed. The reason for the delay can only be that Lin Qun's Thunder God Sword True Art did have a suppressive effect on it. In the world of ZHU Zion, the Sword of Thunder God's True Art is an ability that can be used at all levels. How powerful it can be depends on the strength of the cultivator who uses this sword art. From Lin Qun's own perspective, 400 points of dark energy is the limit of activation. But he has the ability of the super electromagnetic gun, and at this moment, there is also the unexpected help of the Scarlet Lightning of the evolutionist of the mysterious civilization. Therefore, 3 thunders, with extraordinary power, move forward brazenly. The power of these 3 Sword of Thunder God's True Art, with multiple increases, far exceeds the limit of the power that Lin Qun can exert at the 2nd level of the sword control technique, and is even comparable to the 4th and 5th levels of the sword control technique. Come on, I'm your Thunder Tribulation. Lin Qun launched an attack in a cartoon state of strength, and 3 rays of light suddenly lit up in the dark world. The lightning on Lin Qun's body and the Scarlet Lightning around him were all pulled up, reaching the sky. The dark clouds above his head suddenly exploded. It seemed that the alien space was pierced. Lightning fell brazenly. 3 pale cracks appeared in the background of the dark world. That was the space being torn apart. Lightning flashed downwards, and along the way, the omnipresent darkness like a quagmire melted like ice and snow. The dark cage that enveloped Lin Qun and the Cartoon Kingdom suddenly broke. The evolver of the divine and weird civilization had no entity in the conventional sense, and the headshot girl's skill was almost ineffective against it. But this also meant that Lin Qun's 3 swords did not need to be aimed at all, and he could just chop wherever he wanted. As long as there was black surging, it was the evolver of the divine and weird civilization. And now the entire space was dark. This meant that Lin Qun's 3 Yulei Shenjian Zenju would hit without a doubt. The darkness was dispelled. The skylight returned to the earth. The space of the evolver of the divine and weird civilization was being torn into pieces, and the darkness was shrinking comprehensively, and the howling of fear resounded in the flash of thunder. In front of Lin Qun, the boundless darkness was hit by the thunder of the Yulei Shenjian Zhenju, and suddenly exploded into more fragmented pieces, disintegrating everywhere, like a dog that had lost its home. The battle in Re City might not have done anything to this evolutionist of the mysterious civilization, but Lin Qun was sure that this sword would hurt his foundation. Lin Qun's eyes were cold, and he took a step forward. The body of the giant of cartoon Casey began to burn, and a piercing grayness began to emerge in his eyes. Samsara despair, one sword seriously injured. With another sword, he wanted to kill this evolutionist of the mysterious civilization in the Samsara despair. No matter how many colors this evolutionist of the mysterious civilization has, whether they are all here, as long as part of it is here, Lin Qun can use Samsara despair on it, and pull all of its bodies into his own world in 1 second. And Samsara despair can steal attributes. If he can steal the attributes of this evolutionist of the mysterious civilization, maybe he can create 4 of his own shadows, and continuously kill the Thunder God Sword True Art. Under suppression, there is a great possibility that he can kill it smoothly. Moreover, it also lost the stolen attributes of the evolutionary of the Shengui civilization, which means that Lin Qun becomes stronger, while it becomes weaker. The true art of the Thunder God Sword has proved to have a huge killing power against the Shengui civilization in the 2 rounds of attacks just now. Even if the true art of the Thunder God Sword cannot, Lin Qun can activate the Yuxin Broken Sword, pay a little price, and the Yuxin Sword Light will kill all gods. 7 seconds of reincarnation is enough. But what Lin Qun didn't know was that at this moment, in the darkness of the broken and cracked space in front of him, the evolutionary of the Shengui civilization was also waiting for this moment. It has guessed Lin Qun's method. Because Lin Qun used it to kill Hu over Baocheng, it has a guess about Lin Qun's method. It thinks that Lin Qun may have some ability similar to their evolutionary exile to the space. And it is also waiting for this moment. The strength displayed by Lin Qun really made it shudder. Not only could it not copy the sword tactics just now, but it could also split its alien space and cause great damage to its body. This surprised it even more. It didn't expect that this human could really reach this level. He was not even an evolver at all. Moreover, how long had it been since the Battle of Daxing? At that time, he didn't have such combat power. But now, he already has the combat power to compete with it. It's just the evolver of the Shengui civilization has a backhand. That is also its real killer move. That is the power it borrowed from its own god. It didn't want to show it in this round of attacks, so it didn't prepare before, for fear of being discovered by others. But in the last battle to defend the city, it noticed that Lin Qun's ability was not even noticeable to it, so it was ready to go with the flow. If Lin Qun showed that he had used that ability on Hu, it could activate it inside. No matter how powerful you are, the power of God, how can you fight against it? At this moment, the evolver of the Shengui civilization and Lin Qun were all murderous, waiting for the next moment to decide the winner. But at this moment, before Lin Qun's reincarnation desperate situation could unfold, he suddenly realized and turned around like lightning. He saw the dark dome of the mysterious civilization behind him was cracking like a spider web. It was as if an invisible and huge arm came in from the outside and split the entire alien space in an instant. The skylight outside instantly came in. A magnificent shadow appeared in the sky. Another unparalleled aura rose on the battlefield. Lin Qun immediately checked the rankings. There were not many people in the Chuncheng area rankings, only some humans, and at this moment, Lin Qun found that there was suddenly a name in front of the Chuncheng area rankings. That was Linian Civilization Evolver. Chapter 356 Everyone Retreat. Yegus, the evolver of Linian Civilization, appeared on the battlefield of Chuncheng, Huaxia region. It broke open the broken space of the evolver of Shengui Civilization, and appeared on the battlefield with a magnificent posture like a mountain. Its body was bathed in golden flashes. It expanded many times more than before, and it lowered its eyes, and the dark world under its feet was all in its sight. Finally, its sight fell on Lin Qun, who was standing above the cartoon kingdom. At that moment, Lin Qun felt that its breathing stagnated. Although Yegus had just arrived, it was not stupid. A moment was enough for it to see clearly what happened here. And it was what happened here that surprised it. The Battle of Chuncheng. It was this human who suppressed the evolver of Shengui civilization. A life that was far from reaching the level of an evolver could suppress an evolver of a civilization? How could it not be shocked? It was also an evolver, and it also came up step by step from below. No one knew better than it the chasm between evolvers and ordinary life. But this human. In the Battle of Daxing, he joined forces with others to kill an injured evolver of the Prophet civilization, but this time, the thought of shock flashed through its mind. Yegas's eyes suddenly turned cold. It made a judgment at this moment. This human threat is far greater than the evolver of the Shengui civilization. He must die. It came to the right place today. In the battle with the Wuxi civilization, Yegas was actually injured. After all, it was a battle between top civilizations. Even if the overall strength of the Wuxi civilization was not as good as this, it would be impossible for them to take down the Wuxi civilization in such a short time without paying any price. But Yegas did not want to miss this round of opportunities. Although it is injured now, there are evolvers of the Shengui civilization here. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. It believes that as an evolver, the other party will definitely make the same judgment as itself. This human is already so powerful, before he reaches the level of an evolver. How terrible will he be in the future? If he is not killed now, no one may be able to kill him in the future. Yegas was ready to attack, and he and the evolver of the Shengui civilization teamed up to kill Lin Qun. Lin Qun reached the second level of the sword control technique, and his perception ability increased exponentially. He immediately sensed the thoughts of this evolver of the Lin Qun civilization from the change in Yegas's breath, and his heart jumped. He did not expect that after the Lin Qun civilization won a great victory, it would not deal with the Black Sheep civilization and the Silicon civilization, which were obviously opponents, but instead ran here. This evolver of the Lin Qun civilization even appeared in person. Lin Qun's current means are sure to take down one evolver, but two. His mind was racing. The Samsara desperate realm, who was just about to attack, did not attack immediately, but calmed down. The hellfire on the armored titan was burning fiercely, and his eyes revealed a coldness. He was rethinking, if two evolvers attacked him at the same time, what should he do? Kill one first. One must be killed first no matter what. Otherwise, it would be no good to be caught in a pincer attack. So, should he kill the evolver of the Shengui civilization first or the evolver of the Lin Qun civilization first? Lin Qun noticed that Yegas, the evolver of Lin Qun civilization, seemed to be injured. His aura was not as strong as that of the evolvers in the complete state. Lin Qun had also seen evolvers from several top civilizations, so he could still distinguish them. Now, the evolver of Shengui civilization was injured, and the evolver of Lin Qun civilization was also injured. After entering the desperate situation of reincarnation, he might have a chance to kill them. But, he decided to start with the evolver of Shengui civilization. Lin Qun didn't know Yegas. He had never really encountered the life of Lin Qun civilization before. He only had a few words about it in the military's information. As for Shengui civilization, he knew it very well, and this time he came prepared. Kill the evolver of Shengui civilization first, and then kill the evolver of Lin Qun civilization. Now that we are here, let's fight. Let's see who will win today. Thinking of this, Lin Qun immediately took action. He was the one who could not wait the most. With two evolvers here, his cartoon kingdom has already unfolded. Every minute of existence requires 75 points of energy, which means that Lin Qun must take drugs continuously, and taking drugs takes time. At this moment, he urgently maximumed out his dark energy, and then, like lightning, he looked at the evolver of the Shengui civilization on the side. Prepare to make a move. Yegas was shocked when he saw this. This human is too rampant. Two evolvers are here, and it is obvious that they want to kill him together. He dares to make a move first. What kind of lunatic is this? And Yegas was also surprised at Lin Qun's current state, the two-dimensional form and cartoon world it has almost never seen in the civilization battlefield of the third-level civilization battlefield. This human is indeed quite capable. Yegas is about to make a move. It has made up its mind not to give this human a chance, and kill him here today. Kill this human, and then kill the evolver of the Shengui civilization. Kill two birds with one stone. Therefore, although Yegas was surprised when Lin Qun took the initiative to attack the evolver of the divine and stupid civilization, he still felt that it was a good situation. If Lin Qun and the evolver of the divine and stupid civilization fought to the death, then it would have a chance to pick up the leak. At that time, once Lin Qun died, the evolver of the divine and stupid civilization would also be broken, and it could solve these two threats at the lowest cost. However, at this time, something unexpected happened to Lin Qun and Yegus. That is, the evolver of the divine and stupid civilization suddenly ran away. The moment Lin Qun looked at it, the darkness of the evolver of the divine and stupid civilization suddenly shrank. Not only its darkness, but also the surrounding alien space also shrank in an instant. It may be just a moment. The darkness and the alien space quickly turned into a point, flashed in the air, and disappeared in an instant. Lin Qun's reincarnation desperate situation just started, and it lost its target. The evolver of the divine and stupid civilization seemed to disappear all of a sudden. This is the mechanism of the reincarnation desperate situation. The target is lost. The desperate situation of the reincarnation naturally could not be activated, but it did not enter the cooling state because of this, but it could still be activated, but it just did not succeed. But Lin Qun did not expect that the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization actually ran away. But he changed his mind and thought that the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization should indeed run away. The evolutionist of the Lin Qun civilization, Yegus, arrived at the scene. Even if it was willing to cooperate with the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization now, it was considered to be helping it. But Lin Qun had just made it clear that he wanted to fight it to the death. In this case, even if the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization and the evolutionist of the Lin Qun civilization killed Lin Qun, it would still be the most thankless person. When Lin Qun died, it would inevitably become the target of Yegus. The so-called cooperation instantly became a wedding dress for Yegus. In this case, how could it not run? Lin Qun also ran. This evolutionist of the Shengui civilization was also cunning. Lin Qun was stunned for a while before he reacted, but the other party had already reacted. As soon as Lin Qun showed the posture of fighting it to the death, it ran away immediately. The method just now was very similar to the strange displacement ability of the 5 Shengui civilization statues before. It seemed that at that time in Re City, it was also this Shengui civilization evolver who used a method to move the 5 statues away from Lin Qun's front, and make them appear in several other locations out of thin air. Now, it also used the same method to run away at once. It is difficult for Lin Qun to catch up with the evolver, who wants to run, especially the Shengui civilization evolver. After all, he is still a non-evolver. In the field, there were only Lin Qun and the Lin Qun civilization evolver. The alien space was lifted. The surroundings immediately became bright. Although the sky was still shrouded in endless haze, it was much brighter than the pure darkness of the Shengui civilization evolver's alien space just now. The land of Chuncheng appeared in front of Lin Qun again. Under his feet, the underground supermarket and dance studio with the roof cut off were still there, and the dance studio was even intact, and the mirror was not broken at all. This confirmed Lin Qun's previous judgment. From the beginning, when he entered Chuncheng, he was already in the alien space of the Shengui civilization evolver. His destruction was the destruction of the world and the other dimension of the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization, not the destruction caused to the real world. Chuncheng is still Chuncheng. After the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization left, it seemed even more dead. In the sky, the magnificent golden light posture displayed by the evolutionist of the Lin Qun civilization seemed even more magnificent, like a god standing under the dark clouds, with the added light and incomparable majesty. The evolutionist of the Lin Qun civilization also reacted at this time. Why did the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization run away? It snorted coldly, glanced at Lin Qun, and quickly retreated. It was very cautious, and it was also injured. If the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization was here, it was willing to join forces to strangle Lin Qun. But now that the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization has left, it naturally has no need to take action. It is here alone and fights with Lin Qun to death. If it is killed by this human, then it is the stupid one. It can't be stupid to be able to live to this level, so leave immediately. It left very quickly, and the body of Jin Guang also shrank rapidly. Then, it turned into a tiny light dot at the end of the sky, quickly rose into the air, broke through 10 times the speed of sound, and disappeared at the end of the skyline in the blink of an eye. Lin Qun stayed where he was and did not chase him. Don't chase a desperate enemy. This is still the territory of the evolutionists of the Shengui civilization. The evolutionists of the Shengui civilization are not dead, and the human coalition army is still advancing. In this case, if he chases the evolutionists of the Lin Qun civilization, the evolutionists of the Shengui civilization and other masters are likely to attack the coalition army again, which would be more trouble than gain. Now is not the time to compete with the Lin Qun civilization. It's just that this time, the evolutionists of the Lin Qun civilization will appear here instead of the non-European battlefield, which still surprised Lin Qun. As the evolutionists of the Shengui civilization left, the haze in the sky of Chuncheng bloomed everywhere, and rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, reopening the land. However, this city is still shrouded in the ecology of the Shengui civilization, weird and desolate, and no longer see the scene of the past. He immediately sent the message to the command center. I failed to kill the evolver of the Shengui civilization, but he was repelled and fled. Just now, Yegus from the Lin Qun civilization also came, but he also left, and did not make a move. The command center had long known about Yegus's arrival. Just now, they all broke into a cold sweat. At this time, hearing the news from Lin Qun, the entire command center cheered instantly, and even Xiao Zhanguo could no longer be serious. Good, Mr. Lin, you never let me down. Facing two evolvers, the result is that the two evolvers retreated. Not to mention me humans, looking at the entire blue star battlefield, which alien civilization, that is not an evolver, can do this? The staff and adjutants on one side were all trembling with excitement. They all knew that the victory or defeat of their troops was important, but the victory or defeat of the top combat power was more important. The adjutant's voice trembled as he said, "This time, we really won. Mr. Lin is not an evolver, but he is our evolver. He is our top combat power. Report the news to the Supreme Commander immediately." Xiao Zhanguo took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. Order the three armies. No need to advance cautiously. Immediately go all out to catch up. The evolver of the Shengui civilization has been defeated. Then please ask Mr. Lin to rush to the front battlefield and lead the advance. The news of the victory radiated outward from Chuncheng province and the command center. Victory? The news is accurate. Mr. Lin defeated the evolver of the Shengui civilization. The command center ordered to advance in an all-round way. The Shengui civilization has no power to fight us. Charge. Charge. The victory is set. We don't have to be timid. Recover China. Recover lost territory. On the land, countless human coalition army troops shouted forward. Outside Chuncheng, the troops that had been waiting for a long time advanced directly into Chuncheng, and the entire army was shouting Lin Qun's name. They already knew that Lin Qun had defeated the evolver of the Shengui civilization and won the key stage. The cartoon kingdom was put away by Lin Qun. He glanced at the troops entering Chuncheng from afar, listened to the cheers from the wind, smiled slightly, and soon took off from here and disappeared into the sky. The evolutionists of the Shengui civilization retreated, and the human army advanced in an all-round way. Lin Qun followed Xiao Zhanguo's order and went straight to the forefront of the battlefield. Of course, he was so active because he wanted to harvest contribution points, and wherever he went, the army was excited. The news had spread that Lin Qun defeated the evolutionists of the Shengui civilization. In the eyes of the military soldiers, he was already a godlike existence. After Lin Qun returned to the attacker battleship, Huang Qisheng sent a message and teased, "Lin Qun, defeat the evolutionists again, and your reputation in the joint army will be at its peak." But unfortunately, Lin Qun encountered very few contestants from the Shengui civilization while chasing them all the way, and he did not gain much after several attempts. The military brought a more surprising message. After Xiao Zhanguo's order was issued, the Northeast Army was eager for revenge and took the lead, rushing to the front, trying to catch up with the contestants of the Shengui civilization who might have escaped and strangled them, but the result was not satisfactory. Along the way, the opponents they encountered were still mainly monsters, and there were no contestants from the Shengui civilization. The contestants of the Shengui civilization seemed to have evaporated from the earth. The people from Siberia did not gain anything either. The shadow of the Shengui civilization spreading to their area seemed to be just some kind of sleight of hand. In the command center, Xiao Zhangguo looked at the news transmitted from the front, reacted, and said, "The Shenwei civilization is too cunning. Perhaps they have already made the worst plan. Regardless of success or failure, they don't want to give us the opportunity to gain contribution points. Keep searching, looking for traces of the large army of contestants from the Shenwei civilization." Xiao Zhangguo said this, but he knew that this was a wise move. In the war of civilizations, contribution points are an important resource. It is important to get as many contribution points as possible. It is also important to make your opponent get as few contribution points as possible from you in a battle. In this regard, the Shenwei civilization is worthy of being a top civilization, and has done a very good job. Chapter 357, Shock in All Directions. As Lin Qun's side decided the winner, the human army advanced rapidly, and the area occupied by the Shenwei civilization in the Huaxia region was eliminated. Humans were unstoppable, and there was no force that could stop them in the deep area of the Shenwei civilization occupation area in the entire northeast region. More news was also sent back, piecing together the possible situation. From the current situation, the Shenwei civilization is about to collapse. Many of their contestants should have fled back to their homeland before we entered the deep area. Now, their forces in the Huaxia region have been swept away. The dark clouds spreading in the Siberia region are actually a deception. Their remaining forces should all be concentrated in the Daming region. And we have not yet observed large-scale activities of Shenwei civilization contestants in the Daming region. In the command center, there were no Shenwei civilization contestants to kill in front, so Lin Qun didn't have to be on the front line anymore. At this time, he came here. Xiao Zhangguo was pointing to the map and analyzing the current situation for Lin Qun. The above words were said by Xiao Zhangguo with a serious expression. His finger went from the Liao province area to the northwest, across the land of China, and directly to the Daming area. Lin Qun also looked at the map, his eyes following the movement of Xiao Zhangguo's finger, and asked, "What does this mean?" "Mr. Lin, this shows that the power of the Shenwei civilization on our planet has been greatly reduced. It is very likely that before we officially attacked the deep area, when we thought that the Shenwei civilization might be deploying attacks against us in its control area, they actually began to retreat. This also shows that we have ushered in a great victory." Xiao Zhangguo took a deep breath and said, "Although this is a little unbelievable, it is a great victory. This time we crusade against the Shenwei civilization, and we succeeded so quickly that we didn't even expect it. Although we didn't kill the Shenwei civilization evolvers, nor did we kill too many Shenwei civilization contestants, we have defeated them thousands of miles away." Lin Qun's eyes also lit up. The Shenwei civilization evolvers failed to compete with him in Chunsheng, and the Shenwei civilization was naturally defeated thousands of miles away. This battle has been briefly decided. On the battlefield ahead, the human troops are also cheering for this victory. Fighting from the south all the way to the north, from the edge area to the deep area, they won a great victory all the way. The top civilization, the Shenwei civilization, was defeated thousands of miles away. This is an exciting result for all humans. Moreover, this news is spreading rapidly in all directions. The battle between the Shenwei civilization and humans has also attracted the attention of many civilizations. Such a result was unexpected by no one, and everyone was trembling. The news has been confirmed. The Shenwei civilization was defeated thousands of miles away by the indigenous civilization humans, and even the evolvers fled in panic. It is said that the army of the Shenwei civilization had already fled north in large numbers before humans took action, and its main force had already fled back to their homeland. Do humans really have such a powerful force? Are they still indigenous? The son of their civilization is extremely powerful. It is said that when he fought with the evolvers of the Shenwei civilization, the evolvers of the Lin Qun civilization were also present. In the end, this son of human civilization did not die, but the evolvers of the Shenwei civilization and the Lin Qun civilization escaped. The human defeat of the Shenwei civilization is causing tremors in all directions, and countless civilizations are all shocked. On the contrary, all the people in the world were excited when they heard the news. They were all waiting for this moment. Although the Shenwei civilization ran fast enough, their defeat was inevitable. The Chinese area once occupied by the Shengui civilization was gradually eroded and annexed by humans. For humans, harvesting contribution points is important, but more important is to recover their homeland. Returning to the homeland and recovering lost land is more meaningful to most humans than killing many alien civilizations. In the next 2 days, Xiao Zhangguo coordinated the battle and recovered the lost land in an all-round way, bringing the remaining inch of land in the Chinese region back to the control of humans. The result of the battle between Lin Qun civilization and Wuxi civilization is not surprising. When two powers fight, there must be one winner and one loser. Lin Qun civilization has always shown a very strong attitude, and it is not a problem to take down Wuxi civilization. But the victory or defeat of the battle in the Chinese region is surprising. The alien civilizations still on the battlefield of Blue Star are all shocked. It is not without precedent that indigenous civilizations defeat alien civilizations. After all, indigenous civilizations have the home advantage. But the defeat of the top civilization by the indigenous civilization was something no one had ever heard of. More small and medium-sized civilizations began to withdraw. They chose to withdraw from the Blue Star civilization battlefield on their own initiative, because they knew that now they had no chance to fish in troubled waters. 2 days after the victory and defeat of the American and Chinese regions, there were fewer and fewer small and medium-sized alien civilizations on the Blue Star battlefield. The remaining ones were no longer the main forces of these small and medium-sized civilizations, but some civilian armed forces or warlord armed forces. They were either small in number and wanted to pick up some contribution points casually, or they were stupid and blind and still had a glimmer of fantasy that they could pick up leaks at the end of the melee and become the final winner of the Blue Star War civilization battlefield in one fell swoop, and then glorify their entire civilization, thus achieving a leap to heaven in one step. But in any case, these small and medium-sized civilizations have gradually withdrawn from the stage. The melee is coming to an end. The information that we have defeated the Shengui civilization is spreading widely, and more people are contacting us. People in Southeast Asia and Europe are actively contacting us. 15 kilometers outside Fengshan City, Liao Province, in the temporary command center, Xiao Zhangguo called together the senior officers to discuss the next plan. Not only that, at present, you have successfully transferred from the Kyoto area and have now arrived in Jinling City and have established a temporary command center in Jinling City. Xiao Zhangguo looked excited. Many people who have known him for a long time have not seen such an excited expression on Xiao Zhangguo's face for a long time. It seems that, since the beginning of the Civilization War, when the Federation was torn apart, he has been worried. Until the great victory of the Shengui civilization. This is good news. If the system can be reorganized, and we can unite the power of the world, our strength will be further enhanced. Wang Xiansheng's eyes lit up, but he said, however, we must deal with the Shengui civilization as soon as possible. My people have already searched deep into the Daming area, and they will report back as soon as they find the location of the Shengui civilization. Lin Qun nodded and said, Captain Wang is right. The evolvers of the Shengui civilization are not dead, and judging from the rankings, they have not left the Blue Star battlefield. As long as they are alive, they are a huge threat. The Shengui civilization dared to withdraw its army. From the outside, it seemed that they were afraid of us, and were defeated by us all the way, so they wanted to reduce losses. But from another perspective, the Shengui civilization itself does not need a large army. Their unique ability allows them to easily turn other people's legions into their own weird legions. Even if they withdraw a large number of contestants from their civilization, as long as their top masters are still there, their combat effectiveness will not drop too much. Yes. Xiao Zhangguo said, let's do it in one go. The Shengui civilization has been fleeing all the way, but they are still determined. We must take advantage of it to kill it. It is not easy to find a top civilization hiding, but we must eliminate the trouble. Even if we have to turn the entire Daming area upside down, we must find the remnants of the Shengui civilization. This is also an order. Victory is victory. Although the Shengui civilization was defeated, it did not fail completely. From the current situation, it can be seen that the Shengui civilization did not transfer the space channel to other areas. In the 2 days since the end of the Battle of Chuncheng, the human coalition army has advanced northward with great momentum. Now it has arrived in Longjiang province. The vanguard is attacking Bingcheng. Looking along the way, not only in the Huaksha area, but also in Siberia and even in the Daming area, where the Shengui civilization is suspected to have fled and hidden, there are no space cracks of the Shengui civilization. This means that the Shengui civilization directly closed the space cracks. They closed the space cracks. The main forces have been withdrawn, but this does not mean that they have given up. Their masters and evolvers are still there, but they are hiding. They are very cunning and do not want to confront us head on. They probably want to wait for us to fight to the death with others, and others with others, before they come out to fight back. The staff officer on the side analyzed. Your Excellency's order, we must also be vigilant against other civilizations. This time, the evolvers of the Lin Qun civilization appeared on the battlefield of Chuncheng. This action was beyond our expectations, and should not be underestimated. Behind this is a reflection of the change in the attitude of the top civilizations towards us humans. And this time, we defeated the top civilization, the Shengui civilization, all the way, and caused shock and vibration to the alien civilizations around the world. Now, in the eyes of these alien civilizations, we should have become a huge threat. We must be cautious, pay attention to the actions of other alien civilizations, and at the same time, expand the results of the battle. Xiao Zhanguo looked around the whole place. All the officers on the scene held their heads high and their faces were flushed. This situation has not happened for a long time. In the past period of time, everyone looked like a defeated rooster. And now, the successive victories have made each of them see hope and regain their confidence. Especially in this battle against the top civilization of Shengui civilization, they have been moving forward all the way and defeating Shengui civilization all the way. This streak of victory is a huge moral boost for the entire army. The army was excited from top to bottom. Next, Xiao Zhanguo said a lot more. They were all about the overall situation and future deployment. A large part of them came from Jinling City. Xiao Zhanguo and others came from the army and were suitable for combat. Now that the battle against Shengui civilization has come to an end, the next step is to consolidate the results of the battle, gather survivors and a series of other things. It is the best arrangement for the commander and his leadership team to push forward. Xiao Zhanguo and others also obeyed completely. Before, they might have been concerned about who should be given the command and who should dispatch so many people and troops from so many regions. But now, the answer to all this is there. They are all convinced by this commander, and they think it should be so. Of course, as far as Lin Qun knows, there are also some who are dissatisfied. In fact, their joint army here seems to be working together, but in various regions, there are also some uncontrolled wild horses who want to establish themselves as kings. Now, they are being completely purged. The commander used thundering methods during special times. Lin Qun understands this approach very well. With a powerful enemy at hand, the top priority is to gather enough powerful forces, as soon as possible, to gather the power of civilization. Any forces that sing the opposite tune, any forces that may shake the foundation of civilization, must be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, the delay is not a matter of time and place, but a matter of the entire civilization and the entire human race. Although Lin Qun only met him hastily at base number 1, he still had a deep impression of him. He could see that this person here was also a great figure, just like the one in his world. This high-level meeting was mainly to discuss these issues. Lin Qun was the only one who participated. Except for a few positions involving alien civilizations, he did not speak much until the meeting was over. Xiao Zhanguo left him alone. Li Zeng also went to Jinling. This is what Xiao Zhanguo said first. Lin Qun was slightly stunned, then reacted and said, "This is." Li Zeng originally had a low military rank, but he has made great contributions from the magic city to Luncheon, step by step to where he is today. Your Excellency is going to take this opportunity of victory to reward people according to their merits. Li Zeng is of course the first person to be rewarded. This is not a formality. First, a group of people should be promoted. After the opening of the civilized battlefield, many senior officials died in battle, but more capable people rose. Their military ranks were not high, but they managed a lot of troops. Now they should be rehabilitated and given full positions, regardless of their qualifications, only their abilities. Now everyone has military merits, and it depends on who has the greater military merits. Second, it is to give everyone hope that the Federation will not mistreat everyone who fights for humanity. Of course, maybe it's not right to say the Federation now. We should say humanity. And thirdly, Xiao Zhanguo glanced at Lin Qun and said, I guess you want to talk about you. Lin Qun was slightly stunned and then reacted. Of course, his affairs must be discussed. He is an independent existence outside the old system of the Federation. After winning 2 consecutive evolutions, he is a unique banner for the survivors and the warriors, but for humans and the Federation, he is a little subtle, and Lin Qun is far away on the northeastern front, so it is impossible for him to participate in these things at this time. The commander's best choice is to talk to Li Zeng, who has cooperated with Lin Qun for the longest time, is most harmonious, and knows Lin Qun best. Lin Qun smiled and said, maybe it doesn't have to be so troublesome, but I think, if your guess is right, Li Zeng will give all of us a satisfactory answer. Li Zeng is reliable, and your excellency is also a capable and thoughtful person. Lin Qun has nothing to worry about, and with the combat power he has shown now, all mankind has to win him over. At this time, he looked at Xiao Zhanguo and said, Chief Xiao, you left me here for the last time. It should not be just to say these, right? Indeed. Xiao Zhanguo's expression became serious, and he said, one thing I didn't say at the meeting just now is, we have received accurate information. In the non-European battlefield, the Black Sheep civilization and the silicon-based civilization have completely ceased fighting. The thing we are most worried about is likely to happen. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358 Undercurrent. Africa. The heartland of the Black Sheep civilization. The Black Sheep civilization and the silicon-based civilization have ceased fighting. The news from the battlefields in the Americas and Asia has long been transmitted to the depths of the Black Sheep civilization occupied area. The Black Sheep civilization and the silicon-based civilization also started fighting 2 days ago, and the battles gradually de-escalated, until about 2 hours ago, when they chose to cease fire and retreat. The evolvers of the Black Sheep civilization have not made any moves, and are in the heartland of the Black Sheep civilization in the African region. Because of the stalemate on the front line, it is not time for it to make a move. Moreover, the silicon-based civilization has weapons that can kill the evolvers, and the evolvers of the Black Sheep civilization are afraid. Therefore, the Black Sheep civilization did not adopt the same top-level combat power-based advancement method as humans and Lin Qun civilization, but used a conventional force-driven approach, waiting for the consumption or destruction of the evolver-level weapons of the silicon-based civilization by ground forces before taking action. Being able to rank among the top civilizations, but not evolving itself, the silicon-based civilization has its own means to fight against the top-level combat power evolvers of the top civilizations. But the combat effectiveness of the armies of both sides was not much different, and both sides suffered a lot of losses in Daxing City. Although they had started a direct battle, they were extremely cautious and their speed of advancing was very slow. They had been in a stalemate, and the ceasefire was also very fast at this time. There were 2 reasons for the ceasefire. Not only because of the threat from the Lin Qun civilization in America and the human beings in the Huaxia region, but also because, at this moment, the evolver of the Black Sheep civilization was standing deep in a pool of burning magma. This was its palace. Located in the center of the entire Black Sheep civilization occupied area, a mountain building rose from the ground. They built a flowing magma pool in the core here, and it lived here. In front of it, an erratic black shadow was flickering, and its voice sounded in front of the evolver of the Black Sheep civilization, still using the language of the Black Sheep civilization, but it was different from the life of the Black Sheep civilization. The same words came out of its mouth, and seemed very sharp. The evolver of the Lin Qun civilization has expressed his willingness to form an alliance with me to solve the human natives first. The evolver of the Black Sheep civilization. As long as you nod, I think the silicon-based civilization will not refuse. Human natives, why should I form an alliance with you to deal with these natives? The evolver of the black sheep civilization leaned forward, and part of its body appeared from the magma. Its pitch black horns were as smooth as black jade, and the surrounding space seemed to be slightly distorted in the high temperature. It looked at the pitch black shadow below. As far as I know, you were just defeated by the human natives, and retreated thousands of miles. Even if they are a threat, they can't threaten us now. When you are almost dead with them, we will take action. Why should we cooperate with you? Its voice was muffled, like the mountains talking. The pitch black shadow flickered and said, that's the truth. But what if we don't fight humans to the death? Everyone knows the truth of letting others gnaw on the hard bones, so that you can pick up the leaks. But what if others don't give you this opportunity? In the end, you will be the one facing the trouble. Moreover, the indigenous human beings are a threat that all our civilizations cannot avoid. According to the rules, even if we have a winner, if you are defeated by the indigenous civilization, you will not be able to become the winner of the civilization. And with the attitude shown by humans now, do you think they may choose to become your vassal? Look around you, how many humans has the black sheep civilization slaughtered on this land? I think you should know much more than I do. Eradication of humans first, for you and me, is equivalent to one less threat, and our civilizations can compete fairly. This is not only my opinion, but also the opinion of the Lin Qun civilization evolver. You may think that I'm untrustworthy, but the evolver of Lin Qun civilization has the same judgment. It believes that the human in the Huaxia region is growing too fast. During the Battle of Daxing, he could only cooperate with other humans and barely kill an injured evolver. Now he is fighting with our Shengui civilization, but he has the power to fight against my power on his own. It's okay if he is strong. Humans all over the world are being called and gathered for this. If we don't extinguish the flames of the human natives before they become powerful, we may even be defeated by them in the future. It's not just that we will become a joke on the battlefield of civilization, but we will actually suffer losses and miss the chance to win on the battlefield of civilization that is so close. Don't you want to go to the kingdom of God? The words of the pitch black shadow seemed to have finally worked. The evolver of the black sheep civilization was silent for a moment, and his tone softened a little. It said, who knows if you deliberately lost to him, or if he is really strong? But I can participate in your actions. However, if the silicon-based civilization refuses, we will also refuse, and whoever is the initiator will take the lead. You and Lin Qun civilization will be the first to strike. Of course. The pitch black shadow flickered and said, why should I deliberately lose to him? We lost face, lost our occupied area, and lost a lot of our people. But, believe me, the silicon-based civilization will make the same correct choice. If we join forces and jointly attack humans, is there any possibility for humans to survive? That human, no matter how powerful he is just a life less than an evolver. We are 3 evolvers, 4 top civilizations. He will definitely die. The evolver of the black sheep civilization said, are you so sure? Of course. What I just said is only part of my plan. There is another part. The dark shadow sneered in the shadow. We can try to offer a price to those human natives. As long as this human night shadow dies, we can let everyone else on this planet go. I think this will be more conducive to us killing him. Even if most humans don't believe us, there will always be cowards and fools in a civilization. As long as there are people who believe in and fear the power of our many civilizations united, then their internal will also begin to disintegrate. How can we not win? The waterfall of magma began to surge. A shadow as tall as a mountain emerged from it. As it stepped out, magma scattered out and flowed on the rocks on the ground. In front of it, the dark shadow instinctively took a half step back. This sounds like a good plan. Eradicating humans, especially killing the son of human civilization, will also benefit us. We can cooperate with you. But, I want to warn you, the voice of the evolver of the black sheep civilization was as heavy as a mountain, saying, evolvers of the Shenwei civilization, please, don't play any tricks. It's natural. In fact, at the same time, in the depths of the European region, in front of the Knights Council of the Silicon Civilization, the Dark Shadow also appeared in front of them and lobbied them synchronously with another Dark Shadow in the African region. And it's not just these two places. In the corners of the world, in front of some warlords and forces of other small and medium-sized alien civilizations who refused to leave, the shadow of the evolver of the Shenwei civilization also emerged, and it also lobbied these people. Iron Knights of the Silicon-based civilization, I come here with sincerity. The threat from humans cannot be underestimated. I think you, who have experienced the Battle of Daxing, should be very clear about this. The Black Sheep civilization and the Lin Qun civilization have reached an alliance with us. Now, it is time for you to make a choice. Taku people, I know your ambitions. I also know that you are just an inconspicuous warlord force among the Taku people. But I can give you this opportunity, the opportunity to pledge allegiance to our great god. As long as you are willing to fight against humans with us, and when our Shengui civilization wins the war of civilizations, I can make the decision, and make you the new followers of our god. And you will also follow us, and our god to get the opportunity, to go to the kingdom of God. Think about it, by then, you will be the new king of your civilization. Fluorescent tribe, I hear you, and I see you. There is no need to hide. I'm not here to slaughter you. I think you can fight for me. This is an opportunity for you. Our Shengui civilization is willing to give you a chance. I'm an evolver of the Shengui civilization. Isn't my speech enough to convince you? Luo tribe, it's me. I found you. I know what you are thinking. I can give you a better chance. Join us. I need a legion to fight against the bottom power of human civilization, and your ace is the best choice. Believe me, we will give you a chance. Some individuals of alien civilizations still had doubts, but before they could say their doubts, a shadow quietly emerged in the deepest part of their eyes, and the doubts and rejections that were about to be said immediately turned into absolute support. This state quickly spread like a plague. Suspicion and doubt strangely turned into fanatical following. Those who are still on Blue Star are basically the ragtag armies of various alien civilizations. They are either powerful individual armed forces, or people who are not welcome in their own civilization, or ambitious people. They will choose to stay. The biggest common characteristic is that they have a gambler's mentality, but they just don't have the strength. As long as the evolutionists of the mysterious civilization incite a little, and then secretly seduce and pollute their minds, they will all be fascinated. A Shengui civilization army without the lives of Shengui civilization contestants was strangely formed. Several top civilizations are also preparing. Yegas heard about the army of Shengui civilization and said, the power of Shengui civilization is not only in the front, but also in places we can't see. It is likely to invade our minds in every possible way, so let everyone be alert to them. On the surface, the global situation in the Blue Star civilization battlefield is gradually stabilizing, and the main civilizations are gradually decreasing, but under the surface, undercurrents are surging. A terrifying alliance is quietly taking shape, and behind this, it is not just the Shengui civilization that is fueling the flames. There is also the Lin Qun civilization. After the Battle of Chuncheng, Yegas, the Lin Qun civilization evolver, also came up with the idea that humans must be eradicated first. After returning to America, he began to gather troops and rest for battle. At the same time, the power of humans is also gathering around the world. The battle between the Huaxia Human United Army and the Shengui civilization made various alien civilizations fearful, but at the same time, it also gave hope to humans around the world. A large number of human survivors and warriors began to gather. In the Asian region, humans from surrounding areas began to gather towards the Huaxia region, especially the refugees from the African and Northern European regions. There were quite a few of them, and they had already fled from these two regions a long time ago. Those who ran slowly or died, but they had nowhere to go, so they could only disperse and wander around the nearby areas like lonely ghosts. Now, they finally had a direction. That was to go to Huaxia. The news is true. Huaxia has defeated the top civilizations in a row, and now the entire Huaxia region is completely under the control of humans. Go to Huaxia. Go to Huaxia. Huaxia is now the safest place in the world. At the same time, in the North American region of the American region, Human power is also gathering. The location here is quite special. It is too far to reach Huaxia from the Americas, and it is too difficult now. The humans here have gathered together and formed a force that cannot be underestimated in the North American region. And the ones sitting here are the federal forces of the original South American and North American regions, and they also have masters. That is, I'm a human who has been ranked first in the global human rankings for a long time. He also claimed to be the son of civilization. With his impressive strength and his success in battles, he has gathered a lot of people around him. In the Americas, his position is similar to Lin Qun's. He is also a flag bearer and a top-level warrior, valued by the survivors and the military. Therefore, on the Blue Star, the two core areas of humanity are gradually taking shape. At the same time, Huaxia region. Lin Qun is standing in the northernmost part of Huaxia region, in the Ice City. In front of him are continuous city ruins. A large number of human troops are advancing in the city, sweeping away the last remaining weirdness between the buildings and ruins. The once prosperous northern Ice City is now devastated and no longer suitable for human survival. 5 days have passed since the Battle of Spring City, and the area once occupied by the mysterious civilization has been reoccupied by humans. I heard that the war situation in other directions is also optimistic. There were footsteps behind. Chu Yaowei climbed up from the ruins, stood beside Lin Qun, and looked at the city. A year before the outbreak of the civilization battlefield, I came here. At that time, this place was once a popular tourist city. I didn't expect it to be. Lin Qun said, although the ecology of the Shengui civilization has been cleared, the impact is still there. Experts say that for at least 3 years, the deep area is not suitable for human survival. The environment created by the Shengui civilization for their survival is a deadly poison swamp for humans. Chu Yaotang looked at him. Is there still no news ahead? No. The Shengui civilization seems to have disappeared. Lin Qun said, General Zhao has sent more than 100 search teams to enter the damming area to search for traces of the Shengui civilization, but they seem to have evaporated from the face of the earth. Do you think they really evaporated from the face of the earth? Chu Yaowei also frowned and asked back. Lin Qun shook his head and said, that's impossible. Judging from the rankings, it's impossible. But the headquarters proposed another possibility. Maybe the only people left are those on the rankings. With so few people, what do they want to do? Lin Qun continued to shake his head. He said, I don't know, but the Shengui civilization will not give up so easily. And now I think that in the Battle of Chuncheng, the evolvers of the Shengui civilization must have a trump card that they haven't used. My methods may have really suppressed it, but it can't be defeated so easily. Chu Yaowei was stunned for a moment and whispered, you mean, it may have a backup plan? Yes, it wanted to kill me before, because it thought I was a believer of another god, and conflicted with them. Killing me is like a fanatical fanatic waging a holy war for his own god. It is a sacred and inevitable mission. But, during the Battle of Chuncheng, I became clear that it already knew that I was not a believer of another god. Lin Qun said, so, their goals should have changed from the beginning. Don't you think they retreated too quickly? Even if we did have the strength to repel the Shengui civilization head on, they retreated too quickly. The most crucial sign is that we were unstoppable all the way, but we didn't kill many Shengui civilization contestants. If we really lost, even if we reacted quickly, it shouldn't be so fast. Especially the Shengui civilization contestants in the deep zone. Other alien civilizations don't know, but we are witnesses. They ran away without fighting us. At that time, we even thought they were retreating to the north. In fact, they had already withdrawn a large number of low-level combat forces through the space channel. Maybe for us humans, killing the Shengui civilization is the most important thing. But for them, there is no need for a holy war. Then, winning the battle of civilization is the key. You mean, they may have been ready to hand over the occupied area of the Shengui civilization, regardless of whether they can defeat us? And the powerful combat power we showed is exactly what they want, so they don't have to act. This is General Zhao's judgment. Lin Qun's eyes fell on the shadows between the ruins of the city in the distance. In his eyes, those shadows seemed to be surging like living things. But even if they have some conspiracy, there are not many people here. How can they win? This is exactly what I'm wondering. Lin Qun turned his head and looked at Chu Yaowei, saying, in the battle with the Shenwei civilization, we got what we wanted, but the Shenwei civilization became blurred. This may be exactly what they want. They did not withdraw completely, which proves that they have not given up the war of civilizations. As for what plans they have next, and how they will act, we can only wait and see what they will do. Chapter 359 The Son of Civilization wants to see you. The sky gradually darkened, and the sunset was brilliant. Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei walked down the height of the ruins mountain together. The serious discussion had ended up there. At this time, Chu Yaowei invited, the war is over, and now it seems that it is not the time for us to contribute. Do you want to have a drink tonight? Chu Yaowei tilted her head and looked at Lin Qun, her eyes sparkling in the light of the sunset. What she said was true. The battle in the Huaxia region was basically over, and now there were only a few small and medium-sized civilizations left. Even if there were, they hid themselves very secretly. If Lin Qun wanted to find an alien civilization to brush contribution points, he might have to cross the ocean to find a top civilization. Going to a top civilization to brush contribution points would be equivalent to directly starting a war. It was obviously unwise to do so at this stage. Although the humans in the Huaxia region have won, after such a long war of civilizations, the human air force and navy have been greatly weakened, and the satellites have lost contact with the opening of the civilization battlefield. In this case, the Black Sheep civilization in the African region, the Silicon-based civilization in the European region, and the Lin Qun civilization across the Antarctic and the American regions are too far away for the current humans. If they want to take the initiative to attack these top civilizations, they have to plan for the long term. Lin Qun was stunned when he heard this, and then he realized that what Chu Yaowei said was really true. He now seemed to be drawing his sword and looking around in confusion. Where are the alien civilizations around to kill? At this moment, the Huaxia region is also entering a rapid recovery period. Reconstruction, sheltering survivors, and gathering troops are the most important tasks at present. These are to prepare for war, but there is no war now. Therefore, Lin Qun looked at Chu Yaowei in a daze. It seems that these days, except for the fixed ranking reward contribution points for the first place in the global total ranking, he has not received any additional contribution points. In fact, it was not only him, but also other human and alien civilizations. The battlefield of civilization entered a new stage, and the frequency of battles decreased. Next, it was a real life and death struggle. Once the war started, it was whoever beat the other in one breath would harvest all the contribution points of the other party. Otherwise, it would be difficult to burst out contribution points in the stalemate stage. At this time, Lin Qun vaguely understood why the masters and strong men of those alien civilizations had experienced at least 2 or more battlefields of civilization. Only in the initial stage of the melee of the battlefield of civilization can there be a chance to harvest contribution points by storm, and the opportunities are relatively equal. The strong and weak of each civilization have the opportunity. In the melee, there can be constant friction. You kill me, and I kill you, but it may not be a serious injury to each other's civilization. When it comes to the middle and late stages, the situation of the battlefield of civilization becomes more and more stable and clear, and only the civilizations that are capable of competing for the winner of the battlefield of civilization are left. Only the strong can obtain large amounts of contribution points in stages. Every harvest of large amounts of contribution points will mean the victory of a civilization level contest. The winner takes all, and the loser loses everything, which becomes someone else's experience and contribution points. After all, this is a war of civilizations, and everyone is not stupid. In the early stage, they all fight together, and whoever can grab the contribution points gets it. Later, it is obvious that there will be a war between top civilizations. If you want to be cannon fodder, those who can run away will run away, and those who want to fish in troubled waters will hide well. Chu Yaowei had no idea what mechanism of the battlefield of civilizations Lin Qun was thinking about at this time. She looked at Lin Qun looking at her steadily, touched her face in a daze, and said, "What? Is there something on my face?" Lin Qun blinked, then came back to his senses, smiled awkwardly, "No. Okay, let's have a drink." Call Huang Kisheng and the others. Huang Kisheng, this guy, has been nagging me for several days, wanting to drink with me, and it just so happens that we haven't gathered for a long time. This time we defeated the Shengui civilization, and we should celebrate it. Ha. Chu Yaoi opened her mouth when she heard it, revealing an expression that he wanted to say something but stopped. At this time, a soldier ran over to find Lin Qun and said, "Mr. Lin, Commander Jin has a message. Please return to the attacker's warship to check." Lin Qun was a little surprised. In recent days, his news came from Xiao Zhangguo, and Commander Jinling rarely gave him any news directly. He nodded to Chu Yaoi and left quickly. Chu Yaoi stood there, silent for a moment, shook her head and laughed. The message Commander Jinling gave Lin Qun was very simple. There was only one message, asking him to go to Jinling within 2 days, saying that the Federal Military Department of the Americas region had received a message saying that the Son of Civilization wanted to see him. Seeing this message, Lin Qun was stunned for a moment. He almost had a suspicion, I'm the Son of Civilization, who wants to see me? But the next second he realized that he was not the real Son of Civilization. The person mentioned here should be the I'm Human in the Americas region. Lin Qun has heard of this I'm Human for a long time. When he was still in the Magic City, Lin Qun was shocked by this person's combat power. He only had a few hundred contribution points at that time, but his contribution points had exceeded 10,000. In recent days, this name is definitely a legend. He shined in the battle against alien civilizations in the Americas. He is a legend of the human race in the Americas. Now he is in charge of North America, and is the top human powerhouse in North America. Moreover, many rumors say that he is the son of civilization of mankind. This news is said to have come from him. As a fake son of civilization who has been rumored for a long time, Lin Qun is also very curious whether this I'm Human is the son of civilization, and what is special about the son of civilization. If there is anyone who can be the son of civilization, it can only be this I'm Human. However, at this time, Han Leshan said, "Mr. Lin, the attitude of the Americas doesn't look very good." Commander Jinling forwarded the news intact, which is too arrogant. He wants to see you, and he can see you. What son of civilization? In my opinion, you are the son of civilization. Commander Jinling's news was directly transmitted to the attacker's warship. As the warship became more staffed, the two old men, Han Leshan and Zhu Ji, naturally became the captain and vice captain of the entire attacker warship. They could also see this news. Han Leshan was straightforward and admired Lin Qun very much. Seeing that there was some arrogance in this news, he immediately stood up for Lin Qun. "I never said that I was the son of civilization." Lin Qun didn't think much of it and said, "Did Commander Jinling say what happened?" Zhu Ji said on the side, "Commander Jinling didn't say it in the news, but Gu Pan said that the North American region wanted you to go over, but the commander refused it outright, and it seems that they are still discussing it now." Lin Qun blinked his eyes. "You and Gu Pan have a good relationship? That's your relationship?" Zhu Ji smiled. Lin Qun certainly knew that this was his relationship. When he went to the occupied area of the Shengui civilization, part of the news in his hands was obtained from Xiao Zhangguo, which was macro information, and the other part of the gossip was all from Gu Pan and Lucheng. Lin Qun was too busy to deal with it, so he handed it over to Zhu Ji and Han Leshan. Although Lin Qun had never asked about this, he actually knew that the situation in the Huaxia region was now stable, with more people, but new factions had also emerged. One part was the old 3 survivor base faction headed by Li Zeng and Chen Weiyang. The other part was the joint military faction headed by Xiao Zhangguo and Wang Xiansheng, and the other part was the refugee faction from the African region and the Nordic region. Both sides had a large number of people, and there were more or less disputes in secret. This was inevitable in human society, but in the overall situation, they all accepted the command and dispatch of the Federation and Jinling command. This was guaranteed, and the things in secret were harmless. It was just that Lucheng, as Lin Qun's mother's home, had always passed on all kinds of gossip that Lin Qun could use or not. Most of these things had nothing to do with Lin Qun, and he was too lazy to read them, and basically handed them over to Zhu Ji and Han Leshan. Lin Qun also became a hands-off shopkeeper. This felt pretty good. In fact, from another perspective, the following things have nothing to do with Lin Qun. His fighting power is here, and wherever he goes, no matter who he is, no matter which faction he belongs to, he must be respectful to him, and dare not say no to his requests. Lin Qun has nothing to pay attention to, but the news from Gupan this time made Lin Qun really aware of a little subtlety. The attitude of the American region is a little subtle. The attitude of the commander is also a little subtle. Lin Qun realized that maybe this time, it would not be as simple as their previous meeting with Jinling, Daxing, and the United Army, nor would it be as pure as his friendship with Huang Qizheng and his cooperation with Bai Yiming. However, Lin Qun didn't think much about it, and didn't feel much about the attitude of the American region. As a person who has been through life and death, these are already drizzles in his eyes. It was the commander's attitude that made Lin Qun feel warm in his heart. But what Lin Qun was more curious about was, at this time, why did this I'm a human want to see him? He guessed that maybe the son of civilization itself was not as simple as he thought. Not only that, the commander wanted him to go to Jinling for command, and there might be something else. Lin Qun pondered for a moment and said, reply to the Jinling commander for me, I will leave tomorrow morning. The things here are over. There is no alien civilization life to kill, and leaving now will not have any impact. Moreover, he should indeed go to see the old commander. Even if the attitude of the military is subtle, it should not be a big problem. What he wants to see more is who this real son of civilization is, and whether his judgment and guess are correct. Han Leshan and Zhu Ji nodded. Han Leshan looked at Lin Qun, who was about to leave, and called him a little awkwardly, saying, Mr. Lin, whether you are the son of civilization or not, in my heart, you are our son of civilization. Han Leshan is introverted, and it is difficult for him to say these words. After he finished speaking, his face turned red and hot. Zhu Ji on the side showed a funny expression, but also looked at Lin Qun. Although she didn't speak, her eyes clearly had the same meaning as Han Leshan. This is also the common idea of many soldiers. From Modu to Daxing, from Daxing to here, everyone who had followed Lin Qun to participate in the battle had exactly the same idea. They didn't know what the sons of civilization were capable of, nor did they care. They only cared about what they saw. Whoever they saw was high-spirited on the battlefield. Whoever they saw shed blood to bring them victory was the son of civilization in their eyes. Because other people had nothing to do with them, why should they respect them, or even recognize them as sons of civilization? Thank you. Lin Qun smiled. It's just a title. In my opinion, everyone who fights to the death with alien civilization should be a son of civilization. Wherever we go, we only have one common goal. That's enough. Lin Qun smiled and waved his hand, then turned and left. Zhu Ji and Han Leshan looked at each other. They all knew what the goal Lin Qun was talking about. Kill all the aliens. Make them pay with blood. This is the only goal they have fought for so far. As soon as Lin Qun left the attacker's warship, he received a message from Xia King saying that he had already made an appointment and the dinner would start at 7 in the evening. Lin Qun was a little puzzled. Why didn't Chu Yaowei come to inform him? There was still some time at this time, so he found an empty place and released the little loach. During this period of time, Lin Qun himself had been practicing diligently and had not stopped feeding the little loach. At this time, the little loach was much larger than before, and it was already as long as Lin Qun's forearm, but its shape was still a little round. At first glance, it didn't look like a kun when it was released, but more like an angry pufferfish. During this period, the appetite of the little loach grew with its size. Lin Qun asked Xiao Zhangguo for a lot of food and fed it with noodles. It grew like this, and Lin Qun seriously suspected that it was caused by food additives in human food. However, the little loach is round and cute, and as its size grows, its ability has begun to show results. At this size, it can already open its mouth to swallow food about the size of a bicycle, and the speed is very fast. When it opens its mouth, it is like a black hole. It can sweep away all the food that Lin Qun puts in front of it in a few seconds. The speed and ability of eating are comparable to Kirby's. This makes Lin Qun look forward to the scene of this guy swallowing the enemy fleet in one bite. Lin Qun is very pleased with the crazy feeding and its little growth. Lin Qun knows that the day when this little guy goes to the battlefield is getting closer and closer. This feels like a strange pleasure of cultivation. Lin Qun didn't ask this little guy to devour the stars, but it was very exciting to be able to ride Kun across the starry sky and eat the enemy fleet. But this little guy was still picky about food, which made Lin Qun quite helpless. After feeding, Lin Qun took it back to the horn, looked at the sky, and hurried to eat. The location was a relatively intact restaurant in the corner of Bingcheng. When Lin Qun came, everyone else had arrived. Huang Qisheng was preparing the pot, and said with a smile, "Lin Qun, I said that Lao Zio is a good person. He heard that we were going to have a dinner party, so he got us a lot of food and good wine." Ha ha ha, Lin Qun. A group of people gathered together, and Lin Qun felt as if he had returned to the Green Province at that time. The battle of the mysterious civilization was smoother than they had imagined, and the casualties on the human side were not large. What surprised Lin Qun was that before he said it himself, Li Ji and others already knew that Lin Qun was going to Jinling to command. And speaking of this, I'm human. Huang Qisheng actually knew some news. Chapter 360, the whole world is our enemy. Speaking of this, I'm human. Huang Qisheng first took a big gulp of Erguo, smacked his lips, and then said mysteriously, I actually know news about this son of civilization in America. However, this news of mine is also hearsay, and I don't know if it is accurate or not. I heard that the son of civilization carries the secret of the rise of the indigenous people, and is the spokesperson designated by the kingdom of God. Therefore, the son of civilization needs to obtain the support and help of the entire civilization, and also to keep his own civilization going and alive. This is his mission. This I'm human. I don't know if he is the son of civilization, but Lin Qun, you are definitely not the son of civilization, so if he really is, he might want to recruit you. Li Ji frowned and said, what mission or not? It sounds so mysterious. Hearsay. Hearsay. Huang Qisheng chuckled. He has always been unreliable, and without Tongzin around, there is one less person to sabotage him. Lin Qun shook his head. Everyone says the son of civilization, the son of civilization. All alien civilizations know it well, but none of us knows what the son of civilization is, let alone what is so special about the son of civilization. His words touched everyone's heart. Chu Yaowei raised her head and looked at him. If he really wants you to go to America to see him, will you go? That depends on his reason. Lin Qun answered very pragmatically. The implication is, go if there are benefits, don't go if there are no benefits. After all, no one knows whether the other side is a real son of civilization, whether there are other intentions, or even if there are alien civilizations interfering. Li Ji heard this and said, Brother Lin, if you ask me, what's the point of calling him the son of civilization? I'm a human being, and I'm indeed powerful, but where was he before? He is a person who has never stood up before. After we won the Battle of Daxing and the Battle of the Zerg, he suddenly appeared and said that he is the son of civilization. Anyway, I don't like him. Ni Wensheng also said, yeah, it depends on me. Whether he is the son of civilization or not, he is not in the same league as you, Brother Lin. I guess he may not be able to beat Chiangguo, let alone the Evolver, otherwise he would have shown up long ago. Li Xing smiled and said, maybe he is the same as me when I was in the Magic City. He said he was a big boss of the son of civilization, but in fact he was not strong enough and wanted to cling to someone else. They are staunch supporters of Lin Qun, and there is some bias in these words. But what Li Ji said is not without reason. Before the Battle of Daxing, I'm Human had always been number one in the overall human rankings, but no one ever knew where he was. Even if he started to take action in the Americas, it was after the Battle of Daxing and the Battle of the Zerg. From this point of view, his actions were after the situation began to turn to humans. He had been in a semi-dormant state before. Lin Qun just smiled and said, people who are thousands of kilometers away, don't think too much. I'll go tomorrow and see what's going on first. He didn't know this I'm human, but both of them were called sons of civilization in their own area, and in the eyes of others, there were more or less comparisons. Zhao Yi thought for a while and said softly, Mr. Lin, the news that Mr. Huang heard may be a little exaggerated, but I have indeed heard some similar rumors. You have to be vigilant, but this time you go to the Jinling General Command, you should have a conclusion immediately. Lin Qun nodded. He knew that what everyone was talking about was out of consideration for him. How could Lin Qun not understand this? He patted Xiao Yi on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. The attitude of the Chinese region has always been on my side. What's more, the evolved alien civilizations are not my opponents. What can happen? You don't have to worry too much." "Yeah. Brother Lin, you are so awesome. We were all nervous in the Battle of Chuncheng, but we didn't expect this result. The 2 evolved alien civilizations were all defeated and fled. Who can do this in the entire Blue Star?" Ni Wensheng's eyes lit up. Huang Qizhen said, "Come on, let's go." Chu Yaowei also looked at Lin Qun, her eyes sparkling, but she did not speak, just followed Huang Qizhen's advice to drink, and silently raised her glass in the corner. Lin Qun's eyes swept across the crowd and smiled lightly. He said, "This is not important. What is important is that we are one step closer to killing all the aliens. I think that day will come soon, the day when Blue Star returns to the hands of us humans." Lin Qun's words aroused everyone's yearning. This is exactly the result they have been striving for so far. Kill all the alien civilizations. Let Blue Star become their home again. No war. No death. Aren't the strong and the weak here for this, and fight for this? Lin Qun's efforts are also for this. He wants to create a world where he can live a stable life. Stable, powerful, prosperous, advanced, comfortable. For a bright future. Xia King raised her glass high. Tears welled up in her eyes. That was the goal she had been working hard for to survive to this day. Everyone echoed. With books, it's long. Without books, it's short. There is no threat of alien civilization in the Huaxia region. Humans have regained control of this area, and this night, like the previous few days, was a peaceful night. They stayed up until the second half of the night before falling asleep. At daybreak, Lin Qun was ready to set off. He did not return to the attacker battleship last night, but slept in the camp below. He got up now, and prepared to leave. The distance from Bingcheng to Jinling is far, but with the speed of Lin Qun's Mark 50 nano battlesuit, it would not take him too long to get there. But in fact, he was a little curious. First, he wanted to know why I'm human in America, wanted to see him. Second, he wanted to know what the Jinling general wanted to tell him. Bingcheng didn't need him for the time being anyway, and it was the safest time for him to set off now. So, before 7 o'clock, Lin Qun took off from the camp, seemingly flying towards the attacker's warship, but in fact it was a feint, and flew to a farther direction. With the Mark 50, Lin Qun did not rush at the maximum speed, and arrived in an hour. On the way, he saw different mountains and rivers. On the land of China, human cities are being lit up again. The alien civilization that once rampant and raged has disappeared, replaced by people who are standing on their own homes again. The army marched on the land and accepted dispatches to rush to one assembly point or destination after another. The survivors either returned to their hometowns or gathered in the new city area planned by the Jinling General Command to rebuild a new home. In the 2 months of war, the population of both the Chinese region and the surrounding areas has dropped sharply. In order to adapt to this situation, the Jinling General Command is preparing to uniformly demarcate new human settlement areas, which must ensure both decentralized safety and the ability of each survivor base to respond to each other. Of course, the most important thing is to ensure the survival of the survivors. Of course, these are not the most important things. At this stage, the Huaxia region is temporarily safe, but the war of civilizations is not over. Lin Qun flew across the land of Huaxia and saw more military dispatches. One military factory after another started work, and a large number of survivors and soldiers were making preparations for the next battle. For Lin Qun, his journey was unprecedentedly smooth. He didn't have to worry about attacks from alien civilizations on the ground, let alone being discovered by any enemy on the road. Because this is already the area ruled by their human beings, he can freely travel through the sky of his own civilization. Such a picture makes people's fighting spirit rise. This is the answer to Lin Qun's bloody battles. It is the result of his fighting all the way from the Magic City to the Ice City. When he arrived at the Jinling General Command, Li Zeng came to pick up Lin Qun in person. He was wearing a neat federal military uniform, standing in front of the office building, squinting his eyes, and watching Lin Qun approaching quickly from a distance, and finally landing in front of him. Before Lin Qun arrived, he had already contacted the Jinling city garrison, and the communication was unimpeded. The Jinling soldiers along the way all saluted the federal army to Lin Qun, who was flying rapidly in the sky, and followed his gaze all the way until Lin Qun landed. "Hey, it seems like I haven't seen you for a long time, Mr. Lin." Li Zeng stretched out his hand to Lin Qun. "You look good." Lin Qun shook hands with him. "I haven't returned to Lucheng since the last time I fought with Xiangwin Modu, but we have been fighting side by side. Haha. Come on, Mr. Lin, the Supreme Commander is waiting for you. He has reserved a whole morning for you." Li Zeng took Lin Qun into the office building. This was the former Jinling Federal Government office building. It has now become the center of the current Huaxia region and even the surrounding areas. This is also the first time Lin Qun has come to Jinling. Most of the people he saw on the road were strangers to him, but they all seemed to know him, and the eyes they looked at him were curious, inquiring, and even a little awed. Lin Qun has reached the second level of sword control, which is the middle stage of key refining. His perception ability has been greatly improved. He can hear those people whispering in the corner. It's him. It's Lin Qun. There's no doubt about it. The #1 Night Shadow of mankind. He's really here. He looks more ordinary than I thought. Do you think he's the son of civilization, or the one from America? God knows, I hope he is. Do you know? How terrifying is his reputation in Jinling and Lucheng? I came here from the north. The old people in Jinling City, whether they are warriors or survivors, except Commander Fang, only recognize Mr. Lin and the man named Huang Kizheng. Anyone who dares to say a bad thing about them will be in trouble. I really want to say something to him. He is not ordinary. That's because he didn't look at you. He just glanced at me, and that feeling was like being stared at by some ferocious beast. This is a strong man who slaughtered more than 50,000 alien civilizations in one battle. Fierce beast. Lin Qun's mouth twitched a little. Li Zeng noticed something, smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, don't be surprised. You are now the topic of conversation for everyone. No one has any ill will towards you. I know." Lin Qun smiled and shook his head. He thought for a while and said, "I just didn't expect it to be like this here." At this moment, the government building in Jinling was full of elites from the Huaxia Federation. Many of them were staff brought by the Supreme Commander from base #1. They were all very strong in terms of professionalism and ability. As soon as he walked in here, Lin Qun could feel the busy atmosphere here. We are all human beings. We always have 7 emotions and 6 desires, all kinds of thoughts, and we will talk about others. Li Zeng replied with a smile. Lin Qun agreed with his answer. Even he was interested in some strange things, whether it was gossip or anecdotes, even if those might have nothing to do with him. However, although Lin Qun was being talked about, no one dared to really come up and talk to him. Li Zeng's official position was promoted 3 levels by the Supreme Commander, and he was directly awarded the rank of General. His official rank and status in the Federation were beyond the reach of ordinary people. Moreover, he had the support of Lin Qun and the real power of Lucheng. It was not something that ordinary people dared to approach. With Lin Qun, it was even more so. People who met along the way only respectfully called out General Li. Some dared to call out to Lin Qun and ask him a question, while others did not dare to even look at him. They called out General Li and hurried away. Lin Qun noticed this and joked, "General Li, you are now on the same level as General Zhao and the others. I'm honored that you came to pick me up. But how come you, a general, don't even have a guard by your side?" Li Zeng smiled bitterly. "It's just an official title. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, let alone the general rank, I can't even leave the magic city. As for the guard, Mr. Lin, let alone this is Jinling, with you by my side, you can still kill me. No matter how many guards there are, they can't stop you, right?" He and Lin Qun looked at each other and smiled. Compared with the last time they met, Li Zeng and Lin Qun were in a much more relaxed state this time. This is because the situation has changed. Humans are gaining a foothold. The battle with the mysterious civilization has not only won them space and time, but also the most critical confidence. In the past, they were struggling to survive, but now they are preparing to take back their homeland. Naturally, their mentality is different. Chatting along the way, Li Zeng didn't say anything useful, but just talked about the many awards he received when he came here. He is not a person who cares about these, but he is still happy from the bottom of his heart. But Li Zeng also said, Mr. Lin, I haven't forgotten the agreement between you and me in Modu. Whether I'm Commander Li Zeng or General Li Zeng, if one day I need to make a choice, I will still abide by my promise. Lin Qun paused slightly and said seriously, I do the same. He still remembered the time in Modu. The agreement between him and Li Zeng. His civilization will fight for him. And he will also fight for his civilization. During the conversation, Li Zeng took Lin Qun to the underground safe house. The secretary that Lin Qun had met at base number 1 led the way, and 2 security guards opened the door in person. The commander's office was here. He was the only one in the room. Seeing Lin Qun coming in, the old man waved enthusiastically and said, come on, Mr. Lin, come in and have some tea. Xiaoli, you've worked hard. The secretary and security guard behind him flashed a look of surprise in their eyes. He called General Li Zeng Xiaoli, but called Lin Qun Mr. Lin. Behind this, we can see the commander's careful, cautious, and respectful attitude towards Lin Qun. They have followed the commander for so many years, and have seen him travel the Federation with their own eyes, but they have never seen him treat a person so carefully. Li Zeng didn't seem to feel anything about this. He smiled and stepped back, closing the door himself. Only the old commander and Lin Qun were left in the room. The old commander personally poured a cup of tea for Lin Qun, smiled and asked a few questions about the previous things, and said with emotion, amazing. To be honest, I didn't expect that this time the northern expedition to the Shengui civilization would be so smooth. Even if the Shengui civilization has other tricks, this should be beyond their expectations. But this matter is a blessing and a curse. This time you were invited back from the north. You should have guessed that it was not only because of the affairs of the American region. If it was just them, it would not be worth it for you to make this trip. There are more important things. His tone was gentle, but he went straight to the point, and said straight to the point. Xiaoli said that you are a person who knows what you are doing, and you are a straightforward person. I like such people, so I won't beat around the bush with you. Mr. Lin, recently, we have obtained accurate information from a small and medium-sized alien civilization that we defeated. Although this sounds incredible. But, the world's top civilizations and the remaining small and medium-sized alien civilizations are secretly forming an alliance. The goal of their alliance is to eradicate us, kill their human natives first, then decide the winner of civilization. You should understand what this means. Lin Qun certainly understood what this meant, but like the old commander, he was also surprised that these alien civilizations would actually join forces. He took a deep breath and said word by word, I understand. This means that we humans will be enemies of the whole world. Not only that, the old commander looked at Lin Qun and said deeply, according to the alien civilization life we captured, there is another layer to their plan. This layer is the reason why I urgently called you back, that is to kill only you. As long as you die, they are willing to let go of all other humans on the blue planet. When Lin Qun heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. The alien civilizations want to alienate him from the entire human civilization. Not only do they want humans to be enemies of the whole world, they also want Lin Qun to be enemies of the whole world. Chapter 361 The Old Man's Attitude. When Lin Qun came, he had already guessed that the Supreme Elder had asked him to come back specially, and it was unlikely that it was just because of a piece of news from America. No matter how great I'm as a human being, and no matter how mysterious the son of civilization is, it is not to that extent. After all, it is just a person, and a person who is far away from the current Oaksha region, and whose true nature is unknown. At this moment, Lin Qun met the commander, the old man, and the other party did not even say much about my being a human being and America. As Lin Qun expected, there was indeed other, more frightening information. Lin Qun calmed down and said, is this news accurate? Are the alien civilizations really going to join forces? It is not easy to get them to join forces. The news has been confirmed to be accurate. The alien civilizations are indeed ready to join forces. They see the threat we can bring to them. At this moment, the commander said, in fact, if we had not opened up the situation now, we would not have received this news. Instead, we should have discovered their fleet like in the Battle of Daxing, and then we knew that they were coming. But we became the target of public criticism because we opened up the situation, regained our foothold, and even had the power to challenge these top civilizations. I guess the reason why they were able to form an alliance so quickly is related to your Battle of Spring City and our northern expedition against the divine civilization. We humans are the indigenous civilization of Blue Star. In the early days of the civilization battlefield, we were the background board and the main source of large contribution points for alien civilizations. But in the later, and even final stages of the civilization battlefield, we are the unavoidable enemies and opponents of all alien civilizations that have the last laugh. The relationship between us humans and the contestant civilizations is different from the relationship between the contestant civilizations and the contestant civilizations. From a certain perspective, we are their common enemy. When we show enough threat and threaten the interests of each of their alien civilizations, it is not surprising that they unite. And this is something we cannot avoid. As long as we want to develop and want to survive, we may face such a situation. Lin Qun did not say anything, but looked at the other party. Lin Qun agreed with his analysis. There are essential differences between the indigenous and alien civilization contestants. This is not only reflected in the authority of the civilization battlefield, but also in the relationship between them. The Battle of Spring City and the northern expedition of the Shengui civilization may indeed cause the fear of alien civilizations. But Lin Qun did not expect that they would act so quickly. Even if they formed an alliance, the speed was too fast. Of course, at this moment, he was more concerned about another issue. The deeper plan of the alien civilization just mentioned by the old commander. The old commander looked at Lin Qun and said, as for their second plan, the threat it brings is neither you nor me. What does this mean? Before you came, I had talked to Li Zeng. This is what I want to talk to you about this time. The old commander took a sip of tea and smiled. The promise that Li Zeng gave you, I will also give you, and there will be no change. In fact, when I didn't express anything, Li Zeng had already fought with me, fearing that I would overturn his agreement with you. But how could that be possible? What Xiao Li did was wise and correct. But I know that changes have already taken place. When we were in the Magic City, human civilization needed you, and you also needed human civilization. But now, Mr. Lin, your combat power is no longer what it used to be. When we were in base number 1, we were relatively close to information from the outside world. At that time, I only knew that the evolvers were very powerful, but when I came to Jinling and read the information about the Battle of Daxing City and the Battle of Chunsheng, I knew what the evolvers were. This is a mobile weapon of mass destruction. You don't need human civilization that much anymore. But human civilization cannot do without you. Without you, we can't resist the evolvers of the top civilization. Maybe we don't even need evolvers. Their top powerhouses can threaten us. The old commander's words sounded like irrelevant answers, and he did not say how to deal with the alien civilization coalition's plan to sow discord between Lin Qun and human civilization. But what he said made Lin Qun's thoughts turn. Because what the old commander said at this moment was all facts. The situation has changed. Today's Lin Qun is no longer the Lin Qun during the Battle of Demon City. Of course, the power of human civilization is also improving, and the current human power is far from those in Demon City at that time. It's just that Lin Qun's progress is obviously faster. But he still didn't understand what the old commander meant, so he didn't speak, but listened to the old commander. The old man's voice seemed calm and gentle, speaking of a serious reality, but it made people very willing to keep listening. In fact, whether it's the evolvers or the top powerhouses, in my opinion, they are equivalent to weapons of mass destruction such as nuclear weapons. Whoever has it can use nuclear deterrence to threaten others. If anyone dares to open fire, you can exchange nuclear fire with them. If anyone does not have it, he will be deterred by nuclear deterrence. Once others open fire, he can only watch himself being annihilated in the mushroom cloud. The use of weapons of mass destruction is restricted in the battlefield of civilization. Alien civilizations still have the authority to use weapons of mass destruction several times according to their strength, but our indigenous civilization does not even have this authority. The global nuclear weapons in the Federal Reserve disappeared overnight. But fortunately, we also have our new nuclear weapons, and this is our capital to compete with top civilizations. War is war. Without nuclear weapons, even if we win on other battlefields, we will definitely lose. But another reality is that this time our nuclear weapons are not completely under our control. This is a good thing, but there are many other possibilities. Lin Qun heard this and understood a little. He asked, "You want to know my attitude?" The old commander smiled and said, "Xiaoli is right. Mr. Lin, you are really a straightforward person. You are right. This is exactly what I think." In fact, Xiaoli was a bit idealistic, and he didn't see the current changes. "Mr. Lin, with your strength, you can survive without human civilization, and as far as I know, the raider warship you own has the ability to travel through interstellar space. In this case, even if the blue star perishes, you can take a small number of people away and go anywhere in the starry sky. The war here is meaningless to you. So, what's important now is not our attitude towards you as Xiaoli thinks, but your attitude towards us," the old commander said very sincerely. His eyes were bright, looking at Lin Qun. Lin Qun was a little dazed, because these were things he had never thought of before. Just like what the old commander said, Li Zeng didn't think of it, and Lin Qun didn't think of it either, but the old commander thought of it. He saw farther and thought deeper, and this question almost stabilized Lin Qun. He instinctively raised his head and glanced at the starry sky that was impossible to see underground, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. But in just this moment, Lin Qun understood his answer. He picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said, "Where can I go? Even I don't know where the destination is. But you are right, I already have this ability. Maybe the day when Blue Star can't be defended, I will take the people I want to take away, but before that, I have to try my best, right? Besides, the starry sky may not be safe. The starry sky is a strange and vast world. The attacker warship has hyperspace jump technology and can travel between the stars, but who knows what is on the other side of the starry sky? Will it be safer there? Or more dangerous? Even, can you survive there? This is all a question mark." Lin Qun doesn't want to give up Blue Star. Even if he leaves here, he doesn't have another destination. With what Mr. Lin said, I feel relieved. The old commander nodded and said, "The deep plan of the alien civilization is not aimed at you or me, but at those who are weak-willed. From a rational point of view, even if the alien civilization does this, we can't give up on you. Giving up our nuclear weapons is an extremely stupid act from any angle, don't you think, Mr. Lin? I can't guarantee other areas, but I will support you unconditionally. This is not a battle for you alone. This is a battle for the survival of civilization. It is absolutely stupid to pin our hopes on the alien civilizations that have slaughtered us wantonly." The old commander's reaction was similar to what Lin Qun guessed. Otherwise, he would not have called him. Lin Qun also smiled faintly. "I believe in your promise. The alien civilization wants to kill me and want to defeat us, so let them come." Lin Qun knew. This time, it was different from the Battle of Daxing. The Battle of Daxing was a melee among several top civilizations. Lin Qun and his team could only win the final victory by taking advantage of the situation. But this time, it will be a global alliance of alien civilizations, with 4 top civilizations joining forces, and even some small and medium-sized civilizations being involved. They will no longer fight in a melee, and humans will face the alien civilizations on the entire blue planet. Moreover, there is no choice. They can't not fight. This is a battle of life and death. The alien civilizations are fighting for victory on the battlefield of civilizations, while they are fighting for survival. Neither side can retreat. If they retreat, they will not be here, the old commander said, but we must also be careful. Not everyone can make this choice. There are always people who are not in their right mind. This plan of the alien civilizations is prepared for these people. They know that this cannot shake the choices and decisions of us, but it can make some people make stupid choices, causing us to disagree from within, or even collapse. This is a shortcoming of our human beings. It is always difficult to unify our thoughts, and different opinions will lead to a chaotic ending. Hearing this, Lin Qun was also stern. "I understand what you mean." But, he certainly understood the meaning behind the old commander's words. Once this matter is made public, the news that the alien civilizations around the world will unite to fight against humans will spread, which will definitely cause a new round of panic. And then, If the alien civilization announces to the outside world that only Lin Qun can be killed and other humans can be spared, there will definitely be people who choose to believe it or even do stupid things under fear, and that will have a huge impact on the entire human war situation from the inside. But this is a problem I should deal with. The old commander seemed to be able to see through Lin Qun's thoughts and smiled lightly. Indeed, this news, I will block as much as possible and first test the attitude of the senior officials towards this matter and try to reduce the impact of it before the alien civilization officially takes action. But what I want to say is that you have to be prepared. The current admiration may very likely turn into hostility at that moment. Of course I understand. Lin Qun said, I only pay attention to the attitudes of the people I need to pay attention to, and the changes in the attitudes of others will not affect me at all. The old commander nodded slightly and said, Xiaoli is right. It's easy to talk to you. There are not so many bends and turns. It's the best choice to speak openly. Lin Qun smiled bitterly and said, is this a compliment, or are you saying that I don't know how to be tactful? Lin Qun had actually only met this old man twice, and this time was the longest conversation, but Lin Qun felt very comfortable. This old man had a strange affinity, and chatting with him did not feel stressful. The old commander said, besides, you are the nuclear weapon of the Federation and human civilization. You are qualified to be straightforward with anyone. This is your power, and you should do the same, Mr. Lin. The old commander's last sentence, Mr. Lin, seemed to be somewhat meaningful. But before Lin Qun could continue, the next moment, the old man changed the subject and said, now we should talk about other things. The invitation from the North American region is real. Both I'm Human and the Federation of the American region want you to go, but their purposes should be different. The American region wants to win you over, or wants to drive you. This is my guess. And I'm a human. I think this person has something important to tell you. However, this is just my judgment. Now the communication is not smooth, the satellite is gone, and there is interference from the Lin Qun civilization. It is very difficult for us to contact the North American region, and video calls, etc., are not allowed by the current communication conditions. The situation over there is a bit complicated, and because we are not very clear about it at the moment. So, this is the only information I can give. Lin Qun frowned. I'm a human. Is there anything important that I need to find him? The old commander said, but I have to remind you that this former world number one or the Federation of the North American region has a very subtle attitude. I have rejected it for you because it is not safe for you to go to North America at this time, but whether you will go in the end depends on your own decision. We will also respect your decision and support you as much as possible. However, we must also be prepared. The alien civilization cannot give us much time. We got this news, which proves that they will take action soon. After saying this, the old commander stood up and smiled amiably. He had said everything he wanted to say, and would not take up any more of Lin Qun's time. Chapter 362 Ultimatum. Coming out from the Supreme Commander, Lin Qun took a deep breath. There were indeed many things he had not considered in what the other party had just said to him. And he once again felt that the situation had begun to change. The era of fighting each other was over. Now that humans have gathered together, the role of civilization is gradually being played out. As for the invitation from North America, in fact, with Lin Qun's speed, it wouldn't take too long to go back and forth. But that was a strange place for Lin Qun, and in the South American land that North America looked at, the Lin Qun civilization was eyeing it covetously. The humans in North America have been in a semi-disconnected state with this side for a long time. Until now, although there is a certain connection with that side, no one knows the specific situation. But, I'm a human, what's the matter? Outside the door, Li Zeng had not left, and at this time he came forward and prepared to take Lin Qun to visit here. Lin Qun understood what he meant. This was not a visit, but to let everyone recognize who he was, Lin Qun, so as to avoid bumping into the Dragon King temple for no reason in the future. Li Zeng said, the Supreme Commander has collected a large number of large doses of dark energy recovery potions and energy recovery potions from all over China according to your request. You came at the right time. They will be gathered here in the next 2 days. You can take the things here before leaving. Therefore, when he came to Jinling City, Lin Qun did not leave for the time being, but stayed here for a short time, waiting for the military to supply him with supplies. He now has many abilities, which is not a big deal for low-level opponents, but is completely sufficient. However, if he wants to maintain high-level strength in combat, he does need recovery potions, and they are recovery potions that can restore a lot at a time. High-level recovery potions are not cheap, and Lin Qun is happy to accept the support of the military. What touched Lin Qun was that most of these high-level dark energy recovery potions came from the Northern Expedition Army, Lucheng, Daxing City and Jinling City. Li Zeng said, the price of advanced recovery potions is not cheap. There are not many people who have so many contribution points, and not many people are willing to give out their precious contribution points. Most of these energy recovery potions come from the Northern Expedition Army, Lucheng, Jinling City, and Daxing. As long as you tell them that Mr. Lin needs it, they will be reluctant to give it up. Lin Qun listened to this speech and was stunned for a long time without saying anything. At this stage, some frictions between some small and medium-sized alien civilizations are far away, and Lin Qun does not need to run to pick up these sesame seeds. He stayed in Jinling City to practice sword control and dragon elephant prajna. He has just broken through the second level of sword control, and there is still some time to reach the third level, but dragon elephant prajna Lin Qun has reached the second level for a long time. He has not had much time to practice before. At this moment, he is doing both. Although the progress of sword control is not too fast, dragon elephant prajna has broken through again today. After touching the threshold, he directly spent 500 contribution points to upgrade and directly reached the third level. Lin Qun's strength attribute increased by 25 points again. At the 10th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra, every level increases by 25 points of strength. When reaching the 10th level, it can increase by 250 points of strength. At this moment, Lin Qun's attributes are: Name, Lin Qun level 52. 23,050/1,900,000, strength 331.6 agility, 269.3 constitution, 276.8 stamina, 283.6 over 283.6 right square bracket, dark energy, 452.5 over 452.5 right square bracket. Lin Qun's strength attribute directly reached 330 points. Lin Qun sighed. Others have practiced hard for many years, and I just spent a few contribution points to get up. Is this considered a plus? Lin Qun came to Jinling City in the early morning. After meeting the Supreme Commander, he returned to the room assigned to him to rest. It was around 9 o'clock in the morning. Now, the sun has set outside the window. There is no sun or moon in cultivation. Lin Qun sank into cultivation. Time passed quickly, and he didn't even feel it. Dragon Elephant Prajna and Sword Controlling are both abilities that can be developed. As long as there is time, even without the contribution points to upgrade, they can be upgraded all the way. However, in order to bring out the effects of these two skills, time is needed, and in the civilized battlefield, time is the most lacking. Lin Qun pushed the door open and walked out. He had not been to Jinling City in the civilized battlefield many times, and had not seen the situation here much. When he came here in the morning and looked down, he felt that the construction here was better than Lucheng, and many infrastructures and buildings were well preserved. For example, the government district, where he was at the moment, including the government building, had been transformed into a new federal administrative district, and was completely blocked to ordinary people, while the buildings here were mostly intact. Standing here, Lin Qun even felt like he had returned to the world before the disaster. The streets were clean and tidy, and the pedestrians coming and going were mostly well dressed. Many people were not holding weapons, but briefcases and the like. The intelligence here is not for combat, but for dispatching and coordinating the human power of the entire China and its surrounding areas. Lin Qun has not seen such a scene for a long time. He believed that this place should not be like this before the northern expedition to the mysterious civilization. It became like this after the old man came here. Lin Qun also has a little follower. She is a tall, beautiful, and outstanding woman named Liu Xiaozi. She is Li Zeng's secretary and is now assigned to Lin Qun to do odd jobs for Lin Qun. At this time, she followed behind Lin Qun, a little nervous, and said, "Mr. Lin, if we meet someone who comes to get close to you, you don't have to pay attention to him, just ignore him." Lin Qun's mouth twitched. What does this mean? But Lin Qun did not encounter the situation as he said. On the contrary, he saw that the people around him suddenly became hurried, as if something had happened suddenly. All these people in the government district ran to various office buildings. Soon, Lin Qun also got the news. "Mr. Lin, the latest news is that the alien civilization has been mobilized. The army of the Black Sheep civilization and the silicon-based civilization has set out. Please come to the Jinling Combat Command Center." Lin Qun's eyes condensed. The old man's judgment was correct. The alien civilization did act quickly. They would not be willing to give humans a chance to develop and breathe. The longer it drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for them. Lin Qun took a step and hurried to the Jinling Combat Command Center. The Jinling Combat Command Center is located behind the government district, on the edge of the urban area of Jinling City, and is connected to the military camp. It is not a building in Jinling City, but a huge ground platform built later. When Lin Qun came here, a large number of people were already busy. There were many commanders on the scene. Except for Li Zeng, whom Lin Qun knew, the rest were people he had never seen. But this did not prevent Lin Qun from understanding the situation. Li Zeng introduced the latest situation to him as soon as possible. The armies of the silicon-based civilization and the Black Sheep civilization have moved, but they are not coming in our direction, but to the American region. On the map, 2 arrows are marked on the African plate and the European plate respectively, representing the 2 top civilizations entrenched in these 2 regions. The arrows point to the American land adjacent to them. After a brief truce, the Black Sheep civilization and the silicon-based civilization suddenly started to move, but they did not start a dispute again. Instead, they set out together and advanced parallel to the American region. At first glance, it seemed that they were going to go to war with the Lin Qun civilization. But Lin Qun's eyes were moving, passing through the South American region and finally landing on the map plate of North America. Are they targeting the federal humans in North America? Yes. Li Zeng's quick answer showed that it was no secret in this command center that the alien civilizations would unite to deal with humans first. In fact, the old man acted quickly. He guessed that the alien civilization would act as soon as possible. After the conversation with Lin Qun, he quickly carried out the next action, seized the information advantage in his hands, talked to the top leaders one by one, and infiltrated the intelligence that the alien civilization was about to join forces to attack humans. By this moment, the alien civilization really started to act, and those involved in the command and operation probably knew the situation here. Lin Qun's eyes swept across the command center. From the current situation, this matter does not seem to have caused any panic here. All the people here are professional soldiers, and they have experienced the test of blood and fire against alien civilizations. They hate alien civilizations to the extreme, and they can make clear judgments. Their thoughts on this matter are consistent with the old man. Panic is meaningless and cannot be shaken. There is only one way ahead of them. They can live to this day and come here, so they can naturally see this clearly. The old man's judgment is very correct. But despite this, a solemn atmosphere is also shrouded in the command center. Li Zeng quickly took Lin Qun to meet another acquaintance, Commander Fang Zixin of Jinling, and another senior member of the federal military, named Shan Shilling. Shan Shilling is in his early 40s and looks very capable. Lin Qun found some information about this person in his memory in this life. It was on TV. The alliance of alien civilizations is no longer a secret here. When the Black Sheep civilization and the silicon-based civilization took action, the entire Chinese region also began to take action, and a large number of troops began to be dispatched. The Black Sheep civilization and the silicon-based civilization have each dispatched a fleet, which is comparable in size to the Battle of Daxing. The trajectory is clear, and the target is the gathering place of the federal humans in North America. The Lin Qun civilization is also taking action. Their fleet has set out from the southern part of South America. The remnants of the small and medium-sized alien civilizations along the way have spontaneously joined them, and a large army has been initially formed. The Shengui civilization still has not taken any action. but according to the information obtained from the federal humans in North America who were briefly contacted, strong men from the Shengui civilization have appeared on the American continent. It is suspected that the Shengui civilization instigated the remnants of these small and medium-sized alien civilizations. The latest news, our search team and the Damang area did not find any trace of the Shengui civilization. It can only be confirmed through the rankings. The evolved men of the Shengui civilization are still in the Damang area, and its position is erratic. But there are indeed many strong men from the Shengui civilization who are famous in the overall rankings and have disappeared from the Damang area rankings. Many signs have shown that the 4 top civilizations have clearly joined forces, and the first target is our human forces in North America. Our troops are gathering, but it will take time for our navy to reorganize. It is difficult for us to fight across the ocean. Various information came one after another. Shan Shilong said, "This is the army of the Shengui civilization. They instigated the remnant troops of the small and medium-sized civilizations that stayed on Blue Star and refused to leave. These troops are not the main forces of those civilizations. They are either a powerful individual team, or a warlord who is not welcomed in their own civilization, or an ambitious person. They know that it is impossible to stay on Blue Star and wait for a 1 in a million opportunity. They are just a group of gamblers. The Shengui civilization gave them a chance, and they naturally swarmed in. The Shengui civilization withdrew the main force of the contestants of their own civilization. These small fish are their new main force and the cannon fodder they found." Lin Qun also said, "From now on, it is true that the Shengui civilization retreated in the northeast, and it is also true that they have wanted to retreat for a long time. They seem reckless, but in fact they are more cunning than we imagined. They don't even use their own people to fight the war of civilization. However, the temptation of interests alone may not be enough. The evolvers of the Shengui civilization may have used some means on these ragtag alien civilizations." Lin Qun is very clear about the means of the Shengui civilization. As a civilization of the restraining system, it is one of the most basic abilities of this kind of existence to bewitch people and let them give up their own interests to serve it. The temptation of interests is one aspect. The ragtag armies of these alien civilizations may have been influenced by the Shengui civilization. Below the evolvers, they do not have top combat power, and they have only ambitions, so they can only become prey to others. But they can't be so stupid, and there are so many ragtag armies of civilizations obeying the orders of the Shengui civilization together. There is only one possibility. Their ambitions were used by the evolvers of the Shengui civilization, and in turn polluted and infiltrated them. At this moment, this ragtag army has become a fanatical slave of the evolvers of the Shengui civilization. From the intelligence point of view, the number of this ragtag army has been gathering larger and larger with the passage of time. The Jinling Military Operations Command Center has been trying to establish a stable connection with the Americas, but has not succeeded. From the map, the encirclement of the North American human beings by the 4 top civilizations has been formed. The 4 directions of the human settlements in North America have been surrounded. The situation is grim and precarious. Then, in the early morning of that day, the 4 top civilizations broadcast simultaneously on global channels. They occupied all channels, and almost all human signals were blocked. Human civilization, you are the most amazing natives we have ever seen. Your existence even threatens the civilizations, which is amazing. But your fate will end here. The contestants of the entire Blue Star battlefield have reached an alliance, and will join forces to eliminate you first. Kill until there is no human life on this planet. Then, we will decide the final winner of the civilization battlefield. Prepare to be judged, human civilization. Of course, we are all intelligent civilizations, and killing is not something we are proud of. Therefore, we will give you one last chance. You have a strong man in the Huaxia region and another strong man in the North American region. They both call themselves the sons of civilization. We don't care who is the real son of civilization, but they have killed countless of our compatriots. They are our primary target. If you are willing to stop helping these two sons of civilization and let us fight and kill them, and you are no longer our enemy, then we will promise we can let go of all humans except them, and when either of us wins the war of civilization, we will also accept you as a vassal of the victorious civilization, and you will avoid the fate of extinction. This is our ultimatum to you humans. You have 2 days to give us an answer. Perish with your sons of civilization, or retreat and give up fighting us rationally, and hand them over to us for execution. If we don't get a satisfactory answer at the end of 2 days, we will directly wipe out all humans in the North American region. Then, it's the human race all over the world. Chapter 363 I'm afraid of the extinction of my race. Did you all hear that? The alien civilizations have joined forces. 4 top civilizations. We can defeat one top civilization, but can we defeat the world's top civilization? How is that possible? If we could win, it would have been impossible for us to be like this from the beginning. We are dead. Dead. They want to kill Mr. Lin and I, a human. What does it have to do with us? Let them kill if they want. It's not us who will die. Anyway, I haven't even seen these 2 people. The words of the alien civilizations cannot be trusted. They are not of our kind at all. I'm afraid they just want us to cause chaos first. Yes, let them kill. Let them kill. Doesn't it say that, as long as they die, the alien civilizations will let us go? You believe these words too? Are you all crazy? Mr. Lin and the others are dead. Whether we live or die is not something we can decide. It all depends on the mood of the alien civilization. What promise? Are the promises of alien civilizations credible? Yes, we should fight them to the death. The same argument is widely appearing in all places where there are humans. The broadcasts of the 4 top civilizations were exactly the same, covering almost all regions and channels of the entire blue star. Most humans knew about this situation within 1 to 2 hours. Panic began to spread immediately, showing an unstoppable trend, and the seeds of danger began to sprout. The confidence brought by the victory of human civilization seemed to be rapidly disintegrating under the new threat. Especially the survivors at the bottom. They are more susceptible to various information. When others panic, they panic too. And when panic begins to spread on a large scale, it will further affect more people. Even in the military camp. Jinling Military Command Center. The latest news. A small-scale commotion occurred in the Yangcheng survivor base half an hour ago. Some survivors rushed to the streets of the survivor base and called for the handing over of Mr. Lin. There was also mobilization in Lin Qun. A group of refugees from Southeast Asia and Africa and some federal soldiers tried to be independent and announced that they would refuse to fight against alien civilizations. The latest news. Various news are coming in. When reporting, the voices of the signalmen are getting lower and lower. Because Lin Qun is standing here. Shan Shiling, Li Zeng and others are not looking good either. Before the alien civilization opened fire, the next round of impact they had to face came from within. Panic is an invisible prairie fire that is spreading everywhere with the passage of time. Not everyone can see the situation clearly. The alien civilization has been rampant for so long that it has left a shadow in the hearts of many people. The confidence brought by the continuous victory was easily defeated by the news of the 4 top civilizations joining forces. Fang Zixin said, at present, the places with the most serious panic are mainly concentrated in the border areas and several newly built survivor bases. The troops in these places have just been put together and have not participated in many battles. They have only heard about our victory from hearsay. Panic can easily break out. In addition, the refugees in the surrounding areas, Southeast Asia and Africa, who were killed by the alien civilization, have been deeply afraid of the alien civilization. At this time, they have become the main force to stir up unrest. We must take measures immediately to suppress panic. Otherwise, there are already 3 large survivor bases that have been in turmoil, and some people have even shouted slogans for independence from mankind and refused to fight. If this continues, it will spread from person to person, and even those who were originally sober may not be sober. Li Zeng frowned. At this time, the staff officer on one side whispered, the only way is to give them confidence. But, how can we give them confidence? Are we sure we can defeat the 4 top civilizations? His words made everyone silent. Shan Shiling instinctively looked at Lin Qun. They all knew that the broadcasts of the 4 top civilizations were not credible. They were deliberately trying to cause panic. It was a means they used before the war. As for the promises, it was even more a fantasy. It was impossible to believe it with a clear mind. Keeping them as vassals would be more useful than tens of millions or hundreds of millions of contribution points. But no one knew whether they could resist the 4 top civilizations. The command center was in a mess, dealing with the situation urgently and trying to calm the panic that broke out. But now, the Huaxia region has returned to the hands of humans, with a larger area, more people, and more gatherings. It is difficult to see the effect for a while. Soon, the Supreme Commander also called to hold an emergency meeting. The meeting was held in the conference room on the side of the Military Operations Center. In less than 10 minutes, the Supreme Commander and a group of senior officials that Lin Qun didn't know much about arrived. As a top-level expert, Lin Qun was also present at the meeting. Li Zeng quietly introduced Lin Qun. All of them were big shots of the Huaxia Federation. Lin Qun knew most of the senior military officials, and the rest were Song Yuanchen, the head of the Navy, Liu Wenbin, the boss of the Military Supply and Material Management Department, Ren Qi, the newly established Survive Management Bureau, and others. These people are now responsible for all aspects of the operation of human civilization in the entire Huaxia region. The management of an entire Huaxia region cannot be compared to a survivor base. And these people were brought by the Supreme Commander from base number 1, and they were big shots of the Huaxia Federation in the past. In addition to them, Xiao Zhangguo, Wang Xiansheng and others who were far away in the northern region attended the meeting via video. Among them, there was actually a white face, but he was not a particularly important person and sat very far back. Lin Qun was stunned when he saw them, and then he realized that this was not his world. This world is ruled by the Federation. There are only various regions, but no countries. Although there are disputes in various regions, they are not fierce. After all, they are all federations. Therefore, the personnel in various regions are mobile. As long as they are capable, people from anywhere can become important personnel in various regions. It's just that the situation in China is special. It is really difficult for people from other regions to get too high in China. 404 Warning. This paragraph is written specifically to emphasize an imaginary world. Imaginary. There is absolutely no innuendo or correspondence. The attitude of the Supreme Commander was very tough. As soon as the meeting started, he said directly, the announcement of the 4 top civilizations is not an announcement, but a declaration of war to all mankind. The situation is urgent. I won't say much nonsense, and I also hope that everyone will say less nonsense. Let me first say my thoughts. The purpose of the broadcast of the 4 top civilizations is obviously to shake our military morale before the war. Their purpose is also very clear, which is to reduce our top combat power. Once our top combat power disappears, their revolvers can sweep our army and the survivor base, and we will become lambs to be slaughtered. That is the beginning of the extinction of the race. Such a situation is a situation that I will never rest in peace. As far as I know, in the 2 hours since the broadcast of the 4 top civilizations was released, many areas have shown signs of unrest, so whoever dares to move will be suppressed. The survivors can cause chaos, but the federal soldiers cannot. We must control this round of panic first, so that we can be able to deal with the next offensive of the 4 top civilizations. Therefore, I'm convening this meeting urgently to ask everyone what they think about this. Let's discuss a plan to fight against this joint effort of alien civilizations. The old man, the Supreme Commander, showed an attitude that was completely different from what Lin Qun had seen before, and his words were so heavy that everyone was surprised. His eyes were sharp as he swept across everyone present. This was the purpose of his emergency meeting. The alien civilization has officially made its move, and its movements are clear. Now it's time for them to take action. At this time, Li Zeng was the first to speak. He said, Supreme Commander, I agree with you. We have no way to retreat. The 4 top civilizations joining forces is indeed disadvantageous to us, but we have no choice but to fight. We must gather our fighting power in the fastest way and come up with the best way. But as soon as Li Zeng finished speaking, someone said, but how do we fight? We can defeat one top civilization, but can we defeat 4 top civilizations? If the 4 top civilizations join forces, we will never be able to defeat them. Our troops are all dead. What about our survivors? Now the number of registered survivors gathered in the Huaxia region alone has exceeded 100 million, and the actual number may be more, but these people are almost the last humans left in the world now. Lin Qun's eyes moved. It was Renki who spoke at this time. He was in charge of the survivors. Shan Shilling said, "Old Ren, what do you mean by this?" Renki pursed his lips, glanced at Lin Qun and the Supreme Commander, and said, "I think this choice given to us by the top civilization may not be completely disadvantageous to us." His words caused a brief commotion in the venue. The meaning behind his words was to hand over Lin Qun and the human beings in North America to the alien civilization to be killed. What do you mean by this? In the video call, Wang Xiansheng slammed the table directly, and with a bang. "Damn it, you mean that we should do as the alien civilization said, and hand over Mr. Lin to be killed while we watch? Are you still human?" Wang Xiansheng was born in the Northeast Army, and has the hottest temper. During the previous battle with the Zerg, he showed his distrust of Lin Qun's ability very directly, and now he has been convinced of Lin Qun all the way. As soon as Renki opened his mouth, he was the first to retort. "Old Ren, you are confused. What do you mean by killing Mr. Lin? And I are human beings and we can stop. The alien civilization is obviously lying to us." Liu Wenbin couldn't help but speak. Li Zeng also spoke immediately and said, "It is impossible to give up Mr. Lin. The soldiers of Luqing, and I will never agree to this." Listening to what Wang Xiansheng and others said, Renki was silent for 2 seconds. His face turned red and hot, and he said, "Old Wang, calm down. But we have so many survivors here. We soldiers can, and dare to give it a try. Whether we win or lose, we have fought for it. But what about those survivors?" Exclamation mark. For them, they can only passively wait and accept the results. What should they do? If the possibility of our defeat is more than 70%, I think it is better to expect the mercy of the alien civilization. Why can't I see that they are probably lying to us? Even if they obviously want to deceive people, at least our civilization will not be destroyed all at once. Mr. Lin and I are human beings. If we die, we will no longer be a threat, and their alliance will definitely be gone. They will have to fight again. If 4 top civilizations fight, it will take at least a month or even longer to determine the winner. We can also use this time to hide the fire, our culture and even civilization as much as possible. At least, this may allow more people to survive. If someone survives, we will not be completely destroyed. If we fight them now and still can't defeat them, they will defeat our main force, and will immediately divide up all the humans in our world and wipe us out in one go. Everyone, although I'm not a military expert, I can see that this time is different from the Battle of Daxing. I admit that everyone in the Battle of Daxing was very remarkable, but we were able to win at that time because several top civilizations did not take us seriously, and they fought each other to the point of mutual destruction. So we were able to seize the opportunity, right? This time is different. Therefore top civilizations have given up fighting each other and will go all out against us. We have to face 4 top civilizations at once. I can see that they are not in a hurry because they are sure of victory. Even if we have the ability to fight 1 or even 2, we can't beat 4 top civilizations. Therefore, they can be so arrogant because everyone sees this battle like this. When their 4 top civilizations join forces, our failure is doomed. So, everyone, I'm not going to give up on anyone. I just don't want to be exterminated. My whole family died at the hands of alien civilizations. No one wants to kill alien civilizations more than me. I'm not afraid of alien civilizations, but I'm afraid of extinction. If we know that the possibility of defeat in this battle is extremely high, how can we make such a choice? Liu Wang, Your Excellency the Supreme Commander, I'm afraid of extinction. I will not say anything else. I will say something selfish. I'm a Chinese. We have been great for thousands of years. How can we be extinct in this generation? I'm afraid. Renki's words made Wang Xiansheng silent. In the video, he opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. The last 3 times I'm afraid of the extinction of my race were shrill. Renki's eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was trembling. Everyone understood what he meant. He was not those people below. He understood that the four top civilizations would not let humans go, and it was meaningless to abandon Lin Qun and me as humans. But what he wanted was the time in between, to use this time to hide human civilization and fire. At this moment, even Lin Qun's expression was a little complicated. In fact, when Renki opened his mouth just now, he was also a little unhappy, but at this moment, he realized these words of Renki are from his heart. He is an amazing person. He said these in front of so many people, even in front of Lin Qun, without any fear of offending anyone, just for the sake of human civilization. But he thought wrongly, and seemed a little stupid. Handing over Lin Qun would be self-destruction, and with Lin Qun's combat power, how could he be handed over? But Lin Qun did not speak, because he did not need to speak. Li Zeng and Wang Xiansheng had already said it for him. As soon as Renki opened his mouth, he was attacked by everyone. Why did he need to speak again? What's more, this was just Renki's idea, and it was not important at all. Lin Qun knew the attitude of the Federation. Looking at the fierce reactions of Li Zeng and others, he was still very pleased. His agreement with Li Zeng and everything he had done before had all been responded to. However, there was one thing that Renki said that made sense. Among the four top civilizations, there are 3 evolvers alone. Not to mention the army. Even if they are reluctant to send out the entire army, a top civilization only takes out a part of its main force, plus the miscellaneous troops bewitched by the evolvers of the mysterious civilization. It is terrifying enough. And the most critical thing is that there are still too many humans, and it is impossible to gather together for defense. The situation in North America is unknown, but it is indeed the case in China. With so many people and such a large area, it is impossible to gather together for defense, and if they cannot gather together, they can only watch themselves being killed by the alien civilization. Even if they win in the end, how many people will be left? Not to mention that the possibility of winning in this way is slim. After a while, Shan Shilling said, he is right. It is difficult for our army to compete with the top civilization. It is okay to deal with one, but if we spread out the battle, we will definitely lose. Not to mention a 70% chance, unless we can defeat the main force of the alien civilization in one battle. But how is this possible? The alien civilization has dispatched at least 3 evolvers and countless armies. Even if we win, 3 evolvers. He did not finish the rest. 3 evolvers. Who can win? Who doesn't want to fight if we can? Renki said, Mr. Lin, I have nothing against you. You are an amazing person. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. Without you, there would be no victory in the Daxing War or the Northern Expedition. We can't even sit here to discuss this. I also hope to kill all the aliens, but his bud made the scene dead silent. The old Supreme Commander also fell silent. He looked around the room and said, Old Ren's plan makes some sense, but what if we can't hide it? We don't know what kind of authority the winner of the civilization war will have. Maybe they can dig 3 feet into the ground, or even find the moon. Even if we work hard to hide the fire, we may not be able to escape being found. And Mr. Lin's attacker warship has the ability to cross space. Even if the moment of defeat comes, there is still a chance to leave behind a spark. We can use this spaceship to send a batch of sparks to the starry sky, far away from here and away from these alien civilizations. Moreover, Mr. Lin is also a top priority. Handing him over and destroying the Great Wall is impossible. Even if we want to leave, we can't leave, and it is Mr. Lin who leaves. However, we are discussing how to deal with it, which is also the purpose of this meeting. Everyone, if you have anything else, you can speak freely. The best possibility is that we can still stop the coalition of alien civilizations. The worst result is that we choose to leave the spark. The old Supreme Commander's words make sense. Renki said, I admit that my plans and ideas are also extreme, but civilization cannot be cut off. I don't want to give up Mr. Lin, and I hope there will be a better plan. If there is, I will definitely support it with all my strength. But this time, no one spoke immediately. In this case, who can have a plan? With a strong enemy in front, 3 evolvers, and the coalition of 4 top civilizations, how to resist the gap in hard power? Li Zeng, Shan Shilling, Wang Xiansheng and others all want to fight, and don't want to sit and wait for death. But there is really no feasible plan. The actual strength gap is an insurmountable mountain. After a while, someone broke the silence and proposed a plan. Everyone began to discuss it. Some proposed a war plan, and some proposed a spark plan, to establish two plans in parallel, but no matter what, the war plan still seems difficult among the two plans. But at this time, Lin Qun in the corner suddenly said, "What about three evolvers?" His words attracted the attention of the whole audience. Chapter 364, Repel the Enemy in the Americas. Lin Qun's words once again attracted everyone's attention to him. He hadn't spoken for a long time since just now. Everyone in the meeting spoke one after another and discussed rapidly for several times, but there was no result. There is no doubt that the huge problem is the current strength of the four top civilizations. Their power combined together is an irresistible and powerful army. Three top evolvers are difficult to solve. The huge fleet of their joint army is also difficult to deal with at present. The news from North America is intermittent, and the attitude over there is not clear. The meaning behind Lin Qun's words at this time once again attracted everyone's attention. "Mr. Lin, what do you mean?" the old commander asked. He has always remained rational and calm, and his attitude is also very clear. That is, even if the civilization flees, and the race is extinct, Mr. Lin should be the one who leaves alive. Li Zeng, Fang Zixin and others all looked at Lin Qun. Lin Qun nodded slightly and said, "It is what you understand. Three evolvers may not be powerless to fight. My strength as a human should be pretty good. I will let him cooperate with me, and I still have a few trump cards. If I really compete with three evolvers, it is still unknown who will win. And don't forget, even if there are three evolvers, they can work together, but there is a question mark as to what extent each of them can exert this strength." Everyone present was smart, and they all reacted as soon as Lin Qun opened his mouth. After hearing the old commander's speech, Li Zeng also exhaled, restrained himself, and then pondered. "What you said makes sense. In our eyes, all alien civilizations are enemies, but in fact, they are all competitors to each other. There are certain misunderstandings in our previous thinking. Even if they join forces, they may not go all out. From the current troop deployment, it can be seen that the Black Sheep civilization, the Silicon-based civilization, and the Lin Yuan civilization are only a part of their large forces. The strength of a fleet is certainly not a small amount, but it is not the entire strength of their civilization. Not to mention the Shengui civilization, almost all of their own people have run away, and now they have brought out a bunch of miscellaneous troops. It looks powerful, but even if these miscellaneous troops are all killed, it is not the Shengui civilization that is seriously injured. And the evolvers are the trump cards of these top civilizations. If any evolver dies, it basically means that they have no chance of becoming the final winner of the Blue Star civilization battlefield. In this case, even if the three evolvers join forces, I'm afraid they will not do their best in the battle, and they are far from the level of three evolvers joining forces to kill. Li Zeng's words are exactly the key that Lin Qun pointed out. It seems that the whole world is an enemy. It seems that the three evolvers are coming together to kill, but they may not do their best. The old commander looked at Lin Qun and reminded him, but if you want to kill them back, even if they don't do their best at the beginning, they will fight with all their strength at the moment of life and death. Your Excellency, I naturally understand this, Lin Qun said, but that's all later. They are all competitive relationships and alien civilizations. The suspicion between them will never disappear. As long as the suspicion exists, at least before I kill the first evolver, they will not react violently. When the first evolver dies, the situation may not be the same. Lin Qun's words provide a new idea. Everyone present was a big shot, and they immediately followed this line of thought in their discussion. Several officers became more and more excited as they spoke. Wang Xiansheng said, "Mr. Lin is right. Our situation is not that bad. Alien civilizations can gather together to fight us because of our strong strength, and they can also fall apart because of our deadly threat to them. I still think we should fight. Even if we don't fight, we should let Mr. Lin escape with his spaceship. I can't say nice things or beat around the bush, but I have seen Mr. Lin's combat power with my own eyes. Even if we don't talk about the efforts Mr. Lin has made for us humans, even if we only talk about value, I think he is more useful than me as a general, and more useful than the tens of thousands of troops under my command. No matter what, he should live. Li Zeng had completely calmed down at this time. He didn't make any provocative remarks, but just analyzed calmly. Also, the I'm human in the Americas, even if his combat power is not as good as Mr. Lin's, and he has not reached the level of an evolver, he should be able to pose a threat to the evolvers. Otherwise, the evolvers from the 4 top civilizations should have already taken action. After all, whether we help the Americas or not, and whether Mr. Lin will participate in the war in America, are still unknown. They only need to create a time difference, and at least half of the Americas will fall at once, but they did not do so, proving that they are also afraid of me being human, and no one wants to be the first to do so. As Mr. Lin said before, they have a chain of suspicion. Whether we go to the battlefield in America or not, the 3 evolvers are still ready to kill I'm human together. This I'm human must be strong, and may help Mr. Lin to withstand the pressure of the 3 evolvers. Lin Qun nodded. This was also his guess. The 3 evolvers did not attack the Chinese region, and they have not taken action against the American region. This proves that I'm human is not weak, and they don't want to lose themselves. On the contrary, this is good news for humans. There is still a fighting force in the American region that can make the evolvers jealous. Xiao Zhanguo said, I heard that this I'm human has fought against the top powerhouses of Wuxi civilization. Maybe it is not the opponent of the evolvers, but it can always tear off a piece of flesh from the evolvers. They are in a competitive relationship. No one wants to get hurt. If someone is injured, he will naturally not be the opponent of other evolvers. That's why their evolvers have been slow to take action. The analysis of Xiao Zhanguo and Li Zeng has won the approval of many people. The 4 top civilizations attacked the Americas first, of course, because the Americas are not as strong as the Chinese region, but it also shows that the Americas are threatening, and I'm a human being. Otherwise, if the Americas are not threatening at all, they can destroy China first, and then destroy the Americas at will, because from the surface, it is the military force displayed by the Chinese region that has led to the 4 top civilizations joining forces. Now they are attacking the Americas first, proving that the power of the Americas has interfered with their ability to deal with Chinese humans. Therefore, they must first kill a relatively weak one, and then concentrate on dealing with Chinese humans. Behind this, it proves that the American Federation and I'm human's strength. The fact that the 3 evolvers did not attack directly was another proof. Of course, the strong human beings were only one of the factors. Their mutual suspicion and unwillingness to lose were also important reasons. Because whoever was injured in the battle against humans would not be able to be the opponent of other uninjured evolvers. At that time, the top combat power would be defeated, and they would naturally have no chance of winning the Blue Star Civilization battlefield. They wanted to solve the human problem, but they did not want to pay the price of their own civilization's defeat. It was precisely because of this mentality that the 4 top civilizations were not united and might even provide humans with opportunities. At this time, Wang Xiansheng said, our ancestors said, those who are not of our race must have different hearts. Alien civilizations are not of the same race, and it is impossible for them to really work together, but we humans are a unified and complete civilization. This is our biggest advantage. Finally, the command looked around and said, since Mr. Lin is confident, we are naturally willing to fight. Alien civilizations come from the stars, and they still have a place to go if they are defeated. Blue Star is our home, and we have no way to retreat here. We have to prepare for both situations. On the one hand, we should prepare for the possibility of evacuation and secretly prepare a retreat plan. On the other hand, we should actively prepare for war. If the alien civilization wants to kill us, we will fight them to the death, to see who can kill whom. The retreat plan is also divided into 2 aspects. On the one hand, we should see if we can build a hidden shelter to hide our people in a place where the alien civilization cannot find us. On the other hand, we should turn our eyes to the starry sky. Mr. Lin's attacker warship has the ability to jump between stars. Although it is not large in size, we can prepare a seed bank to put it on it. If there is really no other way to go, Mr. Lin will take his attacker warship to the starry sky. But no matter which plan we choose, handing over Mr. Lin is absolutely impossible. For the escape plan, we must focus on Mr. Lin. By then, we will have 2 fires. If the road to the starry sky is blocked, the fire hidden on the blue planet may be rekindled in the future. If the fire on the blue planet is eventually found by the alien civilization, we still have seeds and a future in the starry sky. With the performance of the attacker warship and the combat power of Mr. Lin, it is the most likely to ensure the safety of the interstellar route in the entire blue planet. The plan of war. The alien civilization is coming fiercely, but we still have time. It takes time for their fleet to move, and their troops to gather. If they fight together, it is impossible for anyone to take the lead. They have to wait until everyone is in place to work together, so as not to make wedding clothes for others. This is our opportunity. We can dispatch troops. Everyone here basically knows that we have already grasped the news of the alien civilization's alliance a day ago, so I have been thinking about countermeasures. I now have a preliminary idea. This idea is, don't the alien civilizations want to take down the human compatriots in North America first? Then, we will place this battle in America. The number of humans gathered in the Americas is relatively small, and the area they are in is much smaller than that in China and Asia. It is difficult to achieve large-scale concentrated combat in our China region, but it may not be impossible in the Americas. Moreover, we cannot sit idly by and watch alien civilizations defeat the humans in North America and then slaughter us. That would be a foolish act of sitting back and waiting to die. There are not many humans left on the blue planet. Since we have to fight, we must minimize the price our civilization has to pay for it. We must prepare for losing, and we must also prepare for winning. So I suggest, keep the enemy out of the Americas. Fight a decisive battle with the 4 top civilizations directly in the Americas. Choose a location and start a head-on battle. Life and death depends on this battle. Of course, this is just my current idea, and the details need to be improved. For example, in the current situation, how can our army support the Americas in such a short time? How can our supplies get there? And how can we fight in the Americas? What do the humans in the Americas think? How many people and troops do they have? Are their plans consistent with ours? How can we cooperate? These are all plans that need to be discussed further. The old commander said a lot, but every word hit the mark and landed at a key position. It laid the tone for the next actions and direction of the entire human civilization. Renki also lowered his head, with a look of shame on his face. Next, it was a discussion. Both sides proceeded in the same direction. Lin Qun said, the North American region couldn't be contacted before, and now the alien civilization wants to attack it. The information is blocked and it can't be contacted. This is not a solution. Didn't the Americas invite me? This is an opportunity. I'll go there and see why they are looking for me, and also bring our intentions over and connect our plans. Lin Qun made this suggestion, and everyone nodded. The distance between China and North America is not far, but not close either. Before the outbreak of the civilization battlefield, it was naturally nothing, but at this time, it is very difficult. At this time, only Lin Qun can achieve a round trip safely in the shortest time. Moreover, Lin Qun can avoid the prying of alien civilizations with the bronze mask and complete the exchange of information silently. In fact, before this, Lin Qun had been hesitating whether to go, but now, he has no choice. This will be a matter of civilization. A life and death battle. How can we fight without information? We will surely lose. Lin Qun will become this bridge. After 4 hours of discussion, the meeting finally ended, and a preliminary battle plan for this battle has been put forward. But this time, it is not a battle in the Huaxia region. If we want to implement this plan, we need the cooperation of the federal humans in the Americas. If we want to make the preliminary plan complete, we need the joint decision of the federal humans in the Americas. At the end of the meeting, Wang Xiansheng and others who advocated the battle were all excited and said, in this battle, we have information, and will keep the enemy in the Americas. His eyes flashed with a burning light. After the meeting, the old commander kept Lin Qun, and he asked again, Mr. Lin, I have a question. I know I shouldn't ask too much, but I also want to ask one question. If we really have to fight, facing 3 evolvers, even if they are suspicious of each other and harbor evil intentions, it is impossible for them to go all out. How confident are you? Lin Qun knew that he had to figure out the extent of the matter. This battle was related to the survival of mankind. If they lost, the human resistance would be completely wiped out, and the alien civilization would devour all the humans on the blue planet like a wolf pack, destroying the entire race and species. He could not be careless. Lin Qun was silent for a moment. One trump card after another flashed through his mind. The last one was the broken sword of Zhu Zun. Immediately, he raised his head. If we go all out, we can be 70% sure. If the humans in the Americas have combat power comparable to the top powerhouses or even the evolvers, we can add another 10%. Hearing this, the old commander took a breath and said, I guessed you were sure, but I didn't expect it to be so high. Mr. Lin is indeed Mr. Lin. But, Mr. Lin, the strength of the human must be strong. But after all, we don't know enough, and we must prepare for the worst. There may be one Bai Yiming in this world, but there may not be a second Bai Yiming. Lin Qun was slightly stunned, nodded, and said, don't worry, sir. When I was in the Magic City, I already understood this truth. If you want to survive, you can't rely on others to be strong. Only when you are strong can you protect yourself. Lin Qun said here, paused, and then said, I will set off in half an hour. If I hide my tracks and move forward, my speed will not be very fast. It will take at least 2 hours to reach the American region. I will bring back news and try my best to unite with me as a human being. The old commander stretched out his hand and patted Lin Qun on the shoulder, saying, Mr. Lin, if things are impossible, you can retreat bravely. I couldn't say this in public at the meeting just now. Ren Qi is confused. Don't take his words to heart. And what I really want to say is, once the situation is over, Mr. Lin, you must get out as soon as possible. Don't fight for your life. If only one person can survive in the whole human race, I will also hope that it is you, and it can only be you. At that time, if there really comes that day, we will spare no effort to keep you alive. This is my attitude. Lin Qun looked at him, somewhat moved. He looked into the eyes of the old commander and knew that the other party's words were truly from the heart. Lin Qun was somewhat dissatisfied with Ren Qi's words, but he was a rational person and would not deny a group of people because of one person. He has always been very clear about the efforts of the Federation, the attitude and support of Li Zeng, Wang Xiansheng, and the old commander. What's more, behind them, there are human warriors who admire Lin Qun very much, follow him to death, and are willing to offer their hard-earned meager contribution points. These thoughts passed through his mind, and Lin Qun smiled lightly and said, I understand. I'm a person who is afraid of death, don't worry. In fact, Lin Qun has the biggest trump card. That is the Xuxin Kanjian, that can kill the immortal gods. If it can be used well, perhaps the three evolvers are not opponents, but the side effects of the Xuxin Kanjian are a bit big. It can be said that it hurts the enemy 1,000 times and hurts itself 800 times. If the opponent dies, it may be finished, because once the sword is drawn, everyone will use all means in the battle. Who knows how long it will take? If you can't control time, then. Therefore, Lin Qun didn't dare to use it easily. If all other means have been exhausted, he might use the broken sword of Zhu Zun. However, this is at least a trump card in his hand. A trump card that makes him confident in facing the three evolvers. However, Lin Qun didn't say it. At this time, the old commander patted Lin Qun on the shoulder, stood up, and walked out with his hands behind his back, leaving only the last sentence, it's right to be afraid of death. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. He is old, but his back is straight, like a pine tree. While humans were busy preparing, in the shadow of an unknown mountain range in the Damang region, there was a strange dark state. The surrounding mountain walls and valleys, even where there was light, were all pitch black, as if the ground was stained with a layer of black ink, but the range was not very large, and it was obscured by the plants in the mountains. Looking from the sky, it seemed that the trees here were lush and dense. Only when you were close could you tell clearly that the darkness here was flowing on the ground. And this darkness was the evolver of the Shengui civilization. The darkness it had distributed from all over the world was converging from all directions. At the bottom of the shadow valley of the nameless mountain range, a dark shadow was condensed. This place is different from other places. There are some other colors mixed in the darkness. Those are other contestants of the Shengui civilization. Their voices rang out, with strange tones, like the sound of sobbing wind in the mountains. Has it started? Our plan? Have they noticed anything? Those voices were strange, but like whispers, with a different feeling in the strange colors. The evolver of the Shengui civilization spoke slowly after a while. No. The power of God is the power of the first level civilization battlefield. The life of the third level battlefield. Even if it is an evolver, how can it be aware of anything? Its sneer echoed in the wind, but in the end it did not go with the wind, but was swallowed by the surging darkness, absorbing the sound back, and cutting it off. The other contestants of the Shengui civilization around were excited. They will never imagine what kind of power we have waiting for them. Evolver? Hehe, what evolver? What son of human civilization? As long as you show the power given to you by God, everything will be wiped out. In the third level civilization battlefield, no one can resist such power. However, we have to find a good opportunity. We can't be discovered by the organizer. Moreover, there are 4 top civilizations. Even if these natives can jump around, they are just struggling to survive. Their demise is already counting down. Our real opponents are still those top contestant civilizations competing with us. That's right, use them to strangle humans first, and then we will kill them all. At the moment, the coalition forces of the 4 top civilizations are advancing together. In the eyes of everyone, the defeat of mankind is a foregone conclusion. Even if humans have a large army that can resist the strong evolvers, they can never be the opponent of the 4 top civilizations. Destruction will only be a matter of time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365 Fleet in Space. Lin Qun set out from Jinling half an hour after the meeting. His destination was Ankara, a coastal city in the North American region. This city is located in the former California of the Federation North American region. It is also the largest city in California. It is located on the east side of a triangular peninsula, backed by the Chugach Mountains. It has a very good geographical location, and is the core location of the Doomsday Gathering Point for humans in North America. Its location is equivalent to the current Jinling city in the Huaxia region. The Federal Command Center in North America is here. Previously, I'm a human, and the invitation sent by the North American Federation to Lin Qun also clearly stated that Lin Qun should go to this location at any time to keep an appointment. Lin Qun also set out as soon as possible. In the dim night, Lin Qun put on a bronze mask and started the Mark 15 Inno suit on the outskirts of Jinling City. He still did not use the attacker battleship. As the most conspicuous human aircraft and Lin Qun's vehicle in the Northern Expedition War of the Divine Civilization, the attacker battleship can move silently, but it will be a problem if it disappears on the battlefield. It will definitely attract attention. At the moment, when alien civilizations are moving, on the one hand, they are blocking human communications, and on the other hand, they are certainly paying attention to human movements, especially Lin Qun, who is regarded as their #1 enemy, and will be the top priority of these alien civilizations. Lin Qun wants to go to North America, so he must avoid the sight of alien civilizations. The Huaxia region and the Ankara region of the North American region, where he set out, are already absolute human occupation areas. There is no trace of alien civilizations, and it is impossible to find out where he ran to through the changes in the rankings. Along the way, the route and even the sea area that Lin Qun passed through were planned by the military team for Lin Qun, all of which were uninhabited areas. In this way, Lin Qun set off all the way, and the Jinling city under his feet was brightly lit. Countless humans are busy preparing to fight against alien civilizations. Of course, the problem facing the commander, Old Man, and others at this moment, is to calm the existing panic below, which is also a huge problem. But this is not what Lin Qun needs to worry about now. He goes to do what he should do, and the civilized things are also completed by those who should complete them. Lin Qun rode away in a cloud of dust. He disappeared into the wilderness. He had hit the Federal Human Identification Code of the North American region. In this way, even if he entered its alert area, Lin Qun would not be accidentally injured or attacked. With books, it is long. Without books, it is short. Lin Qun was very smooth. He set out from the Huaxia region and flew all the way across the skyline. He flew diagonally over the Chugach Mountains. Ankara. It soon appeared in front of Lin Qun. This port city was as brightly lit as Jinling City. There were some warships docked at the port. Half of the city was in ruins, and half of the city had resumed normal operation. In the outskirts of the ruins and the city, there were continuous simple houses and military camps. On the outside, there was a circle of defense surrounding the entire Ankara. Some places were high walls, and some places seemed to be piles of sandbags and other materials that were filled later. When Lin Qun entered here, he connected to the North American Federal Military in Ankara according to the frequency band he had obtained earlier in Jinling City to show his identity. Soon, under the guidance of the ground, Lin Qun's position dropped all the way and soon landed on the ground. The place where he landed was an open space near the port of Ankara. As soon as he landed, he saw a large number of federal soldiers armed with live ammunition approaching him. Then, a tall white officer stepped out of the crowd and strode towards Lin Qun. The other party was about 35 or 36, about 1.90 m tall, handsome, with a typical proud smile on his face. He stretched out his hand to Lin Qun and said, "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Thomas, the representative of the North American Federation for the Chinese region. The American region welcomes you." He did not use the common language of the Federation, but used a fairly fluent Chinese language, which was not only to show closeness, but also to express his importance and friendship to Lin Qun, a Chinese visitor. Lin Qun shook hands with him, exchanged a few words, and then went straight to the point and stated his purpose in a concise and clear manner. Thomas sighed. "Of course, this is the key to the matter. Mr. Lin, our chief in the American region, is ready to see you. We are very grateful that you can come here now." As he said, Thomas made an invitation. Lin Qun followed behind him and moved forward. On the way, Thomas introduced the situation in the Americas to him. In fact, their front has been shrinking in the past few days. The Federal Army, the survivors, after the short-lived rise of mankind after the Battle of Daxing, they are now facing another trough. The territory is shrinking. After the Lin Yuan civilization occupied South America, it quickly expanded to the north. Many small and medium-sized alien civilizations between North and South America were eradicated, and the buffer zone became smaller and smaller. With the human power in North America, a head-on confrontation would inevitably be defeated by the Lin Yuan civilization, so they have been retreating. Fortunately, the Lin Yuan civilization had just experienced a war with the Wuxi civilization. On the one hand, they were resting, and on the other hand, only a small part of their attention was here. They were able to retreat all the way from the main area of North America to the current California Peninsula. Ankara was originally a heavy survivor base here. Now it has been reactivated and has become the command center of the North American Federation. The person in charge here is Marcus, the former commander-in-chief of the American Federation. Lin Qun didn't have a deep impression of this name, but before coming, the Supreme Commander gave him relevant information, which included information about this person. In this world, the Americas region, as part of the Federation world, is almost completely merged and has a general person in charge. Andorra is this person. This is a legendary figure, just a young man from a small town. He has come to where he is today step by step, by relying on his own abilities. After becoming the head of the Americas region, he has always been reclusive and has not been conspicuous. However, this person is very ambitious. From the information, although he has never appeared in the public eye, he has been operating in the Federation. If the battlefield of civilization is not opened, then he will undoubtedly appear on the list of candidates for the next federal president in 3 years. In this regard, Lin Qun actually sighed quietly in his heart about another point. Sure enough, he still has to be an official. Even if the world is like this, he can still survive. However, when Lin Qun just came here, Andorra was willing to see him, which shows that Andorra also attaches great importance to Lin Qun. Lin Qun actually didn't think that he would have the opportunity to meet the highest person in charge of each region directly. Although this is not in Lin Qun's original world, it also makes him feel a strange sense of uneven fate. Here, there are mainly white people and black people, and yellow people are rare. Lin Qun was led forward by Thomas, but still attracted a lot of attention. After entering the core office area of the American Federal Region, many sensitive people saw Thomas and had guessed who the Asian man next to Thomas was based on the changes in the rankings. There was more or less some inquiry and curiosity in their eyes when they looked at Lin Qun. Thomas was very polite and led Lin Qun all the way to the reception room. Lin Qun waited for half a minute and Ander appeared here. He looked younger than his actual age, and in the photo, with grey hair, but in high spirits. He sat down in front of Lin Qun, without too much courtesy, and got straight to the point. This is exactly what Lin Qun wanted. The situation is urgent, and at the moment of life and death for mankind, courtesy is unnecessary. The fact that Ander can survive until now is inseparable from his official title, but it is also directly linked to his ability. Those who can still sit in high positions now are truly capable people, otherwise, they would have been washed away in the torrent of doomsday. Lin Qun learned that the American Federation represented by Andorra was also ready to go to war. They also knew very well that this war was inevitable, and they would bear the brunt of it, and there was no way to retreat. At this stage, the human population in the entire American region was shrinking, and America was preparing to build 3 lines of defense along the way to block the troops of the 4 top civilizations in 4 directions. But Andorra also said, we have too many civilians here. Although the population has dropped sharply, our population base is here. Once the war starts, unless we can win in one battle, otherwise, we have no way to protect everyone, and a large number of humans will die in this war. And the alien civilizations don't have this concern. If they start a war in the Chinese region, the situation can only be earlier. Lin Qun also spoke. Even now, the population has dropped sharply. Whether it is the Huaxia region or the Americas region, the number of human survivors is no longer that large. But in the war, there are still a lot of them. Ankara cannot accommodate so many people, nor can it protect so many people. No city can accommodate so many survivors. They can only disperse. Once dispersed, human troops will also disperse. Even if human troops are concentrated, they may not be the opponent of the top civilization fleet. Dispersion is meaningless. In this case, going to war means that large groups of survivors will be slaughtered by alien civilizations. Not to mention how many humans will die as a result. Even behind this, the contribution points and improvements obtained by alien civilizations from the contribution points will be considerable. In this regard, Lin Qun could only tell the plan he brought for the Huaxia region, and he was going to adjust it according to the actual situation of the Americas region to see if he could come up with practical plans and plans to minimize human casualties. Andorra listened, was silent for a long time, and said, we will continue to adjust. We don't have much time left. The alien civilizations are wary of each other, and are only willing to keep advancing in sync. This is our chance, but this chance will only last for 4 days at most. Within 4 days, we must come up with a response, otherwise, we can only wait for destruction. Having said this, he paused and said, in fact, Mr. Lin, I have admired your fighting ability for a long time. Although I'm in America, I have heard a lot about you. I admire you very much. It was indeed Brent who made the initial invitation, but I also gave great support, because I also have my own selfish motives. I hope you can support me in the future. On the way here just now, Lin Qun had heard Thomas say, Brent is the real name of I'm Human, the human god of war in the Americas. And at this moment, what Lin Qun cares more about is the meaning behind Andorra's words. His support at this moment is probably not support for this war. It means a deeper level of support. Lin Qun raised his head and looked into Andorra's blue eyes. At this moment, he seemed to see the raging ambition in the other's eyes. But Lin Qun did not make a promise. He just replied, Mr. Andorra, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for us to consider this issue now. We should win this battle first. Of course, Lin Qun would not choose to be Andorra's younger brother. Strictly speaking, he and the federal forces in the Huaxia region are only in a cooperative relationship. How could he come to be someone else's younger brother? Lin Qun does not have this masochistic tendency. You want me to serve you? It's better for you to serve me. However, Lin Qun did not refuse immediately. He thought, anyway, the choice is in his hands. Who can force him if he says no? But Lin Qun is not very familiar with the people in the American Federation. He decided to keep it a secret first and give these federal people in the American region some hope so that they will feel that there is a chance. When the decisive battle really takes place in Ankara, they will cooperate with him wholeheartedly. After the battle, if everyone can survive, it will not be too late to refuse. Of course I understand. Otherwise, this is what I just said when I saw you. Please believe me, Mr. Lin, support me, and I will give you the best conditions. Andorra smiled slightly and said, if our human race is not destroyed in this battle, I'm still alive, and you are still alive. I hope you can think about it carefully and give me an answer. It seemed that, just as Lin Qun expected, Anda saw a little hope from Lin Qun's seemingly ambiguous attitude, and his attitude towards Lin Qun became a little enthusiastic. I will. Very good. Anda said, then I won't bother you anymore. The plan of the Huaxia region is very good. I will hold a meeting to discuss it immediately. And besides that, there is another person who wants to see you. You should know. Lin Qun certainly knew. The man Anda was talking about was none other than I'm Human Brent, who claimed to be the son of civilization. Time was running out, and Lin Qun came here to meet people and deal with problems without stopping. And Lin Qun was actually a little curious, why did the other party want to see him? Soon, he met this long-haired legend, Brent Marion. It is said that before the opening of the battlefield of civilization, he was the coach of an ice hockey club in the Americas and the youngest coach. He is only 31 years old, but actually looks younger. He is a white man with light chestnut hair and looks meticulous. Sitting in front of Lin Qun, the two people looked at each other quietly for a moment, and he spoke first. You are not the son of civilization. A battlefield of civilization, an indigenous civilization, can have at most one son of civilization. Lin Qun blinked. Brent's bluntness surprised him. This is the first time they met, and they talked about this right away. Brent has already said, humanity is about to perish. 4 top civilizations joined forces, 3 evolvers, and the weapons of silicon-based civilization against evolvers. This is a battle that cannot be won, even if the 4 civilizations hide their own thoughts. I know you are very powerful. In the Battle of Daxing, you killed an evolver. In the war with the Shengui civilization, the Shengui civilization was defeated in less than half a month. But that doesn't mean you can defeat 4 top civilizations. From the time they met until now, except for the first sentence of self-introduction, the 2 sentences that Brent said were far beyond Lin Qun's expectations. In his imagination, someone who could harvest 20,000 contribution points at the beginning of the civilization battlefield would be so high-spirited and arrogant, but he didn't expect that the other party would say that humans would definitely lose as soon as he opened his mouth. I don't understand. What do you mean? Brent seemed not to hear Lin Qun's question and stated indifferently, in addition, I can tell you a piece of information that no one on the entire blue star knows. Outside our star system, 20 billion kilometers away from our blue star, there is already a fleet lurking. This is a true space civilization. The so-called top civilizations in the 3rd level battlefield that we are facing now are nothing in front of this fleet. Moreover, they have been waiting for a long time. As soon as the blue star battlefield is decided, they will immediately advance into our star system and sweep our planet. Lin Qun was really shocked when he heard this. He had never thought of this information. There is actually an interstellar fleet in space. Chapter 366 The True Son of Human Civilization. This was the first time that Lin Qun met I'm Human Brent, but the meeting was very different from what he expected. Brent was more aggressive than he expected. He had been talking since they met. He sat opposite Lin Qun, leaning forward, staring at Lin Qun's pupils with eagle-like eyes. He said, I know that you are not a child of human civilization, but I know that I am. I'm a true child of human civilization. Lin Qun's thoughts were still on his previous sentence. What do you think about the fleet in space? What kind of civilization are they? Is this true? How do you know? After the Blue Star battlefield was opened, the Blue Star humans' monitoring of outer space was almost completely paralyzed. On the one hand, there was the blockade of the civilization battlefield itself, and the paralysis and loss of satellites. On the other hand, there was the damage and loss of related ground instruments and responsible personnel. Who can look up at the stars when it is difficult to guarantee survival in the present? Even if they can, they may not be able to discover a fleet in space. As far as Lin Qun knows, the star system, where this blue star world is located, is very similar to the one where he came from, with almost the same structure, and the diameter of the star is also around 15 billion kilometers. In the macroscopic scale of the universe, 10 billion kilometers is not a far distance at all. Therefore, if what Brent said in front of him is true, the space fleet is equivalent to having parked the fleet at the door of the blue star. My last sentence is the answer. Brent's eyes were burning. I'm the son of human civilization. I got the investment from the people behind the battlefield of civilization. So, I know more information than you, other humans, or even alien civilizations. This space fleet is a wanderer fleet wandering in our galaxy. This kind of wanderer fleet has no civilization of its own. They are similar to nomads, but their nomadic range is a starry sky, searching for civilizations and planets with resources everywhere. Once they are found, they will plunder and slaughter. The only difference between them and the vultures hovering over the battlefield waiting to gnaw on carrion is that they are far more powerful than vultures. The difference between them and us is that we are a group of life that can hardly leave our own planet, while they are already considered space civilizations. Of course, under normal circumstances, in the vast universe, they may not be able to find us, even if they pass by our star system. But after a planet with life and civilization is marked as a civilization battlefield, it will be exposed within a certain range of galaxies. Although the universe is vast, they, as nomads, can come and find us nearby. They dare not disturb the progress of the civilization battlefield, nor can they. But as long as the civilization battlefield ends and there is a winner, they will wait for the winner to leave. If there is no winner, they will pounce directly, but the ending is the same. Our planet has been targeted by them. Even if we resist the current participating alien civilizations and make this blue star battlefield without any winner, the ending of blue star will not change, and the ending of human civilization will not change. We will eventually be wiped out. The amount of information in Brent's words was too much, like a heavy hammer falling on Lin Qun's heart. He felt unbelievable. At this moment, outside the battlefield near them, and outside the space, there are actually enemies eyeing them covetously. For the indigenous civilization, there is no way to survive in the civilized battlefield. And from what Brent said, he seems to be a son of civilization. Lin Qun had never heard of this information, let alone knew it. Moreover, behind many details in Brent's words, there was some information that Lin Qun didn't know at all. Not only did he not know it, but no one in the whole of China knew it. Lin Qun opened his mouth and didn't know what to say for a while, but he basically believed what Brent said. At this time, the other party didn't need to make up a bunch of lies to deceive him. What's more, here's Lin Qun, and the other party is the world's second I'm human. Lin Qun had too many questions and too many words to say, but after a moment of silence, he just asked, "Is this what you wanted me to say to me?" "Yes." Brent said, "To be honest, I'm surprised. I'm the son of civilization. I was chosen at the beginning of the Blue Star civilization battlefield. Ordinary people only have one innate ability, but I have 3, including 1 S-level ability and 2 A-level abilities. Not only that, I also have the support of advanced technology and equipment, which is why I got a huge advantage at the beginning of the civilization battlefield. However, I was also inflated at that time, and was discovered by the Wuxi civilization. They have been chasing me, and I can only hide from place to place. In my opinion, I should be the savior of the human race on Blue Star. Of course, this is also the necessary mission of the son of human civilization. But I didn't expect that, while I was still walking alone, avoiding the pursuit of the Wuxi civilization, while developing, waiting for the situation to change, and waiting for an opportunity to act, you had already risen in China. It has even surpassed me now, and the total number of contribution points has far surpassed me. If I didn't know clearly that I was the son of civilization, I would have suspected that you were the son of civilization." Lin Qun was stunned. This time he knew. The son of civilization mentioned by the alien civilization really existed, and it was true that the son of civilization could obtain many benefits. 3 innate abilities, and technical and equipment support. No wonder this person was able to obtain 20,000 contribution points not long after the opening of the civilization battlefield. Although Lin Qun always felt that he was a cheat, in the final analysis, it was still within the limited rules of the civilization battlefield. For example, he only had one innate ability. The other abilities were nothing more than derived from his innate ability. Because of this, although some alien civilizations thought he was wrong, the civilization battlefield did not judge that Lin Qun had any cheating behavior. And now look, isn't this Brent the one who really cheated? This is a real wall hanging. Moreover, this is a cheat given by the organizer. Lin Qun sighed in his heart. The real wall hanging can kill 20,000 alien civilization lives at the beginning, and he, the fake wall hanging, still has to rely on his own development. At this time, he also understood that this cheat helped Brent, but also hurt him. At the beginning, he used his official cheat of the Son of Civilization to gain a significant advantage, which was an advantage that ordinary humans could not obtain at that stage. But because of this, he was targeted by the top civilization in the Americas, the Wuxi civilization, which directly led to him having to shrink and hide. Cheating does not mean invincibility. Even if the Wuxi civilization is not inferior to the Lin Qun civilization, it is also a genuine top civilization with both foundation and strength. It found that humans were suspected of being the son of civilization, and chased them all the way to the end. Even if Brent had a cheat, he had to stay at home before he became strong enough. It was even more difficult for him to develop quickly. Although Lin Qun was once besieged and intercepted by many top civilizations, he did not become the target of too many alien civilizations at the beginning. On the contrary, because he grew slowly at the beginning and spent a peaceful growth period, coupled with the blockade of the Magic City, on the one hand, it did bring heavy casualties to the Magic City, but on the other hand, it also helped Lin Qun from a certain perspective, and won him a precious development period. Lin Qun asked, "What do you mean by mission? Have you met the initiator of the civilization battlefield? Do you know, why does the civilization battlefield exist? What exactly is the reward for the kingdom of God, that the top civilizations compete for the winner of the civilization battlefield?" Lin Qun's eyes lit up. At this point, Lin Qun no longer had any doubts about my true identity as a human. He also took the opportunity to ask the question that he was most concerned about. Why did the civilization battlefield come about? Who is the organizer behind the scenes? What kind of a good place is the kingdom of God? Why do those top civilizations want to go there? These questions have been lingering in Lin Qun's mind for a long time. But no one can answer his question. Humans don't know the answer. Alien civilizations may know, or may not know, but whether they know or not, they can't tell Lin Qun, who is an enemy. But in response to Lin Qun's question, Brent just shook his head. He looked at Lin Qun with an unfathomable complexity in his eyes, and said, "I don't know either. Although I was chosen as the son of my civilization, I only got a simple intelligence system, which you can understand as some kind of super AI. It claims to be from the north of the kingdom of God. It provides help and support, but never reveals to me anything about the kingdom of God and the organizers, or even the purpose of the civilization battlefield. Moreover, even if I knew, I would be restricted from saying it. As for the mission, nothing in this world is free of cost. The existence of the Son of Civilization is not for the indigenous civilization, but for enriching the battlefield of civilization. The Son of Civilization cannot get benefits for nothing, so it has a mission. This mission is simple and complex, which is to ensure that our indigenous civilization will not perish. The intelligence system I have obtained will determine whether my mission is successful or not. If it is judged to be a failure." Brent did not say the rest of the words, but from his expression, the intelligence system he mentioned is his helper, but it is also the sword of Damocles that may fall on his head at any time. This is not quite what Lin Qun expected. He had heard the news from the alien civilization before, and he thought that the Son of Civilization was a bet by one of the organizers, which should only be beneficial. But now it seems that this may indeed be a bet, but this bet is placed on the Son of Civilization, but the bet may be on the entire indigenous civilization. It's just, the more Lin Qun listened, the more doubts he had in his heart. Behind the battlefield of civilization, perhaps it is this kingdom of God. But what is their purpose in doing this? What benefits do they get from the conquest and slaughter on the battlefield of civilization? Entertainment of advanced civilization? Lin Qun thought it was unlikely. High-level civilizations would not do this. Even if there were, it would not be so widespread. Kingdom of God. What kind of place can be called Kingdom of God? Lin Qun didn't know. As the son of civilization, Brent couldn't answer this question. Lin Qun didn't really believe what Brent said. Maybe he knew something, but he just didn't want to say it, or couldn't say it. Lin Qun understood that, whether Brent really didn't know, or pretended not to know, he had answered his question, and he couldn't get any more information about the battlefield of civilization from Brent. In contrast, Lin Qun knew that he should focus more on what was in front of him. Whether it was the kingdom of God or the battlefield of civilization, it was too far away for him now. Indigenous civilizations had no right to win in a war of civilizations. The fact that the 4 top civilizations joined forces to fight against humans already made Lin Qun feel pressured, not to mention the nomad fleet in space mentioned by Brent. That was a real interstellar fleet, an interstellar civilization, and they would not be restricted by the rules of the battlefield of civilizations. If the human civilization of Blue Star survives until the end of the Blue Star civilization battlefield, then they will rush over. Sitting here, Lin Qun seemed to have felt the gaze of the vulture from the deep space and the terrible sense of oppression. Lin Qun took a deep breath and said, "So, you want to seek my help, to fight against the top civilization coalition and the future fleet in space?" Brent said a lot. As the son of civilization, he found himself, and said so many words, even some things that no one knew, such as the fleet in space. He must want to reach some kind of consensus with him. That is, Lin Qun is useful to him. Otherwise, there is no need for it. Hearing this, Brent nodded, then shook his head. His next words still surprised Lin Qun. Brent said, "You can say that. Lin, your eyes is a surprise to me and everyone else. I do need your support. Support, not help. A civilization can only have one son of civilization. You are powerful, but you are just luckier than me. It may be unpleasant to say this, but I do have the support of the kingdom of God, which you don't have. I hope you can follow me. Follow me. I won't ask about your talent or your secrets. I will also give you the best treatment and even give you some of my cake. This is a promise I can make to you. However, my purpose is not to ask you to support me against the top civilization coalition and the opponents in space. These are invincible enemies. Even if we beat the top civilization coalition, we can't defeat the fleet in space. The blue planet is over. Our civilization sprouted and grew here. And now, it's time for us to leave. I have gathered a group of talents, and I also need masters like you. We can leave together with the fire of civilization and escape to the starry sky. Our human civilization will not be cut off, and my mission will be completed. I know you also have a spaceship. I don't ask where your spaceship comes from, and I'm not interested in your spaceship, because if I'm not mistaken, your spaceship is probably seized and modified from some top civilization, and it shouldn't have the ability to jump to the stars, right? But even if it does, you can't leave. The starry sky is vast, there is no destination, and there is no sufficient circulation technology support. Even if you are an evolver, you will eventually wither in the long space voyage. You are powerful. If I'm not mistaken, you may want to leave. The remaining humans here are not worth fighting side by side. But you don't have that ability. No spaceship, no destination, and you can't leave, even if you want to. For you, there is only one way, to fight the alien civilization. But I do. As a son of civilization, I have chosen my destination. I have a real spaceship that can travel between the stars. Only the son of civilization can use it. As long as you follow me and follow me, in the future, you and I will be the creators of a new human civilization. Now, you can choose a safer path. Brent's eyes were filled with expectation. Escape from the blue planet. This is his real plan. P.S. Please give me some monthly tickets. Chapter 367. We have different paths. Lin Qun listened to this and took a deep breath. He realized that he should have thought of it earlier. Brent's attitude was wrong from the moment they met. To put it nicely, he was telling Lin Qun about the crisis facing human civilization now, but to put it bluntly, he was talking about the fact that human civilization on Blue Star could not stand up to a fight. In fact, his words were all negative and pessimistic. It was just that the information he gave Lin Qun was so shocking that Lin Qun was completely unaware of these obvious contents. Until this moment, when Brent gave Lin Qun a clear answer, he realized that the other party's true thoughts were 1,000 miles apart from Lin Qun's. The real idea of this son of human civilization, Brent Merriam, was not to confront alien civilizations at all, but to run away. Lin Qun adjusted his sitting posture, and the other party's words made him feel a little uncomfortable. It was not just the words that asked Lin Qun to be his younger brother. All of Brent's words made Lin Qun feel uncomfortable. The impression of this person in his eyes was falling to the bottom in a second. He didn't even know what to answer for a moment. After a while, he just said, "You want to escape from Blue Star?" Brent didn't seem to notice Lin Qun's subtle change in attitude. On the contrary, he leaned back in his seat, folded his arms, and said, "This is to leave a spark for civilization. This is the only hope. No one on the entire Blue Star knows the situation outside better than me. We can't win. I haven't grown up yet. I need time. As long as I'm given enough time, I can grow into a true evolver. And give civilization years. Civilization will soon be able to take root and sprout. Don't think I'm talking nonsense to you. What I said is true. I have found my destination. It is a Blue Star-like planet more than 50 light years away from Blue Star, and I do have a spaceship. Under the blockade of the civilization battlefield, only the spaceship of my son of civilization can leave this planet in a normal way and escape to the starry sky without intervening through the space channel of the battlefield. Those so-called top civilizations do not have the ability to catch up with my spaceship. Their goal is to win the Blue Star battlefield. Outside the Blue Star, they will not get contribution points or experience by killing humans or each other. And my spaceship is only owned by the Sons of Civilization. Only the Sons of Civilization have the right to use it. He emphasized again that only the Sons of Civilization can use his spaceship. Lin Qun understood what this meant. He was telling Lin Qun not to have any crooked ideas. If he was gone, his spaceship would be gone too. And Brent's words seemed to have confirmed that Lin Qun was willing to leave with him, and from his words, Lin Qun could see that Brent had made careful and detailed preparations for his plan. At least now it seems that all aspects have been thought through clearly. But Lin Qun's brows were getting deeper and deeper. Brent obviously thought too much and underestimated Lin Qun's strength. Brent obviously thought that the attacker warship in his hand was captured by Lin Qun from an alien civilization. In the third level civilization battlefield of Blue Star, even the warships of the top civilization, that is, the intra-universe warships, can at most carry out short-range space travel. But what Lin Qun has is a real warship. He can travel between stars, but he is a little concerned about the blockade of the civilization battlefield mentioned by Brent. You mean, the civilization battlefield is blocked? We can't leave Blue Star? Of course. Brent said, from the beginning of the civilization battlefield, Blue Star has been blocked, from the surface of Blue Star to a position of 600,000 kilometers. This is the upward limit of the civilization battlefield. Of course, this limit will not prevent any non-biological matter from passing through, but will only prevent contestants and non-contestants from entering and leaving. This is the rule on the battlefield. This is actually not a secret for the contestant civilization, but for us natives, it is something that no one will tell us. If you are interested, I can introduce you to the long journey of the starry sky in the future. With your strength, when our human civilization develops again in the future, we can also participate in the civilization battlefield as a contestant. You will definitely be able to become the most powerful pioneer at that time. Listening to Brent's words, Lin Qun became more and more silent. When he was in the Magic City, he had guessed who the Sima-human was, who had dominated the human ranking list with a high number of kills of 20,000 contribution points at the beginning of the civilization battlefield. How great it was. On the way here, he was still a little curious and expectant in his heart. He wanted to see this legendary figure, and was also curious about what the other party had to say. Maybe it was because of the Battle of Daxing. Bai Yiming left a very deep impression on Lin Qun. They didn't say a few words in total, but on the battlefield, they achieved unimaginable cooperation. Lin Qun also admired the Blood Emperor, who was respected by everyone in Daxing City. He thought that people who could achieve global fame should also be such great people. If there was one thing he regretted in the Battle of Daxing, it was that he didn't get to know Bai Yiming properly. He is a person who rarely has such an impulse to take the initiative to get to know someone. Lin Qun felt that his expectation of I'm human might also come from this, because he remembered that before the Battle of Daxing, he was just curious and had no expectations. But now it seems that he is a little wrong. Brent and Bai Yiming are completely different people. Brent is the son of human civilization and the person who was given the hang by the organizer behind the battlefield of civilization, but his thinking is completely different from Bai Yiming. Brent's idea is of course correct. He is the son of civilization and the savior of civilization. As long as he is alive, there is hope that he can establish a brand new blue star human civilization on another planet, and everything here can be abandoned. For him, he will become the well-deserved master of the new human civilization, with glory and power in his hands, and he can also fulfill the mission that the son of civilization should have for the human civilization of Blue Star. He has also successfully helped the continuation of Blue Star civilization, so that the race will not be extinct, and the fire of civilization will not be extinguished. This is the most secure win-win situation. But Lin Qun watched and listened, and for some reason, he just felt a little uncomfortable. Of course, he also thought about leaving. A few hours ago, before and after the meeting of the Jinling City General Command, Lin Qun said that once he found that things could not be done, he would leave, relying on the attacker warship and taking his people away. Since things could not be done, he could not care about the remaining people. At most, he would take away the seed bank and the like. Lin Qun did not want to die. But he did not think about leaving. There was no reason. He just did not think about it. Maybe it was because of those who died in front of him in the Battle of the Magic City. Maybe it was because of the last words of Bai Yiming, brought to him by Professor Wang. Maybe it was because of the support and warm eyes from the top and bottom of the Huaxia Federation. Lin Qun knew that as soon as the news of the alien civilization disturbing the military spirit was released, some people were so scared that they wanted to hand him over. But there were also people who had been supporting him, and the number was definitely not small. Northeast Army, Lucheng, Daxing City, Jinling City. It was not 1 or 2 people, nor 100 or 200 people, or even more than tens of thousands of people, but hundreds of thousands or even millions of people. Their most direct support has turned into countless expensive high-level dark energy or energy recovery potions, lying in Lin Qun's Kyankan bag. The cheapest of those recovery potions is close to 100 contribution points, which is impossible for most people to get, and they have to fight for their lives to get it. The owners of the contribution points used to exchange for these high-level potions are not as powerful as Lin Qun, and many people don't know how long it took to get them. They saved these contribution points, perhaps thinking about the items they expected and hoped to buy in the contribution point mall, but only the 5 words Mr. Lin needs made them hand over the contribution points they exchanged for their lives in blood and fire. And contribution points are something that cannot be forcibly collected, even if the military order is as strong as a mountain. As humans of indigenous civilization, they don't have this authority. Only when they are willing can they hand it over. Lin Qun didn't say anything at the time, but he remembered it in his heart. He patted his butt and left. What should these people do? How can he live up to the support and the bottles of high-level recovery potions that are constantly sent? Moreover, he didn't want to go to the starry sky. After finally getting to this point, a voice in his heart said, "You have to give it a try. You have to give it a try. If it doesn't work, keep going." Seeing Lin Qun's silence, Brent smiled. He seemed to firmly believe that Lin Qun would choose him and his plan. He said, "You still have time to consider. General Ander already knows my plan. He is preparing for me to evacuate the personnel of Blue Star, the historical and cultural library of human civilization, and the seed library. 3 days. Just give me an answer within 3 days, and I will reserve a place for you in my fleet. Except for you, I have not given anyone else such treatment." Brent thinks highly of Lin Qun. Facing the aggressive alien civilization and the unstoppable trend, everyone stands in different positions and has different judgments. For Brent, he believes that his current decision is the best choice for himself and the human civilization of Blue Star. Objectively speaking, there is nothing wrong with his approach, but he is still a little too confident that his idea is the only choice that everyone should recognize. This is the confidence and advantage brought to him by his identity as a son of civilization and the information gap with other humans. Based on this, he judged that Lin Qun would definitely make the same choice as him, leave Blue Star. And he values Lin Qun because of Lin Qun's strength. It is incredible to Brent that he defeated 2 evolvers in a row. Now, he can't fight against the evolvers. With his strength, he can only hurt the evolvers and bite off a piece of meat, but he will definitely die. Of course, it is limited to incredible. Brent is very clear about his advantages. In the future, he will definitely become an evolver. Now he is stronger than him, but it does not mean that he will be the same in the future. No matter how powerful this mysterious Oriental man is, he will eventually be far behind him. Therefore, Brent was proud and confident, and wanted Lin Qun to follow him, be loyal to him, and fight for him. Brent hoped to recruit such talents under his command. But unfortunately, Lin Qun quickly raised his head, his eyes were firm, and he said, "In less than 3 days, I can answer you now, Brent. We have different paths. I will stay here. Whether it is the alien contestant civilization or the space fleet wandering outside the Blue Star star system, I want to fight with them. If we succeed, Blue Star will still be human, and we don't have to start over. We can save a lot of time to rebuild our homes on the ruins and accelerate development. If we fail, I also have a way to escape, so as not to lose both the wife and the army. Since there is a way to retreat, I want to give it a try, and I don't want to escape directly." This is Lin Qun's true thought. He still has cards. Some for moving forward, some for retreating. In this case, he must try further. He has to give it a try first. He couldn't accept being defeated before the battle, even if others didn't say it. It was a denial of his bloody battles all the way from the Magic City to here, and it was more like a ruthless mockery of his previous efforts. Hearing Lin Qun's answer, Brent showed a look of obvious surprise, and was very surprised. "Are you sure? Are you sure this is not an impulsive idea? You said you have a retreat. What retreat do you have? I know that you have fought all the way here, and perhaps retreating is a shameful choice for you, but you have to make a rational decision." "This is my rational decision," Lin Qun answered calmly. His eyes met with Brent's. The expression in his eyes was extremely peaceful. Maybe just now, he had indeed experienced a brainstorm in his mind. But at this moment, the brainstorming, hesitation and thinking were all over. This was his answer. People with different paths cannot work together. You go your way, I go mine. Brent looked at him in a daze. Lin Qun's decision was beyond his expectations. He saw the calmness in Lin Qun's eyes and realized that this was not an impulsive and reckless decision, but he had greater confusion in his heart. Moreover, he was reluctant to give up Lin Qun's fighting power. He couldn't help but said, "Lin Qun, I admire you very much. To be honest, you now have the strength to fight against the evolvers. This is amazing. I can't do it now. If I face the evolvers, there is only one way to die. If I stay on the battlefield, I can only become cannon fodder, and my benefits as a son of civilization will be turned into a bounty for the alien civilization life that kills me. You are a talented person, so I really don't want you to make a stupid choice. I don't know what your retreat is. Unless you have a spaceship that can cross the stars, otherwise, nothing can be considered a retreat. This is a compliment that I feel honored. But this is my choice. I have fought with them. I think no one on this planet knows how powerful they are better than me, so no one can know better than me what this choice I made at this moment means." Lin Qun answered calmly. He sat up straight and proudly raised his chest. He is not a child of civilization, but his glorious military exploits in bloody battles all the way are his confidence. The countless forces in the world before he crossed over are his confidence. The thousands of people in China who support him are his confidence. At this moment, Brent's pupils dilated slightly, and he suddenly realized that the Oriental man in front of him had the same pride and confidence as him, or even more than him. It was just that the Oriental's natural restraint made him keep it in check just now. Until this moment, as Lin Qun made his statement, it naturally came out. That incomparable strength and confidence, that kind of pride in his bones, made Brent feel ashamed. He looked at Lin Qun, and suddenly a kind of inexplicable jealousy arose in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it. Brent's persuasion finally stopped slowly. He understood that he could not change Lin Qun's decision. Lin Qun smiled and said, "You choose to leave, I choose to stay. One civilization, two choices. No matter which one fails, there is always a chance. Isn't this a good thing? If possible, I hope you can tell me some information about the battlefield of civilization, the rules and so on. I think maybe this will be very valuable to me." Chapter 368 Rules for Victory on the Civilized Battlefield. The room fell into a brief silence. Brent looked at Lin Qun in front of him with a complicated expression. After a moment of silence, he said, "Well, although I feel very sorry, and I feel that I don't quite understand your decision, I respect your choice. I don't have much information. After I made the decision to leave, I sorted it out and gave it to General Andorra. You can ask him to make a copy and take a look at it yourself. This will save me both words and your time. If you want to fight an alien civilization, nothing is more important than time now, right? To be honest, although I'm leaving, I still hope you can win, even if it's almost impossible." Although Brent was ready to leave Blue Star, he also took out the information he had. Lin Qun looked at him and felt that Brent might know more, and it was not as simple as he said, "I don't have much information." What Brent took out and told Lin Qun was only the part he wanted to say or could say. But whether he didn't want to say it or couldn't say it, Lin Qun understood that there was no need to ask more. He just said, "As you said, the battlefield of Blue Star has been blocked, so can I go to their world through the space channel of the alien civilization? Their world must not be blocked, right?" Although Lin Qun was prepared to give it a try, he did not want to risk his life. If it doesn't work, he still has to run away, and he always has to plan his escape route first. Lin Qun and the Huaxia Federation were not aware of the blockade of Blue Star. Lin Qun had broken through the atmosphere many times, but he had never reached a distance of more than 600,000 kilometers. If it were not for Brent's reminder this time, Lin Qun might really choose to fly directly from Blue Star when he wanted to run away and hit a wall. And this road was blocked. Lin Qun naturally thought of the road to the world of the alien civilization contestants. Blue Star is a civilized battlefield. It has been blocked, and the regular method of entering and exiting is not possible. So, running to the planet of an alien civilization should be okay, right? Hearing this, Brent was slightly stunned, pondered for a moment, and said, "This is theoretically feasible. But I want to remind you that these space channels are not owned by the civilizations of these contestants. They are the equipment invested by the organizers of the civilization battlefield after they choose to participate in the competition. Each space channel has an identification system for its contestant civilization. You can understand it as a kind of identification code, but it is generally not very smart. If you really want to pass through, you can go through it smoothly, as long as you pass through it with the alien civilization involved in the space channel. It's very simple, not that complicated, but the key point I want to remind you is, the other side of the space channel is a world of alien civilization. There may be a planet that is completely different from our world, or even not a planet, and the most terrifying thing is that it is the nest of their civilization, and is not restricted by the rules of the civilization battlefield. If the alien civilization you choose to go to has some strength, even if you are an evolver, you may be drowned in a large number of extinction weapons or even special weapons. So, if I were you, if I were to take this path, I would choose a weak civilization, and never a top civilization." Lin Qun nodded. "Thank you for your reminder." He probably guessed that it should not be difficult to pass through the space channel of the alien civilization. Otherwise, he would not be able to threaten the Bastion smoothly during the Battle of the Demon City. This is unnecessary, because the rules and rewards of the civilization battlefield are only effective here. If you leave the Blue Star civilization battlefield and go to other planets, no matter how many people you kill, you will no longer gain contribution points and experience, because that is already outside the game field. I will still leave in 3 days. If you change your mind, you can come to me at any time. If there are other important people you want to take away, I can give you 2 extra places." Brent stood up. In this moment, he has adjusted his mentality. He is the son of human civilization. There is no need to envy and be jealous of the strength of another ordinary human. In his opinion, Lin Qun just took a few more steps than him. In the future, he will surpass him sooner or later. Brent left after 3 days. In fact, for the stability of the Ankara region, he is a strong man in the Americas. His presence here also has a certain deterrent effect on the 4 top civilizations. The top masters of several civilizations will not easily take action. In this way, humans still have time. Otherwise, as long as the masters of the 4 top civilizations take action, Ankara will soon perish. These 3 days were not only the last 3 days of Brent's preparation, but also the last time he bought for the Blue Star human beings to resist the 4 top civilizations. Lin Qun also stood up. Thank you. However, I have made a decision and I should not change my mind. Brent did not say anything more and turned away. He had already made the invitation, and if Lin Qun did not accept it, it would be meaningless. And then, Lin Qun also left here. Thomas was waiting outside. When Lin Qun came out, he saw Thomas staring at Brent's back in a daze. After a while, he came back to his senses and looked at Lin Qun, saying with some envy, "Mr. Lin, if you are a legend of China, then he is our legend. He saved many of us. You are very powerful, and he is also very powerful." Seeing him like this, Lin Qun realized that Thomas might not know that Brent was going to leave. Yes, the flag, the strong man, and the savior that they were proud of were going to abandon them and leave. How could they let everyone know at this critical moment? But Thomas' attitude was actually the attitude of the remaining humans in Ankara and even the entire Americas. Here, they don't know any Lin Qun. Brent is the hero in their hearts, the most powerful existence in the whole human race. Although Thomas didn't say it, in his heart, no matter how many legends Lin Qun created in China, he should not be as good as Brent. Lin Qun can understand this very well. This is just like the people in the Huaxia area do not recognize Brent. Even if they know that he is also very powerful, no matter what they say, they just think that their own masters are better than others. Therefore, Lin Qun didn't say anything, but just followed Thomas forward. Andorra and others were still in a meeting to discuss how to cooperate with China. Lin Qun rested and waited on the side. This was a necessary wait. Time was tight, and Anda and the others did not discuss for too long. Soon, Anda came to Lin Qun, handed him an encrypted USB flash drive, and said, "This is our battle plan. Based on China's plan and our own original plan, we have made the final round of adjustments to our plans. It should have been perfected and is stored in this encrypted USB flash drive. Now our contact with China is getting worse and worse. The alien civilization is establishing a comprehensive blockade of our communications, and we can only use this method. Next, I'm afraid we will lose contact with each other, and everything can only be carried out according to plan. Therefore, we will ensure that our federal forces in the Americas will be implemented completely according to plan. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Lin." At this point, Anda paused, took out another USB flash drive, and said, "If Mr. Lin wants it, it's here." Lin Qun took the 2 USB flash drives, raised his head, and looked at each other. Anda smiled, a little faint, but also a little bitter and complicated. "Mr. Lin, since you have finished talking with Brent, you should know how he made his choice. I know why he came to you. To be honest, I was surprised. I didn't expect you to make a different choice from him. But I hope you can keep this secret for us. The war is imminent, life and death. Even if we already have the fire, the lives of these people left behind are also lives. We must always fight with all our strength and cannot fall from the inside at this time." Anda did not ask Lin Qun what his choice was. They are all smart people. Lin Qun appeared here and asked for the rules of the civilized battlefield and the plan for the American Federation to deal with the crisis, which already explained what Lin Qun's answer was. "I understand. I won't tell you. I will only bring this news back to China, and only the top leaders and a few people in China will know it. I promise you." Lin Qun smiled faintly. In fact, he wanted to say, "I'm a human being, whether Brent leaves or not may have a great impact on the people in the Americas, but it will hardly have any impact on the people in the Chinese region." But he still didn't say these words. Anda shook hands with Lin Qun, and he said, "The decisive battle should be here. We will gather the survivors and troops and fight to the death in Ankara. Immediately, Lin Qun and Anda briefly said a few words and left quickly. Thomas saw him off all the way, and Lin Qun still took off from the old position and returned to China. The coalition forces of the 4 top civilizations are advancing. The first battle to start is information warfare and electronic confrontation. At this moment, the confrontation has begun. However, this has no effect on Lin Qun for the time being, and even the impact on the Chinese region is not great. At most, the communication with the Americas and some parts of the region has been disturbed and affected, and the main impact is still in the Americas. For the people here, they have no choice. The war is coming. They can only be prepared. On the way back, Lin Qun still chose a hidden route, but this time, he found the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft of the Lin Yuan civilization and carefully avoided it without being discovered. Apart from that, it was a safe journey. During this process, Lin Qun looked at the USB flash drive given to him by Anda. The above is the information about the civilization battlefield that Brent left for them. After playing for so long, Lin Qun finally systematically understood some of the rules of the civilization battlefield. About the contestants of the civilization battlefield. There are 2 ways to become a contestant. The first is to wait for the invitation letter to be issued. Those who receive the invitation letter can choose to participate in the battle, or pay a certain amount of resource compensation to refuse to participate in the battle. And the second is that, if a civilization that has participated in the civilization battlefield once can be among the top 10 in the civilization battlefield, that is, the last 10 civilizations, to withdraw without excluding the winner. They can get a ticket. Using the ticket, you can actively participate in the civilization battlefield, or you can use the ticket to offset a resource compensation. Lin Qun read it, and learned that compensation is not only needed for refusing to participate. If the contestant civilization chooses to withdraw, it also needs to compensate resources. The resources mentioned in the compensation here are mainly contribution points. If there are not enough contribution points, you need to compensate the life of this civilization. Behind this, the tyranny and coercion of the civilization battlefield itself is revealed. I force you to participate. You can participate or not, but if you don't participate, you must pay compensation. There are also requirements for exiting, that is, surrendering, choosing to leave the civilization battlefield, etc. On the one hand, there is compensation, and on the other hand, after confirming the exit, you can no longer enter the civilization battlefield. Otherwise it will be regarded as breaking the rules and the entire civilization will be wiped out. There are 3 ways to exit. The first is to be wiped out. If a participating civilization has less than 10,000 individuals in the civilization battlefield, it is considered to be wiped out and defaulted to defeat. The second is to admit defeat and actively apply for exit. There is nothing to say about this. The third is that, if the number of participants does not meet the standard for more than 5 civilization battlefield planets, it will be directly judged as a defeat. Regardless of whether the civilization wants to exit or not, it must exit in defeat. And here, there is another special case. That is, if your civilization does not exit in the first way of complete defeat, but in the second or third way of exit, then the strong in this civilization, the strong in the top 500 in the civilization battlefield rankings, can make a choice to choose to stay in the civilization battlefield, and can bring up to 10 subordinates with them. They will no longer participate in the battle as a civilization, but only as individuals. The lives left behind in this kind of special circumstances are generally for the purpose of gaining contribution points and wanting to take a chance. Without the identity of civilization, they cannot win the battlefield of civilization, and their retreat will be cut off. Only after the battle of civilization is decided, they can pay 1000 contribution points to take a stand. Otherwise, they will stay on the planet of the battlefield of civilization forever, and will eventually be harvested by the civilization that wins the battlefield of civilization. Seeing this, Lin Qun felt clear. He had doubts before. Why did some civilizations withdraw and obviously not come again? Even in China's observation, many space channels were completely closed, but there were still individuals left. Those people should be the special cases left behind. And the number of those warlords and others was maintained at more than 10,000. All meet the above rules. When Lin Qun saw this, he thought, This means that under this rule, although the Shengui civilization withdrew a large number of contestants' lives, it did not withdraw from the battlefield after defeat, which means that they still have at least 10,000 people on the battlefield of Blue Star. Even more. But where did these 10,000 Shengui civilization lives go? However, their life forms are different from others. If they hide, even if they slip away under our noses, it is difficult to find them. Even if there is a ranking list to know their area, it is useless. After all, who can know which colorism in the colorful world in front of you? Lin Qun frowned. He checked while flying. The information rules given by Brent are only for the 3rd level civilization battlefield, and there are no higher level civilization battlefields. But despite this, there is a lot of information here, most of which are descriptions of the rules, some of which are very difficult to understand. Lin Qun did not read it too carefully, and quickly browsed down to find and check the content that he was more interested in and curious about. For example, the victory conditions of the civilization battlefield. Brent just mentioned this point. In Lin Qun's previous concept, which contestant civilization can win the final victory in the civilization battlefield will be the final winner. Lin Qun only found out when he looked at it himself. This condition is not that simple. There are 5 conditions to win the civilization battlefield. First, the winning civilization must be the only undefeated contestant civilization in the civilization battlefield, where it is located. Second, the winning civilization must obtain a total of 300 million contribution points in this civilization battlefield. Third, the winning civilization must kill or conquer all the indigenous civilizations in the civilization battlefield. Fourth, the winning civilization must have at least one evolver. Fifth, the winning civilization must be the civilization that has defeated the most civilizations, defeating at least 3 contestant civilizations in this civilization battlefield. If any of these 5 conditions is not met, even if you laugh to the end, you cannot be judged as the final winner of the civilization battlefield. If there is no one who meets the conditions, a civilization battlefield will be judged as a total defeat. No one will be born, and the victory reward will be by. Before that, there is an absolute prerequisite. That is, the cheating civilization will directly lose the qualification to win this civilization battlefield. Chapter 369 100,000 troops. The rules of the civilization battlefield are very detailed and more complicated than Lin Qun expected, involving all aspects. He read it and confirmed many of his previous speculations and ideas. As a contestant civilization, it does have the ability to gather the contribution points of its individual civilizations. That is, the contribution points in the hands of its individual civilizations are received by one or several people, or in the account of the contestant civilization, for coordinated use. The rules here are also very complicated. For example, there are 2 ways to gather the contribution points of individual civilizations. The first is voluntary submission. The contribution points submitted by each individual will be charged a handling fee of varying amounts. The amount of this handling fee varies according to the situation of the civilization battlefield and the situation of the contestant civilization, and the second is the recovery of contribution points after death. For individuals of the contestant civilization who died in battle, half of their remaining contribution points will be recovered to the civilization account. The contestant civilization can collect contribution points, and can also distribute the contribution points to someone for use, that is, through a method similar to bank card transfer. A large number of contribution points collected can be handed over to someone, but this kind of transfer to an individual requires a 50% handling fee. That is, if a civilization wants to give an individual 10,000 contribution points, it may cost up to 20,000 contribution points. The high handling fee behind this civilization's transfer to an individual is actually one of the manifestations of the contestant civilization encouraging individuals to kill. This point is very important to Lin Qun, so he paid special attention to it. Although the Blue Star human civilization, as a native, cannot use the permissions that only the contestant civilization has now, maybe it will be useful in the future. In addition to this, the contestant civilization has many other permissions, such as using the contestant civilization's civilization account to unlock some special civilization exchange malls, and directly exchange some specific technologies or advanced equipment, which is an improvement from the civilization level. This civilization exchange mall will be opened after a civilization battlefield ends. All non-cheating civilizations that participated in the civilization battlefield but did not win the final victory can shop, as long as they have an account and the price is cheaper than the contribution point mall in the civilization battlefield. Whether the civilization can buy things depends on whether it can gain something in the civilization battlefield it participates in. Only with contribution points can you afford to buy things. And these are the motivations for civilizations to participate in the competition and gain contribution points. Civilizations such as Bastion and Zerg know that they are not capable of winning the civilization battlefield. Their main purpose is to make a quick buck. Most of the contribution points obtained by these civilizations will be used to improve the technical strength and level of their civilizations. In this way, they can exchange civilizations for leaps and even technological explosions in a short period of time. Of course, the indigenous civilizations do not have the authority of these various participating civilizations. Now they can only sigh in despair. Lin Qun also saw the hierarchical gradient of the civilization battlefield. There are 3 levels of civilization battlefields in total. The first level civilization battlefield is the highest level, and the third level civilization battlefield is the lowest level. And the blue star, where they are now, is naturally the lowest level. A group of planetary civilizations are fighting each other on a planet. They look very advanced and powerful, but in the eyes of the civilizations of the second level battlefield and even the first level battlefield, their battlefield here on the blue star is nothing at all. Lin Qun guessed that Brent's fear of the fleet in space might also come from this. Interstellar fleet means at least the level of the second level civilization battlefield. The level of the second level civilization battlefield is actually relatively vague, because it is between the level of the first level battlefield civilization and the third level civilization battlefield. It may be only a little stronger than the general third level civilization battlefield. For example, it has just walked from the planet into the starry sky. It is also possible that it is almost close to the level of the first level civilization battlefield. Conventional second level battlefield civilizations and third level battlefield civilizations are as fragile as paper. But it must be said that this trip to the Americas, Lin Qun also felt a little pressure. This pressure comes from outside the starry sky. A space fleet is eyeing it covetously. No matter what, it is impossible to be without pressure. Even if human civilization can survive until the end of the Blue Star civilization battlefield competition, they will come roaring. Like sharks that come after smelling blood. Lin Qun read the contents roughly on the way. There was too much information. He wrote down the important ones himself. He was ready to go back to the military to interpret the unimportant or incomprehensible ones. Anyway, he only needed to know the things that were closely related to him. As for the rest, even if there were any necessary ones, when the military sent someone to study them, someone would naturally remind him. This is also the benefit of civilization. Lin Qun doesn't have to worry about the details himself. There were no dangers along the way. Lin Qun successfully completed a round trip in less than a day and returned to the sky above Jinling City. Along the way, he did not attract the attention of any alien civilization life. The 4 top civilizations are implementing a blockade on humans, but they cannot block Lin Qun. And with the blessing of the bronze mask, even the evolvers would find it difficult to find Lin Qun's traces. He brought the information from the Americas back to Jinling City. The old Supreme Commander immediately reorganized the meeting and adjusted the combat plan according to the situation in the Americas. The Supreme Commander said, according to the latest situation, our communication has been completely blocked by the alien civilization. We have completely lost contact with our fellow human beings in the Americas, and our contact with various regions in the Huaxia region is also declining. According to the latest developments, the alien civilization will launch an attack in 3 Blue Star days at the latest, and will be able to reach Ankara, the core survivor city in the Americas, in 4 days at most. So, Mr. Lin brought back the last communication with my fellow countrymen in the Americas for me this time. The plan in the Americas can no longer be adjusted. We can only adjust it according to our situation, and it must be fast. At the meeting, Lin Qun listened quietly on one side and occasionally spoke. He learned that during the time he was away, Huaxia had begun to make comprehensive preparations. On the one hand, according to Ren Qi's proposal, the seed plan was launched to leave a fire seed. On the other hand, it actively prepared for war and mobilized troops. On the other hand, it was to fully suppress the chaos caused by panic. Of these three, the first two progressed smoothly, but the last one progressed very slowly. The chaos in some places was successfully contained, but some places had lost contact with Jinling City under the interference of the alien civilization. At this moment, there is no time to care about so much. Jinling City has already paid more attention to this confrontation with the alien civilization. The peripheral areas are in chaos, so let it be chaotic. If we win, there will always be a time to settle accounts. If we can't win, there is no need for that. As long as the combat effectiveness of the core areas and the main forces is guaranteed, it is enough. In this situation, no one can control anyone at this time, even if they want to. The main topic is still war. Chen Weiyang, who attended the meeting via video, brought good news. The alien civilization warships seized by Daxing City are available. In the Battle of Daxing City, the alien civilization warships seized mainly came from the Black Sheep civilization. The flagship of the Black Sheep civilization and several transport ships have inferior technology compared to other top civilizations. Therefore, their systems can be successfully broken through by humans, and even used for their own purposes. Some warships that are not seriously damaged can be directly used by human forces during repair. Since the end of the Battle of Daxing, Chen Weiyang has been organizing people to find ways to use the captured warships. To this end, a lot of people were summoned from survivor bases all over China. Now, more than half a month has passed, and they finally succeeded. There are 2 Black Sheep civilization transport ships in total, and the captured Black Sheep civilization flagship. Although we have not yet completed its repair, it can take off and fight. These 3 warships, especially this flagship, can carry at least 30,000 people. Chen Weiyang was excited. This is the result of their battle at the Daxing survivor base. And this news also gave others a shot in the arm. Lin Qun was on the side and found that this was the fastest meeting he had ever attended. Aside from the time of discussing and checking the plan for the Americas, it took less than half an hour to discuss and come up with a revised plan. Of course, this is also because before Lin Qun came back, the old Supreme Commander had discussed many possibilities with many senior officers many times, and what had to be done at this time was just to make adjustments. The Supreme Commander said, "We will gather 100,000 troops and set out from 6 ports including Haicheng Port and Jinmen Port. At the same time, our main fleet, the attacker warships and the 3 captured warships of the Black Sheep civilization will pass through the Huaxia region, from the former Russian Allied Army to the land, cross the Bering Strait, land in the North American region, support the American humans, and fight against the 4 major alien civilization coalition forces." This is exactly their final plan. This is no longer the era before the opening of the civilization battlefield. With limited transportation capacity, how easy is it to cross the ocean to support the American region? 100,000 troops are already the limit. They will take short distances from 3 routes, sea, land and air, to avoid the frontal troops of the alien civilization army. Among them, except for the attacker warships, where Lin Qun is, which go by land, and then turn to sea and land, the other teams are all in a state of fragmentation, so as not to gather and cause the top alien civilizations to hunt, and then gather in the Bering Strait area, and finally land in the American region. But Lin Qun knows that he still has 100,000 troops, that is, the 100,000 giants of the rumbling. That will be a more terrifying torrent than 100,000 human soldiers. It may not pose much threat to the enemies in the sky, but it can bring a nearly devastating blow to the ground forces of alien civilizations. However, if you want to activate the rumbling, you need to switch to the ancestral giant form, and some other skills cannot be used. On the battlefield, when to activate the rumbling, and when to activate other skills, you still need to fully consider before using them. Lin Qun didn't say anything else at this time. At this time, after the old Supreme Commander finished speaking, everyone stood up and saluted the Federal Army. The old Supreme Commander said, "I won't say much more. This battle will be a battle of life and death for our civilization. We will fight a decisive battle with the 4 top civilizations in the Americas. In this battle, we will use all our main forces. If we lose, humans will no longer have the strength to fight again. If we win, the road ahead will be smooth. Our human civilization may be able to create miracles as natives and survive to the end in this civilization battlefield. The old Supreme Commander didn't say anything encouraging, but just stated the facts. Everyone knows the severity of this battle. It's not to support America. It was to go to America to fight a decisive battle with the alien civilization. Everyone left quickly and became busy. The matter of recruiting troops had already begun before Lin Qun set out for America, but the specific number of troops needed had not been determined. Now was the time to mobilize thoroughly. At the same time, Lin Qun found the old Supreme Commander and handed him another USB flash drive. Then, Lin Qun told him about Brent's choice. The old Supreme Commander listened and was stunned. It seemed that Brent's choice also surprised him, but he didn't say much. After a moment of stunned silence, he just said with emotion, "I didn't expect that humans really have the son of civilization." Lin Qun said, "In this way, the alien civilization has been clamoring to kill the son of civilization, and it is not wrong to shout." The old Supreme Commander laughed softly. He looked at Lin Qun and said, "For this matter, we will take the same attitude as in America. Don't tell others Brent's departure and the fleet in space. Especially the latter. It's enough for us to know. Others don't need to know." "Of course I understand." Lin Qun nodded seriously. When he was about to leave, the Supreme Commander suddenly called Lin Qun. "Mr. Lin, what's wrong?" Lin Qun turned around. The Supreme Commander was standing on the other side of the corridor. There was no one else in this corridor. Even the Supreme Commander's secretary was waiting outside. The Supreme Commander looked at Lin Qun and seemed to think for a moment. After a moment, he said, "Mr. Lin, whether there is a real son of civilization or not, in the Huaxia region, you are the son of civilization." Lin Qun was stunned for a moment, laughed softly, and walked out the door. On the Huaxia side, preparations for war had begun. Officers at all levels mobilized the main forces. The armies of Lin Qun, Jinling, and Daxing responded positively and were almost the first to speak out. "Follow Mr. Lin to fight. Fight the alien civilization. If they dare to unite, we will beat them to a pulp. Wherever Mr. Lin is, our Magic City army will be there." Next came the Northeast Army and Northwest Army of the Northern Expedition, as well as some of the main forces in central China. The speed of summoning was quite fast. In less than an hour, the 100,000 strong army was full. After another round of screening, the troops at all levels dispersed and set out. The troops in Daxing assembled locally and boarded 3 captured Black Sheep civilization warships to the north. After joining the Northern Expedition Army still in the north, they crossed the Bering Strait along the original route. The troops in other regions dispersed and set out by sea and land. The 100,000 strong Chinese army will meet at the Bering Strait and eventually arrive in the Americas to land and fight. Lin Qun also set out from Jinling City and quickly rushed back to the attacker warship. He took the lead in the northern land and took the initiative to leave the warship and show his body, intending to rush to the Americas and be high on the battlefield. Tell the alien civilizations around the world, I'm here. If you want to kill me, just come. Chapter 370, Card Draw. 7 Deadly Sins Abilities. Huaxia region, on the northern land. After Lin Qun returned to the attacker warship, he immediately set off again, flying across the entire northern part of Huaxia, straight to the Russian Union, across the boundless human world, and as far as the Bering Strait, then turned back, and returned to the attacker warship. The whole process was full speed, and it only took 5 minutes. Just now, the display of force was done, and he didn't have to stand outside all the time. He did this for only one purpose, that is, to deter, to tell the alien civilization army that he can take action at any time, and, with his speed, he can appear anywhere in the world in the shortest time. In this way, the top powerhouses and even the evolvers of alien civilizations are deterred from taking action easily. The top combat power of humans is still there, and the top combat power of alien civilizations dare not act rashly. If you want to reap wantonly, you have to wait until you kill me. Otherwise, if you can reap us, I can naturally reap you. Watching this scene, Li Ji asked in confusion in the attacker battleship. Where has brother Lin been? Why did he come back after a trip? I thought he was going to fly to America to help first. What help? This is deterrence. Huang Qizeng on the side sipped his wine and sat comfortably in a corner of the bridge of the attacker battleship. He analyzed confidently. This time, the 4 top civilizations have joined forces. Let's not talk about how the troops below operate and fight. Even the top combat forces above are afraid of each other. If they take action, they can only act together, because Lin Qun has demonstrated his military power in the Battle of Daxing and the Northern Expedition against the Divine Civilization. Any top civilization evolver facing him will face certain risks. Who is willing to be the first to take action? Whoever makes a move first and is killed or maimed by us, wouldn't he be using himself and his civilization to help others? So, if they want to take action, they will definitely do it together. By then, everyone has their own destiny, and it's all up to their luck what happens to them. Moreover, the I'm Human in the Americas has the same effect. It is said that he has confronted the top masters of the Wuxi civilization in the Americas head on, and he also has impressive combat power. No matter how powerful he is, as long as this I'm Human is in Ankara, it is a guarantee. In this way, the top combat power of the 4 top civilizations has not moved. However, if a master is gone, their top combat power will definitely move. Li Ji came to his senses after hearing this. Chu Yaowei at the back, on the other hand, showed little interest. She looked around, but couldn't find Lin Qun. Did he go to the room as soon as he came back? Did he find the I'm Human in America? Xia King at the side nudged her quietly with her elbow. She said nothing, just giggled. Chu Yaowei seemed to understand, glared at her, and changed the subject. Have you all thought it through? Are you ready to go? This long distance battle will be a huge test for us Chinese. These words brought everyone back to reality. In the corner, the tall Ni Wensheng said, I heard that some people in some places are confused and are still talking about handing brother Lin over to the alien civilization to be killed and begging the alien civilization to let him go. It's really stupid. I don't care about others. Without brother Lin, I might still be paralyzed. Although I can't go to the battlefield in person now, I will go, even if I have to follow the charge with a weapon. In the face of life and death, not everyone can see the situation clearly, especially those ordinary people. For them, when Mr. Lin defeated the alien civilization, Mr. Lin was their hero, but when new dangers came, they were not familiar with Mr. Lin. Why didn't they push him out to save their own lives? Xia King smiled and shook her head. She raised her head and looked into the distance, her eyes sparkling and particularly spirited. At the high altitude of the attacker's warship, she could see the vast mountains and rivers and the boundless sky. In the silence, there was a long lost peace. Xia King took a deep breath and continued, I'm going. As long as I'm alive, I will not watch alien civilizations slaughtering humans and remain indifferent. My only regret is that I'm still growing too slowly and cannot help Mr. Lin. Speaking of fighting alien civilizations, Xia King's eyes turned blood red. Her life collapsed at the hands of alien civilizations, and she had an irreconcilable blood feud with alien civilizations. This is the only reason that has supported her to live to this day. And her words made everyone fall into silence. 3 evolvers. The coalition of the 4 top civilizations. It is impossible to say that there is no pressure. Everyone knows that this trip to the Americas will be very dangerous. But none of them retreated, and the 100,000 troops recruited by China signed up enthusiastically, and no one retreated. This is not only to follow Mr. Lin, but also for human civilization, for their homeland, and even more for the irreconcilable blood feud with alien civilizations in their hearts. After a long while, Huang Qizeng smiled and said, I estimate that except for the evolvers, the top masters of each civilization may not easily take action. We human masters can still show our strength. When the time comes, if you meet someone you can't beat, come to me, and I will help you deal with it. Naturally, your survival rate will be greatly improved. Huang Qizeng waved his fist as he spoke. Now he and Chu Yaowei are the strongest. Moreover, not only among these people, but even in the entire Chinese region and the human world, their combat power is among the best. They may be able to deal with what others can't deal with. Chu Yaoi said, in this battle, all the elites of mankind will be exhausted. In the total human rankings, except for those who can't be found, and a few who are unwilling to participate, at least 70 of the top 100 will participate. As she spoke, she turned her head again, looking into the depths of the battleship with a faint gaze. No matter what the result is, at least we can live together and die together. When we get down there, if we encounter alien life again, we can take care of each other. Chu Yaoi said this with a cold face and eyes, which was no different from her usual cold appearance, but it made everyone around her feel cold on the back. At this moment, the same discussion was also taking place in various federal troops that were about to set out from all over China. Those soldiers knew what they were going to face. Before leaving, they were given time to say goodbye to their families and friends. Now they are returning one after another. In the Lucheng military camp, a large transport plane has taken off, full of soldiers. Those sitting here are the most ordinary and most extraordinary soldiers. They don't have any outstanding qualities, but they are the people who have fought all the way from the magic city to here, full of blood, and all go to the battlefield. They watched Lucheng getting smaller and smaller, gradually disappearing from their sight. Have you heard? Mr. Lin has arrived at the Bering Strait, and is waiting for us. Oldly, have you seen your wife? Xiao Wang, you shouldn't have come. You are still young, and you have finally survived to this day. I want to go. I have heard that many places are in chaos. Many people say that they want to hand over Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin came from us. We, the people of Modu, can survive to this day because of Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin is going to America to fight 3 evolvers. I must support him. That's right. Fuck it. Fight with alien civilizations. Others can retreat, but we, the people of Modu, cannot retreat. Wherever Mr. Lin is, we are his mother's army. We will definitely come back alive. We will win this battle. In the dimly lit computer case, someone sang the federal national anthem, and the song soared and floated in the sky. The same scene happened in the sky, on the coastline, and on the ground. Armies quickly set out and rushed to the battlefield. Baggage and supplies were quickly mobilized nearby. In some areas, the chaos continued. But at this time, the human ship had no time to wait and deal with them. 100,000 troops were on the way. North. Night fell. Lin Qun was still in the attacker's warship. He came back from the front and went into his lounge. He didn't do anything, but took the time to rest and practice. At this time, he knew that he couldn't improve anything in just a few days, but he still wanted to prepare as much as possible. Because he knew that this battle was not only his own battle, but also concerned many people, especially those who trusted him. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, but he knew it clearly. Some people shouted that they wanted to give him to the alien civilization, and some people came because of him. Those people were for civilization and for him. Although Lin Qun was not sure in his heart, he had told himself again and again in his heart, he must win this battle. When night fell, Lin Qun opened his eyes, set up his fairy magic circle, and got a good luck. At this moment, Lin Qun had 20,000 and a little contribution points in his hand. After the Battle of Fengshan City, Lin Qun had no chance to harvest contribution points. At that time, his contribution points were less than 20,000. After these days of ranking rewards, he successfully broke through 20,000. Before the battle, Lin Qun prepared for the last round of card drawing, and this time, all the 20,000 contribution points were directly drawn. Lin Qun now has a lot of recovery potions in his hand, which is enough for the time being when the battle really starts. In addition, there will be contribution points for ranking rewards, and there will be opportunities to harvest ordinary contestants from other alien civilizations on the battlefield. Even if he consumes a lot of dark energy and energy in the battle, the military may not give him enough, but he should be able to be self-sufficient. In this case, there is no need to keep these 20,000 contribution points for the time being. It is better to draw all of them in one round. The fairy also gave face and blessed Lin Qun with good luck. He started this round of card drawing directly. The golden light flashed. The first card emerged. Lin Qun's eyes lit up. The first card was directly a skill card. Name, Sun type, skill card, description. Use this skill card to gain the ability Son of Eskina, the sin of pride in the 7 deadly sins world. This ability has two stages. The first stage is the sun shining stage, that is, using this ability in the sun shining state, according to the intensity of the sun, you will gain a passive bonus of 10 to 200 to all attributes. The strongest is at noon, and actively activating this skill will gain a temporary additional dark energy pool, which can store additional dark energy equal to the user's current level *7, which can be used for all skills, and in this state, the sun ability has the ability to obtain continuous dark energy input from the sun and recover an additional 5 to 30 points of dark energy per second. The second stage is the night shroud stage, that is, the state without sun shining, in which this ability will be completely invalid and cannot be used. And all bonuses and skills will be unusable. Special note 1. In the Dark Night stage, there is a special situation that can change the second stage state to the first stage state, that is, seeing a person who is like the sun to the user of this skill. You can get the sun bonus from him and enter the first stage to activate the ability. Special note 2. Hey, I'm sorry for being born as a human. Special note 3. In the first stage, after actively activating this skill, the user of this skill will get an additional passive bonus, will have the arrogant trait psychologically. Special note 4. When this skill is in the first stage of active activation, the skill user will gain all the abilities of Escana. Special note 5. Hey, if you can find that golden artifact, maybe you can exert more powerful power. Special note 6. This skill has a final form. If the user of this skill chooses to burn the soul, deduct 10 points of energy limit and energy value per second. The final form of this skill can be activated, and all the amplifications of the first stage of this skill will be doubled. Lin Qun looked at this skill and was stunned. This is the ability of Escana, the sin of pride, among the 7 deadly sins. He is a classic character who is extremely powerful and proud when there is sun, but weak and humble at night. Lin Qun still has a deep impression of this character. This Escana skills are closely related to the sun. The stronger the sun's light, the stronger the power. At noon, he is the most powerful. Generally, during the day, he is a burly strong man, very arrogant, but at night, without the sun, he becomes skinny in seconds, and his arrogance is gone. He is very humble and looks like a weak chicken with a face that says I'm sorry for being born as a human being. He is a character with a great sense of contrast. The final death in battle can even be said to be a plot kill to a certain extent, which is a pity. The golden artifact mentioned in the special notes is Escana's iconic weapon, the magic axe artifact Ritter. This is an extremely heavy weapon. Lin Qun did not expect that he could draw the skill card of this character. And his attribute bonus is also very considerable. All attribute bonus 10 to 200. That is, when it is dawn, it is 10 points of attribute bonus, and at noon, it is a full 200 points. The most important thing is that it is a full attribute bonus. If this is combined with other skills, the attribute will go up to the sky. Not only that, in the active state, not only can you obtain all of Escana's skills, but you can also obtain an additional dark energy attribute bar. Moreover, you can also restore dark energy by irradiating the sun. 5 to 30 points are restored per second, which is obviously related to the intensity of the sun's light, but this is per second. Lin Qun's eyes lit up directly. Of course, this is in line with the original work. In the original work, Escana's powerful magic power comes from the sun, which is why he is powerful during the day and weak at night. Therefore, it is normal to have extra magic power, and this extra magic power is related to the user's level. Lin Qun is now level 52, so, when it is turned on, it means that he can get a full 364 points of extra dark energy blessing. No. Lin Qun's thoughts turned. Where is this 364 points? There are also 200 points of attributes added by itself. At the peak of the midday sun, it's a direct 564 point attribute bonus. The most important thing is that it can still grow. The higher the level, the more bonuses. And this final form is burning the soul and burning life. Escana's final battle was to burn his soul and life, to show his force in a direct confrontation with the Demon King. Of course, the price paid was also huge. 10 points of energy limit were deducted every second. Thinking of this, Lin Qun also felt a little sorry for Escana. Chapter 371 Blessing of the Storm. The golden card appeared in front of Lin Qun, slowly falling down and quietly landing in Lin Qun's hand. The escalator on it looked just like in the anime. Golden armor, proud and strong body, proud smile on his face. The background of the picture was the scorching sun. That scorching feeling seemed to be transmitted to Lin Qun's heart through the card. He was slightly distracted and then raised his head. The second golden card had already appeared in front of him. In theory, the 4-level card pool should get B-level cards by regular card drawing, but under the blessing of extreme good luck, the level of the card has risen to A level, all A-level cards. When this card appeared in front of him, Lin Qun first saw a tall beauty, sitting there with her legs crossed, looking arrogant and proud, with silver hair and clothes fluttering in the wind, holding a huge staff. The feeling at first glance was, it was like a goddess looking down at an ant. That look. Is this starring spirit wind? He recognized it at once. The pattern on this card is a set of skins for Jaina, the Storm's Fury, a hero in League of Legends. This skin can be said to be the best looking one for this hero, with a goddess-like look. It seems that in front of her, everything is an ant. The feeling of looking down on the gods arises spontaneously. But this is not the key. This card is related to this hero. Lin Qun's eyes are downward. Name, Blessing of the Storm. Type, consumable effect card rank, grade A. Description, use this card to communicate with Jaina, the Storm's Fury, the spirit of the wind, and receive her blessing from a distant world. Her blessing will guide the desperate to the beacon of hope. The blessing will definitely receive the resurrection monsoon, lasting 12 seconds. Other blessing contents will occur naturally according to the usage. Special note 1, you may only receive a little favor from her, or you may receive her help. Special note 2, don't be afraid of the wind of change, it will always help you move forward. Compared with the previous Eskina, this card has fewer skills, and its content itself depends more on luck, and the blessing itself depends on Jaina's choice. However, no matter what, at least you can get the revival monsoon. Lin Qun knows this ability. This is the ultimate move of Storm's Fury in the game. It is the skill with the same key position as Samsara Despair. It is the ultimate skill of the character. In the game, this skill can directly repel all the surrounding enemies, that is, let the opponent be blown away without their own control, and the friendly camp targets within the range of its revival monsoon will receive continuous treatment. In the game, the range of this skill is also very large. If it works in reality, Lin Qun speculates that this range can at least cover half of the city of Magic City. In the game, this hero is just an auxiliary with no strong combat ability, but if her methods are placed in reality, it will be different. In the setting of the game, she is also very exaggerated. As the spirit of the wind, she controls the power of the storm, and has witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations. As an A-level card, the weight of this blessing of the storm can be imagined. According to the description, if the face is particularly dark, it is possible to get only a little grace. This proves that only getting the help of a revival monsoon is the worst case. Lin Qun feels that his face may not be so dark. If there is enough time, he may be able to cooperate with good luck and get a 100% arrival. The arrival of a hero. However, this is a consumable effect card, which means that this blessing can only come once. After the 2 golden cards were drawn, the total contribution points in Lin Qun's hand were less than 1000 points. This is also an exaggerated number for others, but for a strong man like Lin Qun, it is very little. In the overall human rankings, Lin Qun still ranks first with a fairly high contribution point data, leaving the second place I'm a human Brent far behind. After taking a look at the rankings, Lin Qun retracted his gaze, counted his abilities and spoils, and fed the loach as usual. Outside the window, the sky was still dark. The dark night enveloped the entire world. At this time, news came from Xiaozhanguo's Northern Expedition Command Center. Mr. Lin, the latest situation is that the evolver of the Shengui civilization has disappeared from the ranking list in the Daming area. Not only it, but also those Shengui civilization contestants with high contribution points who were in the Daming area before have disappeared. Xiaozhanguo said, they have also begun to mobilize troops. Lin Qun said, be careful. These 4 top civilizations come from 4 civilizations. Their ultimate goal is not to kill all humans, but to achieve the final victory in the battlefield of civilization. In this battle, their evolvers will definitely take action, but the next level top combat power may not appear on the battlefield in the Americas. I understand what you mean. His Excellency the Supreme Commander has begun to deploy. Xiao Zhangguo's response soon rang out. Our judgment is consistent with yours. The evolvers have taken action. The strong men of the same level as King Qi of these 4 top civilizations may not appear on the battlefield against us humans. They have 2 possibilities. First, they will take advantage of your war in the Americas to attack our Huaxia region in turn. If this happens, we can only endure it. There is no way. As the 4 top civilizations, we must prioritize victory in the Americas. Lin Qun said, even if their top masters want to take advantage of the situation, they can only do so after the decisive battle in the Americas. Otherwise, I can come back at any time. My current combat power is comparable to that of an evolver. King Qi is definitely not my opponent. The alien civilization must know this. Therefore, before we fall into the quagmire of war, they dare not, even if they want to. But when the decisive battle really breaks out, it should not last too long. Even if they take advantage of the situation, our casualties will be huge, but not particularly huge. Mr. Lin is indeed Mr. Lin. If you don't move, the top combat power of the alien civilization will not dare to move. Xiao Zhangguo sighed heartfeltly. Their judgment is consistent with Lin Qun. Now they have begun to evacuate the survivors and the troops left in the Huaxia region on a large scale, to minimize the losses of the top masters of the alien civilization King Qi level who seize the opportunity to pick up the leaks. And such deterrence can only be achieved by Lin Qun now. The combat power is comparable to that of an evolver. It suppresses the masters of any top civilization and dares not move. Only when Lin Qun takes action, the top masters of the alien civilization will have the possibility of taking action in other regions. Lin Qun just smiled and said, it's not that exaggerated. These top civilizations are also wary of each other's evolvers, not only because of me, but also because the evolvers of all parties have not made a move. Only I and the evolvers of several civilizations have appeared and bit each other, and the masters of the next level dare to move. That's right. If Mr. Lin, you make a move in the Americas, and the top masters of these 4 civilizations come to China to harvest contribution points, that would be the worst case for us. But there is also the best case, that is, they fight each other because their evolvers are entangled by you. The remaining top masters can take the opportunity to sneak attack each other, and take away a competitor at a lower cost. This is not an impossible situation. What Xiao Zhangguo said at this time was the second possibility they analyzed. And Lin Qun knew that no matter what, the top combat power of these top civilizations that were infinitely close to the evolvers could not move. Either appear on the battlefield in the Americas, or appear in China to slaughter humans, or stab each other. If such a strong man does not move, it is a waste of resources and kindness to the opponent. Hearing this, Lin Qun didn't say anything else. In this regard, the military's considerations were earlier than his, and they were more careful, and they had made due preparations. But in fact, Lin Qun also understood that at this time, the military could only evacuate a limited number of people. Under the information blockade of the 4 top civilizations, many places in the Huaxia region were once again out of touch with Jinling City. In some places, affected by the selfishness of some local armed forces, they did not even want to contact Jinling City, so they could not get the evacuation information. As for what to do with these places, Lin Qun did not ask, and Xiao Zhangguo did not say, but the answer was already very obvious. After the call with Xiao Zhangguo ended, Lin Qun continued to practice until noon the next day, when he left his rest area. He chatted with Huang Qisheng and others, and quietly waited for the arrival of the troops. In the afternoon of that day, the huge burning warship appeared in the field of vision of the attacker's warship. That was the flagship of the Black Sheep civilization captured in the Battle of Daxing City. At that time, it brought huge casualties to the coalition forces of the 3 survivor bases, and now it has become a weapon of mankind. Daxing City changed the paint for it, from the original all black paint to a silver paint, which seems to symbolize the absolute opposition to the alien civilization. The 3 captured warships of the Black Sheep civilization were all like this, and they came in a line. The warships of the Black Sheep civilization look bulky, but in fact, if they are fully operational, they are not slow. It didn't take too long to get here from Daxing City. After they arrived, the troops that had already assembled and prepared here quickly boarded the 3 captured warships of the Black Sheep civilization. Then, they set out in full force. Advance according to the planned route. The commander of the flagship of the Black Sheep civilization is Chen Weiyang. Originally, the Supreme Commander wanted Zhao Zhanguo to continue to command, but Chen Weiyang took the initiative to volunteer to be the commander-in-chief of this battle. Chen Weiyang said, "These 3 warships are the spoils of war captured by me in the Battle of Daxing. Half of the troops in this decisive battle came from the 3 former survivor bases. I have commanded them before. It is the best choice for me to be the commander-in-chief." Chen Weiyang's ability was demonstrated before and after the Battle of Daxing. Therefore, the old Supreme Commander agreed to his initiative. At this moment, Chen Weiyang stood on the bridge of the flagship of the Black Sheep civilization. He sent a communication request to the attacker warship, saying, "Mr. Lin, I'm very happy to fight with you again. Imperial is ready." Imperial is the name of the warship named by Daxing for the captured flagship of the Black Sheep civilization. It comes from a city wall in Daxing City, which is also a memorial. Of course, Chen Weiyang did not say such a simple sentence when he contacted Lin Qun. He said, "Our contact with the Americas has been completely cut off, and now we can only guarantee short distance contact. Therefore, we have now lost control of the positions of several top civilization fleets, and we don't know what the current situation in the Americas is. According to the original progress of their advancement, they should have exchanged fire with parts of the Americas." What Chen Weiyang said is exactly the current situation. During the last Daxing War, the 4 top civilizations were targets of each other. Although they paid attention to humans before the war, they did not take any action. At that time, the gathering of the human army was resisted, but the impact was not great. But this time is different. The 4 top civilizations are coming for humans. They have completely cut off the communication capabilities of humans on a large scale. Now, it is not just the Americas that cannot be contacted. They don't know the situation over there. Lin Qun and his team are now in the north of the Huaxia region, and they don't even know the location of many other converging forces. Although the contact with Jinling City is supported by advanced equipment exchanged from the Contribution Point Mall, the contact is intermittent, because after all, humans are indigenous and cannot gather contribution points, so they cannot exchange for expensive advanced equipment. Even if they can be exchanged in a dispersed manner, it is too late to deploy a communication network now. Especially in the Americas, communications have been almost completely blocked, and even the equipment exchanged from the Contribution Point Mall has been blocked. Lin Qun took a deep breath. "I understand that when we set out from China, cross the Bering Strait, and arrive in the Americas, we will completely lose contact with China. We have already lost an electronic confrontation among the 4 top civilizations. The Black Sheep civilization and the Shengui civilization do not have special advantages in terms of technology and technology. The Lin Yuan civilization is stronger than humans in the Black Sheep civilization, but it is not much different. The only one with this ability is the silicon-based civilization." Before the official decisive battle broke out, the invisible battle had already begun. "Well, this is also within our expectations, isn't it?" Chen Weiyang was very calm. He said, "Mr. Lin, everything is going according to plan. Even if we can't contact all parties, as long as we follow the plan, it is not so important whether we can get real-time information. When the time comes tomorrow, no matter how our troops are gathered, whether they are all there, and how many have arrived, we must set off within the specified time. This time, I'm very happy that we can join forces again." Lin Qun heard the last sentence, smiled slightly, and said, "Me too. Now, it's time for us to set sail." He raised his head and looked into the distance. The mountains and rivers of China are right in front of us. On the land of the north, the attacker warships are in front, and the Inuan and other 3 captured Black Sheep civilization warships are behind. The human fleet is a little shabby, but it still sets out firmly. According to the plan, after the Chinese support army crosses the Bering Strait, Lin Qun will be the first to leave the team and arrive at Ankarazgi, the decisive battle site. He should arrive 2 to 3 hours earlier than the coalition forces of the 4 top civilizations. At that time, he may directly attack the alien civilization army, or he can deploy the Cartoon Kingdom in advance over Ankarazgi and wait for the alien civilization to play cards. But the specific situation still needs to be flexible. In this, it will be a question of whether the lower level troops will fight first or the top level combat power will fight first. But how this battle will unfold specifically, no one knows, and no one can predict. They can only wait for all parties to take action and respond to each other. The premise for the implementation of this plan is that the movements of the coalition forces of the 4 top civilizations are almost the same as their expected ideal movements. The most important thing is time. Lin Qun has now quietly opened the unparalleled state, and the attributes are slowly blessed. In various parts of China, scattered troops have already been broken up into small pieces by sea, land and air, and are desperately rushing to the rendezvous point in various ways, taking transport planes, ordinary planes, warships, civilian ships. Humanity has suffered a disastrous defeat in the electronic confrontation with alien civilizations, and the positions of many people have been exposed. Some of them were ambushed by small groups of alien civilizations on the road and were silently annihilated. Under the blockade of information, no one even knew that they were attacked and would never reach the designated rendezvous point. But despite this, there are still more people desperately moving forward, racing against time, because they know the war has begun. Time is everything. They are soldiers, and they must arrive at the combat position according to orders no matter what. It doesn't matter if they can't contact others, and they don't care if they don't know the situation ahead, because they have faith in their hearts. They know why they are fighting, and they know what they must do. With these, everything else is not so important. Now, there is only one way in front of them. That is to defeat the coalition forces of the 4 top civilizations. Otherwise, the entire human race will be wiped out silently like this, and the race will be exterminated. In the attacker warship, Lin Qun quietly used his owner's authority to open a monitoring radar, which was a detection of the entire galaxy. In the past, Lin Qun had never used this function, because he really hadn't thought about it. The Blue Star battlefield was already facing a powerful enemy, who would think of exploring the situation outside the Blue Star? In addition, although Lin Qun was the real owner of this attacker warship, he didn't know much about its function. Even if he had seen this function, he didn't remember to use it. The humans on Blue Star naturally didn't have a radar of this scale, but the attacker warship was an advanced spacecraft. In addition to the attacker warship, Blue Star now had no means to observe them. The light flickered on it, showing that at the edge of the star system, where Blue Star was located, there was indeed a quiet fleet, motionless, like a very patient hunter. They should be the Nomad fleet. Since returning, Lin Qun has been staring at them for a long time. This fleet in space is like a thorn in the throat. As it moves forward, the interference from the top civilization intensifies, and the display on the radar begins to blur. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372. The Son of Civilization ran away. North America. Ankara. Anda was pacing back and forth in the command center. Their communications were further compressed. At present, the battle reports from the front line can only be brought back by land and reconnaissance aircraft, and the information brought back through these channels was not optimistic. They were in a complete defeat. The legions of alien civilizations were advancing triumphantly and unstoppably. The coalition forces of the 4 alien civilizations landed a full 6 hours earlier than expected. Among them, the Black Sheep civilization and the Silicon civilization landed from the southern and northern coastlines respectively. The 2 port survivor bases were not evacuated yet, and they were directly captured. Thousands of people died, followed by a one-sided defeat. On land, the ragtag army of the Lin Qun civilization and the Shengui civilization was advancing forward. This side was still within the controllable range. The American Federation troops led by Ander avoided fighting and retreated all the way to preserve and shrink their forces. The only thing to be thankful for is that none of the top warriors from the 4 top civilizations took action. No matter if they were evolvers or top warriors close to evolvers, they did not appear on any battlefield. So far, it was a clash of basic forces from all sides. But now, the situation is becoming precarious. Several directions were completely defeated, and the battle slid into the abyss of defeat from the beginning. The fleet of the Black Sheep civilization is advancing from the south, more than 200 kilometers away from us, while the fleet of the Silicon civilization has stopped in the sky 20 kilometers away from us. The miscellaneous troops of the Lin Qun civilization and the Shengui civilization are still advancing. The battle report came from the front. In order to collect this information, they paid a large amount of manpower. Andorra looked at the map and said, they are waiting for each other. When they all reach a certain position, they will advance synchronously and approach the city. However, our Eastern Federation should have moved now. Once Mr. Lin moves, it will affect the next action of these top civilizations. On one side, Thomas said, we can no longer contact the Huaxia region. Andorra. There are too many people gathered here. If our Huaxia allies cannot arrive at the designated time, the 4 top civilizations will not be able to be cautious and will raise Ankara to the ground in one breath. Thomas' eyes were filled with deep worry. In recent days, they have been concentrating on fighting and protecting as many survivors as possible, gathering as many troops and survivors in the Americas as possible. At this moment, Ankara has been overcrowded. Not only are there survivors everywhere in the city, but the survivors even live a few kilometers outside the city. The total population has approached 10 million, and the military's defense line has to be set up in a farther location. Although Ankara was once an important large city, it does not have such a carrying capacity. Overcrowding and daily eating, drinking, and defecating are all problems. But because everyone knows that the son of civilization I'm human Brent is here, and the main force of the American Federation is also here, the people gathered here are not in too much chaos for the time being. But there are still too many people here. If Lin Qun doesn't come, and humans don't have top level combat power, how can the coalition forces of the 4 top civilizations be merciful? They will definitely massacre the entire Ankara. Within a few hours, tens of millions of people will turn into corpses and become contribution points in the hands of alien civilizations. This can be seen from the movements of the 4 top civilizations. Their main fleets landed from several directions, but they will eventually converge in the Ankara area. Another adjutant on one side said, the intentions of the 4 top civilizations are very clear. We have already lost an electronic confrontation. Our intentions are equivalent to being defenseless in their eyes. They know that we are going to fight them in Ankara, and they also know that we have to gather a large number of people to protect the survivors in the army. Therefore, they have accelerated the pace of the war, advancing the troops forward, forcing us to take action first. If we don't take action first, they will directly divide Ankara. We are very passive now. They are stronger than us. It is normal for us to be passive. Ankara, as he said, it is a fact that we cannot contact Mr. Lin in the Huaxia region. According to the plan, the supporting troops should land in the Americas in 1 hour and arrive in Ankara as he in 2 hours to coordinate with us to deploy defenses, and Mr. Lin will arrive 1 hour before the supporting troops. But now, the 4 top civilizations have accelerated the speed and the plan has changed. We must find a way to notify them. Thomas said, our entire Americas region has been blocked, even drones cannot fly out, and electromagnetic communications have been cut off. Now the supporting army should be crossing the Bering Strait. How can we contact them? Hearing this, Andorra took a deep breath and said, where is Brent? He is the only one we can contact here. The senior officials present did not answer his words. On one side, a soldier hurried over, with a panicked look on his face, and reported, General Andorra, the son of civilization seems to have disappeared. Our son of civilization seems to have disappeared. His words surprised everyone. They soon discovered in surprise. They couldn't contact Brent at all, and not only that, Brent's ID I'm human also disappeared from the human rankings abruptly. Not only did it disappear from the Ankarazi area rankings, but it also disappeared from the entire Blue Star human rankings. Originally the third place behind him, Now it has moved up to the second place in the overall human rankings. Anders' heart sank suddenly. He realized that Brent might have left. This was not the time he had agreed with Brent before. According to Ander and Brent's discussion, he would not stop Brent from leaving, but hoped that Brent could stay in Anchorage until the reinforcement and Mr. Lin arrived. But now, the situation has changed. The coalition forces of the 4 top civilizations have accelerated their advancement, and the original plan of mankind has been much slower than the advancement of the 4 top civilizations. The decisive battle of Anchorage is likely to break out before Mr. Lin and the reinforcement arrive. So, Brent left directly, and his guess was soon confirmed. Because of poor communication, or because of Brent's guilt, he left a letter to Andorra, telling Andorra that he had left early. In the letter, Brent said, "The 4 top civilizations have completely taken the initiative. You are at an absolute disadvantage, and the evolvers of the 4 top civilizations are eyeing you covetously. I can't wait any longer. If I can't leave smoothly and perish with you, then our human race will really be extinct. I'm sorry, but I have my mission. I will lead human civilization to rise in the future." A day ago, Brent's evacuated personnel, seed bank, civilization and cultural information bank, etc. were already prepared. Holding this letter, reading the words "you" in the letter, Andorra was shaking all over. How could he leave like this? How could he leave like this? He slammed the envelope in his hand on the table. The people around him were all confused and terrified. Even among the top leaders in the Americas, only a few people knew that Brent was leaving, and they were all terrified at this time. What does this mean? Where did Mr. Brent go? General Ander, you knew about this a long time ago, didn't you? Oh my god, has our son of civilization abandoned us? If he leaves, won't we be defeated by relying on a nation? It's over, it's over. Thomas stood in the crowd and shouted, "Don't panic, don't panic. Mr. Lin has supreme combat power." But his shouting was useless. Because at this time, outside the military headquarters, the army and the gathering place of survivors in Anchorage were erupting in an unprecedented chaos. At present, information is not smooth, and most survivors and soldiers don't even know what is happening outside. They can only judge the danger by catching wind and shadows, and they are terrified. But the departure of I'm Human is different. Everyone can see the leaderboard. The first person to find the abnormality, soon everyone will find the abnormality. The news that I'm Human has disappeared quickly spread throughout Anchorage. Countless speculations are flying, but there are only 2 answers. Their son of civilization died, or abandoned them and ran away. No matter which of these 2 answers it is devastating news for countless people in Anchorage who are already shrouded in panic. They can maintain stability, firstly because there are the most elite main forces of the Federation in the Americas, and secondly because there is the legend that everyone in the Americas has heard of, the son of human civilization. In this period, the influence and stabilizing effect brought by a legend even exceeds the former. But now, he is gone. For these people, this is almost the collapse of their spiritual support. Did the son of civilization run away? Or was he killed? What is the situation? Are we finished? Does the Federation want to kill us all? Don't be confused. Don't be confused. I heard that the army is in chaos, and the alien civilization is about to attack. If you don't want to die, run quickly. Of course, there are also people who remain rational, but rationality is often useless in the face of chaos, and those rational voices are quickly drowned out. The panic of incompetence is gradually dominating the entire Anchorage. At this moment, chaos and panic are spreading in the military command center. They know more than ordinary people. I'm human, and I'm gone. Who will fight against the evolvers and top powerhouses of the 4 top civilizations? On one side, Anders' face was red, and he seemed to be in a very uncomfortable state. He leaned to one side, breathing violently, and it was unclear whether he was angry or some other emotion. Thomas came to his side and tried to support him. General Ander. General Ander. Ander gritted his teeth. Brent's sudden departure ahead of schedule was a huge blow to him. Coupled with his age, his expression was a little dazed. How could he just leave like this? How could he just leave like this? There are nearly 10 million people in Anchorage. Has he ever thought about what we should do? Son of civilization. Son of civilization. No. No. Thomas, we still have a chance. His departure is information. His departure is information. Everyone can see the ranking list. Mr. Lin is coming. He is a last hope. Quick, do your best to calm the panic. Brent is gone. The alien civilization will definitely know about it soon. They must speed up their pace. Thomas has been following Ender. He never saw Ender like this when he fought against the alien civilization before and was defeated repeatedly. But he knew what was more important now. He nodded vigorously and said, "Leave it to me. I'll go now. No matter what, ensure the combat effectiveness of Anchor." As he in a panic, Thomas handed Ender to the guard on one side and ran away. He had to do something. Not for himself. For human civilization. For tens of millions of humans in Anchor. And his judgment was very correct. In the attacker's warship, Lin Qun discovered this for the first time. His face changed. Oh no, the situation in the Americas has changed. At the same time, in the Americas, in the fleet of Lin Qun civilization, Yeager stood between the interlaced light and dark shadows and said, "Can the information be confirmed?" Behind him, a life form of Lin Qun civilization said, "It can be confirmed. Although we can't see the human rankings, according to our blockade detection, it is indeed found that the I'm human has disappeared from the overall rankings in the Anchor area, and this human ID does not exist anywhere in the Americas. And from the current panic in Anchor comprehensive analysis, this I'm human should not have left Anchor but left Blue Star. He ran away." Yeager raised his head. Interesting. It seems that this I'm human is the true son of human civilization. He should have escaped. It's really surprising that he gave up his own civilization without hesitation. But our chance has come. We must open fire and bombard Anchorage. I will take action now. Wipe out Anchorage first. When the humans from the Chinese region arrive, they will be alone and will not even have a foothold. They will surely be defeated by our encirclement and suppression. As an old top civilization, they know better than those ignorant humans that among the indigenous civilizations, only the sons of civilization can escape from the battlefield of civilization. They themselves know that they did not kill I'm human, but the other party disappeared completely from the rankings, so they can naturally judge that he may have used the authority of the son of civilization to escape from the Blue Star battlefield. Not only the Lin Qun civilization discovered it, the silicon-based civilization, the Black Sheep civilization, and even the Shengui civilization have all discovered it. The fleet of the silicon-based civilization is the closest. This time, the silicon-based civilization fleet sent out another giant skyship, and the Knight Commander who commanded the Battle of Daxing still served as the commander of this battle. At this moment, it stood in front of the battleship, sneered and said disdainfully, "It turns out that after all this time, the real son of civilization of mankind is here. It's incredible. The human in the Huaxia region is not a son of civilization, but he can have such amazing combat power. Is he really blessed by other beings? But it's really ridiculous. The sons of civilization abandoned their own civilization. Very good. The human beings in the Huaxia region who can rival the evolvers have not arrived yet, and there are no human masters in the Ankara region. They are in chaos. This is our chance to take action. We can create a time difference, unlock the authority of weapons of mass destruction, and prepare a heavyweight lance. Let's take in the tens of millions of humans in Ankara in one go." Chapter 373. Is he seeking death? Ankara. Panic was spreading, and Thomas sent a large number of people to stabilize the army first, and then stabilize the survivors inside. Of course, in this situation, it is difficult to maintain stability through any conventional means. Only emergency unconventional means can be used. As long as the impact of the survivors on Ankara's own defense is reduced, it will be a success. In the command center, Ender took a few pills and was quickly calming down. He was able to get to where he is today because of his ability. Brent's departure without saying goodbye did bring him a great blow, but he immediately adjusted himself, took a deep breath, and reissued orders in the face of the slightly panicked and chaotic command center. He stood directly on the table at the back, looked at the people in the room, and said, "What are you panicking about? Before Brent came out, didn't we also fight back and forth with the alien civilization? Now that Brent is gone, we are facing a top civilization. Are we afraid? Yes, Brent is leaving. He was going to leave a long time ago, but I didn't tell you. But now, the fact is that we no longer have his support. But whether we have his support or not, the enemy is there. If you keep going like this, we will surely die. If you can return to your posts immediately, then maybe we still have a chance. If you want to die, leave now. You are not those ordinary survivors below. You should know that Anchorage is surrounded by the armies of the 4 top civilizations. Even if you run away from Anchorage, what can you do? We can only run into the arms of the alien civilization army. Where can we run to? Now, listen to my orders, and his words were not full of energy. He was a little old, and he almost passed out just now. His voice was a little old and weak, but his prestige was always there, and every word struck the hearts of these people. When he said this, there was still some confusion and commotion in the Anchorage command center, but when he said the latter part, it was completely quiet. After Under issued the order, everyone looked at each other and buried their heads in busyness. They were not ordinary survivors below. They all knew that the current situation was not optimistic and panic was meaningless. The panic just now was just instinctive. Seeing that the so-called son of civilization and the flag of the American region had abandoned them, how could they not be a little scared? But after being awakened, they were able to recover quickly and re-enter the busy battlefield. At the same time, above the American region, in the low Earth orbit, the giant ship of the silicon-based civilization is anchored here. This giant ship is exactly the same as the one that participated in the Battle of Daxing City. It is only different in paint and numbering. However, unlike before, this time, many small and medium-sized spacecrafts of other silicon-based civilizations are flying on both sides of this giant ship to protect it. In the Battle of Daxing, except for the elite of the Prophet civilization, the other top civilizations only sent a fleet. Although the warships of the silicon-based civilization were destroyed in the battlefield of Daxing, they still have a large number of fleets and main forces in the European region. How many there are is beyond the control of humans. This time, another fleet of Thurs was sent. At this moment, they are adjusting their positions. The other small and medium-sized warships under the giant ship are scattered, and the kinetic weapon cavalry lance has begun to be prepared. The 4 top civilizations have their own selfish motives. At this time, the Knight Commander of the Silicon Civilization took the initiative to exchange the right to use a weapon of mass destruction. It wanted to turn the entire Ankara region into ruins with one blow and harvest the contribution points in one go. In this way, all the contribution points of humans would be pocketed, and they would profit from this battle, and other top civilizations would become their workers. And this blow must be fast, because according to the information they have, in the fleet of the Lin Qun civilization, the Lin Qun civilization of Olva Yegus has risen. Parallel to their fleet, the small and medium-sized alien ragtag armies controlled by the Shengui civilization also began to accelerate their advancement. In those ragtag armies, darkness flowed between their shadows, and the evolvers of the Shengui civilization were hidden among them. Seeing that the human threat in the Americas had disappeared, the remaining human troops might be a threat to the conventional troops of the 4 top civilizations, but to the combat power of their evolvers at the same level, they were pure lambs to be slaughtered, and could not pose a threat to them. Naturally, they would not be as fearful as they were just now. On the contrary, they scrambled to take these human contribution points for themselves. Before, when Brent, the son of civilization, was here, the evolvers were worried that they would be hurt by humans if they attacked first and lost their advantage in other top civilizations. No one was willing to attack and only let the conventional troops advance. But now, the situation has changed again, and they are rushing to attack. The cavalry lance of the silicon-based civilization was quickly ready. Whether it was Yegus or the evolutionists of the Shengui civilization, they were a little far away because of their caution, and in contrast, they were the closest. The silicon-based civilization had no evolutionists, but the speed of the cavalry lances that fell from the sky was not slower than the speed of the evolutionists' attack. In fact, as a space-based kinetic weapon, its maximum speed was even faster. With these two advantages, in the eyes of the Knight Commander, Anchorage was already in their pocket. It strode forward, and its tall mechanical body stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass, overlooking the bloated Anchorage in the holographic scene, and said compassionately, "Poor human beings, their children of civilization have abandoned them, and their defeat is a foregone conclusion. Fire." With the order of the Knight Commander, the commander of the silicon-based civilization, the giant ship in the near-Earth orbit of the silicon-based civilization space poked out its gun muzzle. After strict calculation, and 1 minute of preparation time, the space-based weapon cavalry lance with enough power to destroy the entire Anchorage poked out its spearhead. Then, it opened fire brazenly, rushed out of the muzzle with a terrifying initial velocity, and passed through the sky at a diagonal position, rushing from the orbit of tens of thousands of meters to the ground under its feet. It rubbed violently in the air, like a brilliant meteor. Because of the information blockade in the Anchorage area, Anchorage only noticed its existence 2 seconds after it was launched. At its speed, it had already flown halfway. In the city of Anchorage, people looked up and could see the meteor passing through the clouds at dawn. Wherever it passed, the clouds rolled away, as if they were also afraid of the destructive power of this lance. It was impossible to effectively intercept it in the Anchorage area. Conventional interception weapons could not destroy the lance at all, and could only turn it into ashes on its way forward. In the command center, Anders' pupils showed a look of despair. It was not that they did not consider the possibility of alien civilizations launching weapons of mass destruction, but they had top masters here, and weapons of mass destruction would not pose a threat to Anchorage. Even I'm a human, Brent, was capable of intercepting weapons of mass destruction, either by using the advanced technology obtained by his son of civilization, or by using his ability. He only needed enough power to remotely destroy or detonate the weapons of mass destruction launched by alien civilizations, and then it would be useless. But now, I'm a human. I have left. Anchorage no longer has a strong person with enough power to intercept the lance. Conventional interceptor missiles cannot detonate the lance at all, and will be shot directly through it from the front. Its speed is too fast, and the terrifying kinetic energy is not something that humans can resist with existing means. In the giant ship of a silicon-based civilization, the knight strode forward and looked coldly at the human city on the hazy land in the distance. It was preparing to enjoy the magnificent scene of destruction. Even if they spent a little time applying for the permission to use weapons of mass destruction and preparing the lance, their speed was still faster than the evolvers of the other two civilizations. They will destroy Anchorage first, become the top civilization that benefits the most from this war in the Americas. At this moment, the intelligence personnel of the silicon-based civilization on one side suddenly said urgently, "Master Knight, someone is approaching the cavalry lance quickly." Yegus and the evolvers of the Shengui civilization have all stopped advancing, and now only the ragtag army of the Shengui civilization is still advancing. At the far end of the battlefield, 30 kilometers away from Anchorage, the ragtag army brought by the evolvers of the Shengui civilization was still advancing. They were in a state of war that was almost crazy. There was a lingering darkness in the deepest part of their eyes. At this time, they seemed to have forgotten that they were not the lives of a civilization. They formed legions and marched forward. However, at this time, the darkness that was originally passing through them and approaching Anchorage with them suddenly stopped, and then rolled back without hesitation, leaving only these ragtag troops moving forward at high speed. The evolver Yegus of the Lin Qun civilization was not as wretched as the evolvers of the Shengui civilization. Its speed was also very fast. Starting from the location of its Lin Qun civilization fleet, which was about 80 kilometers away from Anchorage, in a short period of time, it had shortened the distance to a location less than 50 kilometers away from Anchorage. It led the way, and the fleets behind it did not move. And their fleets did not need to move. The humans in Anchorage gathered together especially. Now that the threat of I'm human was gone, the Lin Qun civilization evolvers only needed to resist Anchorage, and they could slaughter crazily and harvest contribution points by themselves, without the need for the army behind. The regular human army in Anchorage could not resist the evolvers at all. But at this moment, it suddenly paused and looked towards the sky. The situation on the battlefield changed suddenly in this second. The siege paused instantly, because a figure rushed straight into the battlefield, passing through the sky at a very fast speed. That person was none other than Lin Qun. He was flying through the sky at high speed with the air dance technique. Although his speed was still not as fast as the lance fired by the silicon-based civilization, his position was better. He passed through from the diagonal line and hit the terrifying lance that fell from the sky. Looking at this scene, the fastest reacting silicon-based civilization life was dumbfounded. Is that the Chinese human Night Shadow? Why did he appear here? Is he crazy? Using his flesh and blood to fight against the lance? Is his attribute so high? Even the Knight Commander in the silicon-based civilization's giant ship showed a look of astonishment and shock. Is he looking for death? According to intelligence, although this human warrior has the combat power to resist the evolvers, his own attributes have not reached the corresponding height, and the power of this lance is even greater than the lances previously deployed by the silicon-based civilization on the battlefield in the Daxing area. This is a weapon that can directly wipe out the entire Ankarazi. Even if Kinky came, he would not be able to catch such a lance, and would be directly smashed. Even an evolver would not be able to bear it. But this human, his attributes are definitely not up to the level of an evolver, and he dares to take it head on. The Knight Commander had an incredible feeling, and he judged that this human might not know that this lance was definitely not at the level of the Daxing battlefield, and thought he could block it. And if that was the case, with the strength and means of the human Liang, maybe this collision could stop the lance, but even so, he would definitely die. And if he died, this battle would probably end so absurdly. Even if he blocked the gun hole with his flesh and blood and saved Ankarazi, humans would be lambs, to be slaughtered without top combat power, and there would be only one way to die. Ankarazi would not survive for long. Even it felt absurd. Could it be that two powerful humans ran away and died at the beginning? The threat just disappeared? What ignorant and stupid humans. And at this moment, below, Lin Qun had quickly collided with the lance shot by the silicon-based civilization, and a ball of light lit up at the end of the sky. The lance did not fall to the ground, and all the kinetic energy hit Lin Qun at this point, so there was no grand explosion and light, but the shock wave swept in all directions, sweeping away the clouds in the sky and rolling wildly, and the scene was extremely magnificent. The clouds covering Ankaraji shook and the light of dawn fell on the earth. The chaos in Ankaraji city stopped briefly at this moment. People instinctively looked up and watched the meteor that was falling towards them at high speed in the sky, being smashed at the end of the sky. At this time, it was less than 3,000 meters away from the ground in Ankaraji city, so the rumbling sound of its explosion could even be heard on the ground. The scene of the impact on the clouds was so magnificent that it was dazzling. But at the same time, Lin Qun's figure also disappeared. It seemed that he had really perished together with this cavalry lance of the silicon-based civilization. Because there was no time to block it with other means, it collided with flesh and blood, and finally disappeared under the blow. Chapter 374, Earthquake. That's Lin Qun. Chinese Lin Qun is here. Wait, what is he doing? He rushed towards the space-based weapons launched by the silicon-based civilization. Is he trying to intercept them with his body? Damn it, he's dead. We can't contact him. It crashed. It crashed. The space-based weapons of the silicon-based civilization have been successfully destroyed. The crisis is over. The crisis is over. Where is Mr. Lin from China? Where is Mr. Lin? Damn it, is he dead? The above is the discussion that took place in the Ankarazi command center in just a few seconds. Realizing that it was a space-based weapon of the silicon-based civilization, everyone's heart was half cold. And when Lin Qun appeared in the sky, people all burned with hope. However, Lin Qun's suicide interception made them all dumbfounded. Although he survived, he was very happy and excited. But, damn it, and his eyes were bloodshot. Although the space-based weapon of the silicon-based civilization just now did not hit, he also knew that this attack would definitely burn the entire Ankarazi to ashes. Now, Ankarazi survived, but if Mr. Lin died, it would be better for him and the entire Ankarazi to perish. If Lin Qun is not dead, humans can still fight, and only Ankarazi will perish. The Chinese army that landed can leave quickly and return to the Chinese region to rearrange the battle. And if Lin Qun dies, the fate of the entire Blue Star human race will be today's Ankarazi. and Ankarazgi, even if it is not destroyed by the silicon-based civilization's space weapon, will also be finished next. How could he not understand this account? However, at this moment, someone on the side exclaimed, "Wait, look at the list. Mr. Lin's name has not disappeared." At this moment, a flash of light flashed across the sky. A fast figure flew across the sky. That was Lin Qun. But this Lin Qun, unlike the one just now, flew from a distance and flew across the battlefield from the side. Anda was surprised to find that the ID of Yang representing Lin Qun on the ranking list did not disappear at all and had already appeared on the ranking list of the Ankarazgi area. Many people also discovered this. Down below, in the city of Ankarazgi, the survivors screamed, "He is really the strongest in China." The Yang who ranks first in the human race and has a total of more than 100,000 contribution points. He came to us. Oh my god, God has not given up on us. But is he as strong as I'm human? Can he resist the coalition of the four top civilizations? The survivors and the military of Ankarazgi were all boiling at this moment. But for the silicon-based civilization in the space orbit, this scene was shocking. He is not dead. How is this possible? No, Lord Knight, we can confirm that the human who just hit our cavalry is dead. This human did not appear from the position just now, but from a farther position. He just came here. The Knight Commander looked at the displayed data and was shocked. How is this possible? Another human disguised as him and died together with our cavalry? But this, they couldn't understand. Clearly, a group of forests had just appeared and they were killed by the weapons of mass destruction. Why did another group of forests appear here? Among humans, except for this Night Shadow, who has the ability to die together with their cavalry? With the speed of the cavalry's kinetic weapon, if the physical fitness does not reach a certain level, it is impossible to rush up like this and die together. It can only be ruthlessly shot through by the cavalry, and it will still rush towards Ankarazgi at high speed. But even if there are such strong people of this level in the human world, there is no need to do this. And that was the fact. In the sky, Lin Qun, wearing a Mark 15 suit, passed through the sky with a line of fire. In the horrified eyes of Ankarazgi and countless alien civilizations, he flew over the Ankarazgi area and rushed towards the direction of the ragtag army controlled by the mysterious civilization that was approaching the Ankarazgi area. The army and command center of Ankarazgi were all in high spirits, especially the high-level command center of Ankarazgi. Others may not know what the meteor of silicon-based civilization that just passed through the sky was, but they all knew very well that it was a blow that was enough to destroy Ankarazgi, and they could only watch the devastating blow coming. The appearance of Lin Qun directly reversed the end of Ankarazgi's demise. Now that I'm human, Brent has escaped. Lin Qun's arrival and the combat power of intercepting a weapon of mass destruction in an instant without any damage have undoubtedly brought them all great confidence and encouragement. Thomas was outside, watching Lin Qun's figure passing through his field of vision, and couldn't help muttering, "And this judgment is correct." Brent disappeared. It was information for the four top civilizations, and also for Mr. Lin. He really came soon. Human communication was blocked and could not transmit information, but the ranking of the civilization battlefield itself was one of the channels for transmitting information. In the command center of Ankarazgi, seeing this scene, Anda also breathed a sigh of relief, and finally an excited look appeared on his face. I knew that he couldn't be stupid and try to contact Mr. Lin immediately. At the same time, pass the information down and say that the world's first human Night Shadow is here and Ankarazgi still has hope. And his eyes flickered. He knew that Mr. Lin was here. No matter what the result of this battle was, at least there was a possibility of fighting. At least they didn't have to face the situation of death directly. However, their command center had some difficulties in connecting with Lin Qun, and even at such a distance, the communication was still somewhat intermittent. But it didn't matter. As a top combat force, Lin Qun was originally independent of the Human Federation command system. He knew what he should do and what to do. Just now, the one who died with the lance was naturally Lin Qun, and the one here now is naturally Lin Qun. Lin Qun used the technique of multiple shadow clones. The preparation time of the silicon-based civilization's space-based weapons and the time to exchange the right to use weapons of mass destruction gave Lin Qun an opportunity. Relying on the extreme speed of the Mark 50 He arrived at the battlefield of Ankara in the shortest time. But after arriving, he did not rush up himself. Instead, he used the technique of multiple shadow clones, flew at full speed, rushed to the battlefield, and took the initiative to block the lance with his flesh and blood. In an emergency, there is no simpler, cruder and more convenient way to intercept than this. That clone Lin Qun was naturally annihilated in an instant under the attack of the lance. But that's nothing. The death of a shadow clone is just an impact of death memory for Lin Qun. Moreover, there is no memory of this death. He was directly annihilated. There is not even much pain. The memory picture only stays at the moment of the final collision with the lance. This time, Lin Qun also knew what it felt like to be killed by space-based weapons. His main body also rushed out afterwards, rushing into the distance without hesitation, aiming at the ragtag army of the Shengui civilization. They were advancing at the fastest speed, and now they were approaching Ankara as 18 kilometers away. The first round of artillery attacks had actually begun, and they were firing at Ankara as his military from a distance, but it was not so fierce yet. The current contest was a confrontation between the missile systems and anti-missile systems of both sides. The intercepted missiles exploded on both sides of the sky, like bright and blazing fireworks. Lin Qun's thinking was clear. In the first round, he intercepted the lances, and in the second round, he intercepted this ragtag army. The coalition forces of the four top civilizations accelerated the pace of advancement. This was a judgment and change based on human reactions. They wanted to defeat the living forces in the Americas before the human army in the Huaxia region arrived. At that time, the troops from the Huaxia region, including Lin Qun, were changed from supporters to isolated troops. They were trapped in the Americas, but they would be isolated and helpless, with no danger to defend, and directly face the armies of the four top civilizations. In this way, the power of mankind was defeated separately, the pressure of the four top civilizations was directly reduced, the losses would be reduced, and they would defeat human power more easily. But because of this, Lin Qun wanted to give them a shock in turn. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye he had left Ankara behind. Rows of missiles flew towards him, and he suddenly stopped 5 or 6 kilometers away from the miscellaneous army, controlled by the Shengui civilization. Then, golden light came down from the clouds at dawn and hit Lin Qun. The ability of the ancestral giant was directly activated. The kilometer-class super-large giant appeared on the battlefield in an instant. Then, countless golden thunders broke out. The earth rumbled and trembled. Lin Qun did not hesitate, and launched a combo. The transformation of the ancestor giant plus earth rumbling. The ragtag army controlled by the mysterious civilization was still launching missiles and other attacks at Lin Qun. But Lin Qun no longer avoided those attacks. Because at this moment, a golden thunderstorm broke out on the battlefield. Under the golden lightning, rows of terrifying super-large giants at least 60 meters long, with red bodies and no skin, appeared. They spread out in circles with Lin Qun as the center. Countless giants shook the battlefield. Hundreds of thousands of giants are coming on stage. Many of the missiles that whistled through the air fell directly on these super-large earth-rumbling giants that suddenly appeared. With loud noises, some giants were blown to death and collapsed, but more giants are appearing. The rumbling. It's the rumbling. It's actually true. I've heard about it. After the Daxing battle in Huaxia, that shocked the world, Mr. Lin showed his ability in the battle with the Zerg, summoning 100,000 invincible giants from another world, and pushing the Zerg army flat. I always thought it was a rumor among the survivors, but I didn't expect it to be true. It's actually true. At the Ankara command center, their connection with the Lin group has not been established yet, but at this moment, the golden thunderstorm and countless huge giants that appeared on the battlefield have appeared on the screen of their central command center. At that moment, the senior federal officers in the command center of the entire Americas almost lost their voices collectively, because this scene was too shocking. Pulling up an army of 100,000 giants out of thin air. This is exactly the legion rising from the ground. Many of them have heard rumors about the giants of the Lin group, but because of poor information and long distance, no one dared to believe it, because who would believe this kind of thing if they told it out? Not only did a person turn himself into a giant thousands of meters tall, he could even summon an army of 100,000 giants out of thin air. This sounds even more outrageous than the Chinese killing an evolver and axing. And now, this scene is truly unfolding in front of all of them. The expression on Anders' face is no longer happy or excited. There is a touch of fantasy in his shocked voice. Is this the fighting power that can shake the evolver? 100,000 giants. Such an impact is too shocking. In fact, at this time, Lin Qun summoned less than 100,000 giants, just more than 10,000. It takes time to summon so many, but the super large giants are huge. When the number exceeds 10,000, it is already like a mountain of giants in motion. When they take steps on the ground and walk forward, the real earth is shaking. 10 kilometers away, you can feel the shaking of the ground. It's like a mountain wave is rushing towards them. In front, the miscellaneous troops controlled by the evolvers of the Shengui civilization, looking at this scene at this moment, all show a look of broken heart. They were bewitched by the evolutionists of the mysterious civilization, and their wills were weak. Even with the influence of the evolutionists of the mysterious civilization, at this moment, the impact of the countless giant legions was too great. They felt fear from the bottom of their hearts, especially those ragtag troops on the ground. They felt it most strongly. A mountain of giants appeared out of thin air in front of them, and even the ground was shaking. They were advancing unstoppably. How could this be a force that human power could match? The ragtag troops in front screamed, and they began to throw away their armor and retreat in panic, screaming and terrified. Giants. So many giants. Invincible. Run. How do we fight? Run. At this moment, the evolvers of Lin Qun civilization had stopped moving, neither advancing nor retreating. They also saw this scene and were surprised. Is this the method he used to defeat the Zerg? In the giant battleship of the silicon-based civilization, a life form of the silicon-based civilization asked the tall knight commander who was standing in front of him, "Are we still firing lances?" There is no need for that. With the top combat power here, even weapons of mass destruction are useless, and will not work at all. Only when the top combat power is dead can the lances work. The knight commander was also looking at the giant army below and said, "It seems that the evolvers of the Shengui civilization are not exaggerating. No wonder Lin Qun civilization is willing to join the war so happily. This human should indeed have the power to rival the evolvers. It's amazing. He is obviously not a son of human civilization. Their sons of civilization even ran away. This is a worthy opponent to respect." Chapter 375 Cartoon Kingdom. Expand. In the picture of the silicon-based civilization's near-Earth orbit giant ship, the rumbling giant sea is rolling over the Earth. The knight commander did not give the order to open fire. The top combat power of mankind has arrived. Our weapons for the evolvers are very precious, and cannot be used on this human. Let those real evolvers deal with him. Anyway, at this moment, we are not the ones directly threatened by this human. Under this order, the giant ship of the silicon-based civilization continued to pull up and hover in the air at a higher position, neither moving forward nor retreating, and not firing, with a posture of watching the fire from the other side of the river. The silicon-based civilization can compete for the top combat power level of the civilization battlefield, but it has no evolvers, but they hold weapons that can threaten evolvers in their hands, but they have not used them. But this is a semi-open secret among several top civilizations. Because this is not the first time that the silicon-based civilization has participated in the civilization war. They once successfully killed a real evolver with special weapons in another civilization battlefield. It's a pity that they eventually failed in that civilization battlefield. As for the participating civilization, as long as the losses in a civilization battlefield are not particularly heavy, then even if they fail, it is an improvement in their civilization strength. For the contestant civilization, the best situation for participating in the civilization battlefield is naturally to win the civilization battlefield. If they cannot win, they can improve and temper their civilization through the civilization battlefield, so that their civilization can improve its comprehensive strength a little bit after each war. Finally, they can win the civilization battlefield in blood and fire. On the Earth, the number of giants rumbling is getting larger and larger. Countless supergiants as huge as mountains form an unstoppable wave and rush towards the ragtag army, controlled by the Shengui civilization. At this time, the ground troops in front of the ragtag army of the Shengui civilization are about to collapse in fear. The supergiants can't actually withstand the bombardment of modern firepower, but their number is too large and the momentum is too terrifying. Who can psychologically withstand this pressure? The swarm is an absolutely special case, and these ragtag armies began to retreat in panic. Screaming in fear, the army was defeated. In the rear, in the Ankarasi command center, the officers of the American Federation watched this scene in silence. They have been fighting with alien civilizations for so long, but they have never seen such a situation. One person attacked, and the alien civilization army was frightened and retreated frantically. But at this moment, a darkness suddenly rose from Lin Qun's vision. It was the evolution of the Shengui civilization that attacked. Just like before, Lin Qun still did not discover the activation of the abilities of these evolutionists in advance. It seemed that in just a blink of an eye, he was once again in the alien space of the evolution of the Shengui civilization. And this time, it was not only him who was pulled in, but also his giant army. But the miscellaneous troops under the command of the evolution of the Shengui civilization were isolated outside. The giant army of the earth rumbling seemed to have lost its function all of a sudden. After losing the target, they all stopped. Lin Qun looked up and saw a black tide surging in the sky in the alien space. In fact, this scene was already expected by him. As long as the evolutionist is not stupid, it is impossible to let the miscellaneous troops it recruited be slaughtered by Lin Qun. Even if these miscellaneous troops are not worth money, they are also contribution points. How could the evolution of the Shengui civilization give his contribution points to Lin Qun? This is not killing Lin Qun, but helping Lin Qun. Therefore, it took action in time, opened up the alien space, and completely blocked Lin Qun and his giant army, separating them from his ragtag army. The ability of the earth rumbling is very useful in low-level battlefields, but it is not very useful in battlefields with relatively higher levels. And Lin Qun was actually waiting for this moment. Limited civilization, Black Sheep civilization, and Silicon civilization are basically fleets, with few ground troops. Even if the giant army summoned by the earth rumbling is a threat to them, the threat is not that great, but it is more likely to become a live target on the ground. Only the ragtag army of the Shengui civilization is different. These lives bewitched by the evolutionists of the Shengui civilization are all unwilling to stay, with weak wills, and not very strong strength. The ground troops are the best choice for the earth rumbling to crush. Start the earth rumbling. Lin Qun has two ideas. The first is to force the evolutionists of the Shengui civilization to take action. The second is that, if the evolutionists of the Shengui civilization do not take action, then he will harvest these ragtag armies to obtain contribution points, and he will not lose out. As soon as he entered the field, he turned around to besiege and catch one first. As long as the top combat power of these evolutionists can be killed, the remaining troops will certainly be a threat to the human army, but in Lin Qun's place, they can be slaughtered at will. At this moment, the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization took action. The moment the familiar alien space unfolded, Lin Qun also took action. He instantly lifted his ancestor giant transformation. The huge 1,000-meter level giant and countless giants dissipated in the billowing steam, and Lin Qun's figure had already risen through the air like lightning, rushing to the sky, raising his hand to open the reincarnation desperate situation. But at the moment he took action, the alien space of the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization suddenly retracted, and the darkness rolled back and disappeared suddenly, running faster than a rabbit. Lin Qun has a killer move, and it also has a countermeasure. But Lin Qun didn't want to let it go. Brent couldn't help himself. How could he defeat 3 evolutionists by himself? Lin Qun has been thinking about it these days. He thought about it, and thought that the best and safest way was to bite one and break them one by one. If we only face one evolver at the same time, then even if there are 3 evolvers, wouldn't it be equivalent to fighting with one evolver all the time? Lin Qun's Mark 15 Inno suit was instantly added to his body, and his speed instantly broke through the sound barrier, and rushed to 15 times the speed of sound. The evolver of the Shengui civilization ran fast, and he chased it fast. As long as he found a little darkness of it, he could launch the reincarnation desperate situation and directly drag it into the small black room to beat it up. With the experience of the last time, Lin Qun was sure this time, even if the real man battle in the small black room within 7 seconds could not determine the winner, he could directly beat this evolver of the Shengui civilization. But just as he started to chase, the evolver of the Shengui civilization suddenly threw a strange information energy. That was not a blow. Lin Qun had never seen such a way of applying energy. There were two pictures in the energy. One was the direction of Ankarazgi. The evolver of the Lin Qun civilization took advantage of the fight between the evolver of the Shengui civilization and Lin Qun, and turned from static to fast, rushing to the Ankarazgi area at high speed. The goal was clear, and he wanted to seize the opportunity to burn Ankarazgi. Another picture is the offshore location of the Americas. In the picture, the Chinese fleet is landing. In the distant sky of the Chinese fleet, a terrifying black cloud spread over, with red lightning surging, and a huge creature like a god looming, telling it to approach. Lin Qun had seen it in the Battle of Daxing. This is the evolver of the Black Sheep civilization. These evolvers are the strongest among the strong. The strong here is not only the strength, but also the experience and ability. They all have their own judgments. Lin Qun and the evolvers of the Shengui civilization are fighting against each other. Whether it is the evolvers of the Black Sheep civilization or the evolvers of the Lin Qun civilization, no one comes to help. In this, from a shallow point of view, they want to sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor and wait for Lin Qun and the evolvers of the Shengui civilization to kill each other before they come to pick up the leaks. From a deep point of view, it is to cut off the firewood from the bottom of the pot. Even if you kill the evolvers of the Shengui civilization, we have already wiped out all the human armies in the Americas, including the support forces from China. At that time, even if you kill the evolvers of the Shengui civilization, not only will you be seriously injured, but you will also be alone. This game is also part of the battle. The three evolvers had never discussed it, but they made the same choice at this moment. Because this is the most effective way to restrict Lin Qun, a human being. They all want it, so they naturally act in the same way. At this moment, the evolver of the Shengui civilization gave him these two pictures to tell him everything, to let him know that, if he loses sight of one thing, while focusing on another, he will lose his footing. Lin Qun took a deep breath, and made a decision in an instant, to give up chasing the evolver of the Shengui civilization. Lin Qun, wearing the Mark 15 nanometer battlesuit, was like a red lightning, quickly pulling up a loop in the sky and flying towards Ankarazgi. Lin Qun's perception of the second level of sword control spread wildly, looking for the location of Yegus. But Yegus had already discovered him in advance. Seeing Lin Qun killing back, it didn't even touch Lin Qun. It was originally moving towards Ankarazgi, and it was already less than 30 kilometers away from Ankarazgi. At this moment, it stopped again and quickly retreated to a position of 50 kilometers. Lin Qun brushed past it at an angle of 10 kilometers away, and returned to Ankarazgi. At this point, the communication finally stabilized. The command center of Ankarazgi contacted Lin Qun. Before he could say any polite words, Anda said in person, "Mr. Lin, according to the reliable intelligence we have obtained, the Black Sheep civilization evolvers have already taken action, and the target is the Chinese fleet." "I know," Lin Qun answered quickly. He glanced at the sky. It was dawn, and the sun was not yet blazing. Lin Qun did not activate Eskena's ability. Now the sun is insufficient, and the activation will not improve much. Instead, it will expose his new trump card. Eskena's ability can be activated without delay. As long as the final form is not activated, there will be no side effects. It can be activated at any time, and there is no rush at this moment. Lin Qun sneered, "You don't want a quick decisive battle. Well, the longer I delay, it may not be only beneficial to you." Then, Lin Qun came directly to the sky above the city of Ankarazgi. In the surprise and pointing of countless survivors in the American region of Ankarazgi below, he directly spent energy in the sky and unfolded the Cartoon Kingdom. The cartoon castle with a range of 2 kilometers directly unfolded gorgeously and appeared at an altitude of 1,500 meters above Ankara. Its strange cartoon state formed a sharp contrast with the real three-dimensional world around it, and there was a strange sense of disharmony. He had been in the unparalleled state for several hours, and his energy attribute was enough. Even if he did not turn on the giant state, he could activate the Cartoon Kingdom card. Then, his body sank, and directly entered the Cartoon Kingdom. Immediately, in less than 2 seconds, a group of people wearing Mark 50 battle suits flew out of the cartoon kingdom, quickly flew through the air to the location of the Chinese fleet, and disappeared at the end of the sky of Ankara. On the ground, the survivors of Ankara and the federal soldiers were stunned. What is going on? Oh my god, am I seeing it right? This is a cartoon kingdom? Is that China's Night Shadow? What kind of weird ability is this? There is a cartoon castle on a cartoon book. These people were stunned. Because this scene was too shocking and disharmony. At this time, more news about Lin Qun was coming, and under special propaganda, it spread throughout Ankara. People were excited. Is it true? Huaxia Ying just took action, easily intercepted the space-based weapons of the silicon-based civilization, and fought with 3 evolvers? It is said that he summoned a giant army. Oh my god, how powerful is he? He is more powerful than I'm human. Maybe, we are saved, and Ankara has hope. We should stick to our front. The survivors and soldiers seemed to see hope in their eyes. They were not familiar with Lin Qun, and only knew the idea of Ying in the rankings. Therefore, they were not clear about Lin Qun's strength. Now, the various strange abilities displayed by Lin Qun have dazzled these people. Even if they don't understand it very well, and don't know what it is for, they can successfully establish such a cognition in their hearts. This Lin Qun is very powerful. There is hope for them and Ankara. And this is enough. This is what Anda needs. Only when the military and the people are united, Ankara will have the strength to fight. Otherwise, without the army of alien civilizations, they will disintegrate from within. And while Andorra was working hard for the stability of Ankara, a new round of tests has begun on the peak battlefield. Lin Qun's cartoon kingdom unfolded, but his people seemed to have left. The fleets of the silicon-based civilization and the fleets of the Lin Yuan civilization immediately began to test whether Lin Qun was really gone and what was strange about the two-dimensional world he left behind. He had demonstrated his cartoon power in the Daxing battlefield, and Yegas, the cartoon kingdom, had also seen it. All the top civilizations knew that this was Lin Qun's signature method, and at this time they were a little surprised and doubtful. Soon, they received news that surprised them. Lin Qun's people had clearly flown far away in public to support the reinforcement of the Huaxia Federation that landed on the coast of America, but according to the intelligence they had gathered, Lin Qun was clearly still on the list of the Ankara region. He didn't seem to have left at all. The silicon-based civilization and the Lin Yuan civilization were instantly in doubt. The silicon-based civilization's evolvers immediately thought of the human Lin Qun who had been killed by their space-based weapons before. And Yegas of the Lin Yuan civilization thought about it, took the initiative to contact the Black Sheep civilization evolvers, and informed them of this information. The Black Sheep civilization evolvers were approaching the Chinese Federation's reinforcement fleet at this time. Hearing this news, he did not retreat, but said very firmly, the ranking of the civilization battlefield can't be wrong, and can't be wrong. Maybe this is some kind of illusion that wants to deceive us. I will give it a try and know whether it is true or false. Only the Shengui civilization evolvers did not move. After the threat of the rumbling was lifted, its ragtag army was trying to repair and could not move for the time being. It knew what was going on. On the battlefield in the Shengui civilization occupied area, Lin Qun had demonstrated the ability of a shadow clone. But it didn't need to tell this news to the lives of the other top civilizations. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.